Yeah, I had the same thing. I felt if you train in hot weather, you go up, you spend a lot of time in hot weather. I'm not sure where is he living? Is he in Monaco?
Hits his forehand return off the top of the net here to Sinner, then blasts a backhand to win another line. What a shot that was.
Might need to spend some more time in Florida or somewhere hotter conditions.
So, this for Borges to make Sinner have to serve for it. Yep, lives in Monaco, as so many other players do, does Sinner. Taking advantage of some very nice weather and some fairly...
I think it's the off-season stuff.
Rules.
It's the off-season that they play in. It's cool there.
Yeah.
Before he goes to the Australian Open.
Forehand chipped down the line by.
Another backhand.
Borges and backhand beauty down the line by Sinner.
Oh, Borges was just left stranded and watching that last backhand. That was one of the best backhands you'll see down the line. The trajectory over the net.
He's hit 2 in a row, but he's hit a few spectacular ones from that position just outside the singles line.
This to hold for Borges. Hits his forehand long and suddenly he's in trouble on his own serve now. 2 sets to love down, 5-3 down. Deuce, Sinner closing in.
I think that's what these top players do to some of the lower ranked players, is they just suffocate them all the time. They bring the level constantly and then suddenly under pressure on their own serves. And Borges just a little bit frustrated. He's having to wait for the crowd to calm down, gesturing to the umpire.
Europe's Ryder Cup stars look down from the raw box as Jannik Sinner tries to seal victory here. He's trying to set up match point. Chips per ball, but it's swatted away by Nuno Borges in at the net.
Well, you've got to give him credit today. Borges has served really well. I mean, he just kept Sinner at bay most of the time on his serve, other than serving for the second set when he just still served well, but unforced errors in the ground strokes.
Backhand chip returned by Sinner. Drop shot, Borges. In comes Sinner. Chips it cross court. Down the line goes Borges. There's the forehand from Sinner, but it's put away very comfortably by Borges. And Sinner with a little bit more work to do. He leads 2 sets to love and 5-4.
That was a lovely hold from Nuno Borges, and we are going to stay with this to see if Jannik Sinner can serve it out very shortly. It's 4:02. At the conclusion of this match, if Jannik Sinner can get the job done, we'll be joining Kelly and the team to build up to England's match against DR Congo that kicks off at 5 o'clock. And I think the most straightforward thing, if you would like to stay with the tennis instead of jumping around the sports extras, because there will be cricket on Sports Extra from 5:15. If you go straight to Sports Extra 2, then our day 3 coverage will continue and conclude on that. So at the end of Sinner, we'll hear from Jannik Sinner. And then later today, we've got Novak Djokovic against Stefanos Tsitsipas. It's going to be an absolute cracker. It's definitely going to be drama-filled. We'll keep you across absolutely everything on Sports Extra 2. You will get regular updates here on 5 Live, but of course our focus very shortly will be the build-up and then the match in the World Cup between DR Congo and England. But let's get back to the action on centre to see if Jannik Sinner, who needs 4 more points, can get the job done and book his place in the 3rd round. To Pat, Annabelle and David.
Thank you, Gigi. And looking down from the front row, Justin Rose and Luke Donald, the captain of the European Ryder Cup team that have won the Ryder Cup the last 2 occasions, and one of the great stars of that team, Rory McIlroy, sitting there in the front row in his Masters green jacket, looking down on Jannik Sinner in his pristine white from head to toe, including white baseball cap, serving at 2 sets to love and a 5-4 hit double fault from Sinner.
Another one. That is really uncharacteristic, isn't it? And it's weird because it's the way that he goes after that ball with such aggression, and there's not a lot of shape on that second serve. He's just blasting it. I don't think he's looking that confident on that second serve, and it's reared its head quite a few times in this match. Not a concern, obviously, yet he's 2 sets to love up, but it might be something that rears its head later on in the tournament.
Yeah, backhand cross court from him, Sinner. Love 15 down. Here's a forehand slashed with underspin from Borges. He's going to chip a backhand deep onto the baseline. Then he hits his backhand down the middle with two hands, driving it. Then it swipes a forehand, hit the outside edge of the baseline. Sinner in trouble.
Missed the second one.
Borges with a great chance to go love 30 up, but he missed the forehand cross-court by a whisker.
Oh, the other one looked like it was out as well. Sinner was looking down at the line and at the umpire. It wasn't called.
That was close.
Borges has missed the next one anyway.
Oh, he set the point up beautifully, didn't he? Just to finish with that last forehand.
Yeah, that could have been love 30.
Fascinating to watch the reactions of Rory McIlroy in the front row, the Royal Box, to that rally. He's a big tennis fan. We've seen him at the US Open watching Carlos Alcaraz. He would celebrate wins with a golf swing in his direction. There's a swinging serve out wide from Sinner, Alcaraz's great rival. Alcaraz, of course, not here at the championships this year, sadly, because of injury. Still troubled by that arm problem. It has kept him out for a few months now, but he's hopeful of returning soon. 2 sets to love, 5-4 for Jannik Sinner, the top seed and defending champion. This to set up match point. Tries for an ace down the middle and misses. We'll be going to the World Cup at the conclusion of this match to build up to England against DR Congo. Kick off at 5. Here's a backhand on the line by Borges. Beautiful shot and a forehand whipped over the baseline by Sinner, and this is 30-all.
That was a shovel of a shot that he's just hit. He kind of hunched up his shoulders and leant into it again, very flat. Almost looked like he had a cricket bat in his hand and just kind of shoveled it down that line, but it was so effective.
He apologised, put his hand up a couple of times, say sorry. I'm not sure what he was sorry about. It was a fantastic shot. Backhand down the line. It's been one of his best shots today. Staying low, that's giving Sinner trouble today. Not all the time, just occasionally that low ball skidding down. He's got a very Western grip. His the racket faces the ground.
Serves down the centre. He's just wanted to get off this court. It's Jannik Sinner. He doesn't want to play any more of this match. He's
Maybe
2 sets
he wants
up.
to watch the football, David.
Yeah, well, you know, we all want to follow it. He can perhaps pop an earbud in and listen to 5 Live during the match. Don't know whether that's allowed. Here's a backhand chip return down the centre by Borges. A slapped forehand drive volley with topspin by Sinner, and this will be match point.
40-30.
Well, he didn't hesitate on that last drive volley, did he? Oh, it's quite a tricky one, actually. It was quite deep in the court, quite floaty and kind of a little bit awkward, but he just smacked it very confidently into the open space.
Match point for Jannik Sinner of Italy to reach the 3rd round of Wimbledon. Serves down the centre. Chip return on the forehand by Borges, who hits his backhand down the middle. Sinner winds up into another forehand, but he can't get through the defences this time. Will this one work? Now he's got another forehand that he goes cross-court with, and it's wide.
Oh, he was heading to the net. He's laughing.
Yeah.
He hit that. He's laughing with himself because he thought that was a winner. He actually hit the forehand, watched it bounce. Started walking to the net to shake hands.
I thought so too. He was literally walking, wasn't he?
The big screen zoomed in on the mark of that ball, and even with the zooming in, it looked in. But it wasn't. 2 sets to love for Sinner. 5-4 Sinner. Deuce. Can he set up match point for a second time? Serves out wide onto the forehand. He'll put this away. Cross court with a forehand. Will Sinner.
You never get much reaction out of Sinner. I mean, he just walks exactly the same pace in between points. He sort of strolls, doesn't he? I don't know how to describe the walk, but it's a very distinct walk. Kind of kicks his feet forward as he walks. It's like a pony.
Match point for a second time for Sinner to reach the 3rd round of Wimbledon. Serves at the body, onto the forehand side it goes, and a forehand behind it from Sinner. Backhand hits the baseline from Borges, who's played so well here today. Can he extend this for another point? Drop shot by Sinner. Here comes Borges in behind a forehand. That's long.
7-6, 7-6, 6-4.
That'll do it for Jannik Sinner. And not particularly stressful, but also not particularly straightforward, but he's got the job done. 7-6, 7-6, 6-4.
David, thank you. And of course, you can continue listening to Wimbledon all day on Sports Extra 2. We're also on Sports Extra until 5:15 when we'll head to Chester Street for England against India in the first men's T20. But go to Sports Extra 2 now. You won't miss a shot. But now on 5 Live, it's time to turn our attention to the World Cup and England against DR Congo. Here's Kelly Cates.
Thank you very much. Yes, England in the last 32 of the World Cup. They're looking for a place in the last 16. All the action gets underway in Atlanta at 5 o'clock. Finally, a nice, sociable kickoff. We'll start all our build-up after the latest 5 Live news with Alison Hughes.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The voice of the UK and the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Thanks, Kelly. 2 Hampshire police officers are being investigated for potential gross misconduct over the arrest and handcuffing of Henry Novak, the student who was fatally stabbed in Southampton last year. His killer, Vikram Digwa, was later jailed for life with a minimum term of 21 years. Hampshire's Police and Crime Commissioner is Donna Jones.
I think that public trust and confidence in policing has been dented by what's happened. It is imperative that this review is carried out quickly, that it is robust, and that the public have confidence that it has been thorough and gone into all of the areas that it needs to. That's why I'm pleased the IOPC are including the racial element to the incidents that happened on the 3rd of December.
Figures released by the Met Office show that last month was the warmest June on record in England and the second warmest for the UK as a whole. The provisional statistics show an average temperature of 17.1 Celsius. That's nearly 3 degrees above the long-term average. Judges at the Court of Appeal are deciding whether 3 teenagers who were spared jail for the rape of 2 girls in Hampshire were given unduly lenient sentences. The boys, aged between 14 and 15, were given non-custodial terms after 2 victims were attacked separately. The barrister Tom Little KC argued in court that the judge in the original trial had made a number of errors.
The cumulative effect of which was to lead to unduly lenient sentences. And as you know, at its heart, our submission is that insofar as all 3 offenders, this case plainly crossed the custody threshold, and of course the judge found that for 2 of them, and significantly no sentence other than detention was appropriate.
An airport's lobby group says an immediate intervention is needed on the EU's new digital border control system before the summer holiday travel rush. ACI Europe says the entry-exit system is already causing long delays at ports and airports. And around 150 High Street TG Jones stores, which formerly belonged to WH Smith, are facing closure after a judge approved a restructuring plan. It's put hundreds of jobs at risk. That's the news. Orna has the travel.
Thanks, Alison. Starting in Greater Manchester, the M62 travelling east at Simister Island, there was a breakdown heading out towards Hayward at 19. M56 queues eastbound at Manchester Airport at Junction 5, 1 lane closed for an accident. The A19 is blocked south of Thirsk in both directions after an accident. That's near Low Lane. M11 in Essex, Junction 9 at Saffron Walden has slow-moving traffic after an accident. It was a brief hold, so back on the move there now. The M25 busy at the Dartford crossing. Clockwise, it's the QE2 bridge, a broken down van on it, and 1 lane is closed clockwise. The M25 on the west side near the M40 at junction 16, there's a spillage. It's affecting the exit slip road, taking you to the M40 eastbound. M4 queues westbound at 6 Slough, a breakdown in one of the lanes. And if you're heading in, eastbound queues on the M4 at 2 for Brentford. Warner Merchant, 5 Live Travel.
Conspiracy theories really can impact the way the world works.
Disinformation. You think you're winning.
There could be 1,000 deepfakes. Actually, you could upend democracy.
But it's because of you we work 24/7.
BBC News at midnight. The Prime Minister will host
to verify the facts with digital tools and reporters on the ground.
BBC News, Beirut.
On the Gold Coast.
Washington.
So, no matter how quickly disinformation spreads,
Let's have trial by combat.
We'll be ready.
The fight for truth is on.
Trust is earned. This is our BBC.
This is 5 Live Sports.
At the FIFA World Cup 2026.
With Kelly Cates.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
It's knockout football and you could see how tight the matches are. Yeah, it's exciting.
Rice goes towards the penalty spot where it's powerfully headed in! Harry Kane with the header now!
I love these situations. I feel it as a privilege to be in these situations.
Bellingham into the penalty area from the angle, shoots across, goal and in! Oh, what play! What a goal from Jude Bellingham!
We play against our very own expectations. We expect from us to go further than round of 32. That's just how it is. So why would our fans not expect it? Why would the public opinion not be the same?
Saka plays it in and it's turned in! Left foot finish! Bellingham's the scorer and England are in front!
And that is exactly what England have needed.
But we expect a very determined and very physical, very fast team from Congo.
Wissa's header! Fabulous goal from Johan Wissa! What a magical moment for DR Congo!
They play fully from the role of an underdog. That's what we're facing. That's the setup.
DR Congo are through to the last 32. What an incredible World Cup it's been for them, and they deserve every bit of those celebrations.
We're well prepared and we're ready to go.
Hello, welcome back to 5 Live Sport. As we are ready to go, we're going to build up to England against DR Congo in the last 32 of the World Cup. John Murray is inside the air-conditioned stadium in Atlanta just as the teams come out onto the pitch. And you can tell us who those teams are, John.
Yes, it's hot Atlanta outside, Kelly. It's about 35 degrees as we approach midday here. Does feel odd, I must say. It feels like we just had breakfast and we're about to watch a knockout tie in the FA Cup. But there's just been a huge cheer in the stadium, which I think has told us already how many England fans are inside this arena under the closed roof with a temperature inside about 20 degrees. Harry Kane leading the England team out. And that team is Pickford in goal, Spence at right back, Konza and Gay the central defenders, O'Reilly at left back, then Anderson with Bellingham and Rice either side of him and further forward, Madueke on the right, Rashford on the left and Kane through the middle. So Thomas Tuchel's made 3 changes for this one from the last group match, the team that started against Panama. That is the confirmation that Spencer's at right back with Kwanzaa and James both injured but getting close to fitness, said Thomas Tuchel. Rice back into the midfield, so Rodgers back among the substitutes. And I think, interestingly, Madueke taking the place of Saka, who, like Rodgers, is a substitute. Saka's been a substitute for 3 of the 4 matches out here.
John, thank you very much for that. Paul Robinson is alongside John in the stadium. And Paul, as John was saying, almost given that Declan Rice will come back after being rested for Panama, Jed Spence at right back makes sense given injuries and the fact that he is and has been traditionally a right back. The Saka decision is the one that maybe was a little trickier for Thomas Tuchel to make and just about managing his minutes presumably as much as anything.
I think you're absolutely right, yeah. I think that's all about his fitness. I mean, Thomas Tuchel has told us in his press conference yesterday that he's fully fit and he's available to start. But I'm not so sure. He's been managing that Achilles injury for the best part of, 3 or 4 months towards the end of the season. And coming into this tournament, he's obviously used him sparingly. And I think Madueke is a player that he knows and he trusts. He's started him on numerous occasions. And I think for Saka, he's maybe a player that he sees, if England are to progress deep into this tournament, that he will utilise, further on in the round of 16, the quarter-final, etc., if we are to progress that far.
And we can hear from the England boss now. Thomas Tuchel's been speaking to Kelly Summers.
Well, Thomas, the message from yourself and your players has been that the tournament almost restarts now we're at the knockout phase. So what do you want to see from your team today?
I think we have everything, what is most important. We have commitment, we have togetherness, we have the team spirit. And then, we need to just arrive in the right mindset, which we do. We are well prepared and be ready to decide the match in the little moments that we get.
Jed Spence starts at right back today. Was that to provide as little disruption to a back four that's already been changed quite a bit this tournament?
No, central defenders stay. Nico played, I think, 3 out of 4 matches, so it's not a problem. Jed had, I think, minutes in every match, so no problem at all.
On the right wing, Noni Madueke starts. What does that tell us about Bukayo Saka's fitness?
That nothing, just tells you that Bukayo will finish the match for us today.
And overall, you've said that this week that you don't expect things to be too glamorous from England, but DR Congo will probably be quite defensive. What do England need to be wary of today?
Counterattacks, physicality. We just saw the lineup. We need to figure it out because they always played 5-3-2 and sometimes switched more offensively in a 4-4-2. Now it looks like a completely new formation when we saw the team sheet. So it looks almost as they try to copy Ghana in a 4-5-1. That would mean we have a really, really deep block to drill in and to open up a deep block and be very careful in our structure while we attack to not expose ourselves. So that's basically it. We will attack with 5 to 6 players, but 4 or 5 players have to take care about the coverage and to protect us against counterattacks. And we need to attack with freedom, but it's important that we are smart and take the risks in the last third and not too early, that we avoid easy ball losses. Whole package. Let's see.
That was Thomas Tuchel being quite smartly much more forthcoming about what he thought DR Congo might do than about his own decisions, about which he was quite succinct in his answers. Steph Houghton, who was captain when Phil Neville was England manager, both of those are with us. Steph, I just want to come back to the point that he talked about with Jed Spence, and he was very quick to say, look, this isn't really a problem, this kind of rotation at right back, enforced rotation at right back, because we have consistency elsewhere in the back four. But in your experience, can it be disruptive?
Yeah, of course. I think ideally a back four and the keeper should necessarily stay the same throughout the whole tournament, and I think there's so much more emphasis on Jed Spence in this right back position because of the fact that Reece James has been injured. Obviously Livramento went home, we brought in another centre back, and I think there's so much more focus on players that aren't there. But I think we've got to trust Tuchel in the sense of he knows what he's doing. There's a bit more stability at the back. I think he's settled on the fact that Konza and Gay are his number one centre-backs for this tournament, and obviously O'Reilly on that left-hand side. So, of course, there's going to be focus, but I think, look, Jed Spence, especially against this Congo side, his abilities, his physicality can really help us, especially going forward, but also in defence.
Yeah, and that's what Thomas Tuchel was talking about as well, the ability to kind of resist any pressure, but also to allow those attacking players the freedom to get forward. Phil, when you're managing a squad through a tournament, the sort of decisions that Thomas Tuchel's having to make, yes, there are issues at right back that are out of his hands, but also things like having rested Declan Rice, he comes back in, Bukayo Saka starting on the bench, which means he is going to be finishing the games and coming up presumably against more tired defenders where he feels maybe he could be more effective, and starting with Noni Madueke. But you're trying to manage the minutes as well of a player that is coming back really to full fitness. So there's a lot for Tuchel to balance in this squad selection.
There is, and I think when you get to the end of a season, particularly in the Premier League, and you come then to a major tournament, form comes into it. I think Madueke in the Saka one is a clear example of a player that's played a lot of football, that's come to the end of the season. Declan Rice is probably a little bit like that, where they've probably hit a brick wall in terms of their energy, their confidence, and where Madueke, who's not played much football, has come into the warm-up games against Costa Rica and New Zealand and has actually looked really fresh and bright. So I think he's managing it really well. I think where Jed Spence comes into his own today is, I think Thomas said it in his interview, stopping the counter-attacks. This Congo team will counter-attack with speed, and I think that's where Jed Spence, Gay and Konza will come into it to allow Riley to get forward. But form in these tournaments, you get to these tournaments and form comes into it, because at the end of a season, players can just hit a brick wall, and somebody else with freshness can just come, like Madueke, and really stake his claim for a starting position.
In terms of style, Phil, and how much that plays into a manager's thinking, how much external expectation plays into a manager's thinking, I think it's interesting that Tuchel has sort of addressed that and said, look, the further we go in this tournament, the more you will see the best of us as a squad. But in this case, DR Congo, which is what he was talking about at the end of the interview, looks like they've sort of looked at what Ghana have done, looked at how Ghana frustrated England, and they've gone for that 4-5-1 formation. I mean, again, from a manager or a head coach's point of view, that's a gamble in that you're doing something different from what you've done before, but you're also doing something that has worked against the opposition before.
Yeah, I think this England squad has been picked for the latter rounds. I think it's been picked to play against teams where England can counter-attack. I think the games against Ghana and Panama and today will be actually the least types of games that Thomas will want to play against. I think we'll struggle against this team today to break them down. We have in the last 2 games. So I think he's built this team to be counter-attack, to play against the teams that come out and play against us. So I think today Congo will sit back. They do not concede goals. This will be a game where, like we've seen a lot in this tournament, there's been 26 goals in the stoppage time, where we might have to be patient right up to the very last minutes or even extra time, because this is I think the Congo team is the team that probably England will not have wanted to face because of their style and because of their defensive attributes.
Well, let's find out who's going to be playing for DR Congo this evening. John Murray, you've got the team news.
Yeah, for DR Congo, lots of familiar names in this lineup. And interestingly, the expectation was, Thomas Tuchel said he was expecting a 5-3-2, which is how they played in their first 2 matches, then switched to 4-4-2 for the match against Uzbekistan. But actually, it's a slightly different formation today again, because it looks like a 4-5-1 that they're playing. But lots of familiar names, and Passy is the goalkeeper. But then you have Wan-Bissaka at right back, who was born in London. You have then Axel Tuanzebe, who grew up in Greater Manchester, alongside Chancel Mbemba, the captain, who played for Newcastle, and Artur Masuaku, who plays for Sunderland, although he was on loan at Lens this season. Then in midfield, Mutu Sami and Noah Siddiqui, who of course did so well for Sunderland this season, and also Ngalayo Umukau is the other midfielder, so he's one of the central 3. Mbuku on the right, Sipanga on the left, and then up front, Yohan Wissa, who, as we know, has scored 3 goals at this World Cup, which is as many as he scored for Newcastle in the whole of last season.
On that subject, John, that you were talking about the kind of the sort of inclusion of players who play across the world for DR Congo. Gabriel Zakwani joins us now, played 29 times for them, now assistant manager of their under-20 side. And actually, Gabriel, that is something that you're very much involved in, is kind of scouring the world and finding these players of Congolese descent who are desperate to play for their national side.
Yeah, I mean, that's the job that I do. I mean, I go around and I see players who have Congolese heritage and hopefully tell them what our plans are, and hopefully they buy into the project. And as I said, it's worked very well with the players we've done so far, but that is the aim, to get players early on to then move on into our system and to try and do as well as we can in tournaments like this.
I think it's a really interesting point to make, especially for people to hear who have grown up maybe with one nationality and generations from one nationality. Because when you look at someone like Aaron Wan-Bissaka, I mean, you've described him as very British, and yet you said his parents are very traditionally Congolese.
Yeah, it's a strange one, but because he was raised in the UK, born in the UK, and that's all he knows. But his parents came from Congo, so they still have the traditional roots. He still eats Congolese food and all the rest of it, but he's traditionally very British. So it was very difficult to have that conversation with him. So sometimes I do have to get the parents involved, and they then start talking to their son, and that helps. So in his term, I think the parents did half the job for me.
Yeah, and obviously that kind of pressure is always going to be helpful. Look, there've been lots of positives, not just for DR Congo themselves, where they got the draw against Portugal. It was only that narrow 1-0 defeat by Colombia, and then that big win against Uzbekistan. But also more broadly, the fact that 9 out of 10 African teams have progressed to the knockouts. 7 of them still in and going through to either in the 32 or already in the last 16. So there are 2 lots of momentum working here. One is for DR Congo themselves, and 2 is this sort of growth in African football.
Yeah, I mean, there was lots of question marks when there was 9 teams selected to enter from Africa, plus 1 who had to go through the playoffs, which was us. So we made it 10 teams. The fact that 9 got through to the last 32, and as you just mentioned, there's 7 still left in the tournament. It tells you African football's come a long way. Not just here to make up the numbers. The gap is getting smaller. A lot of teams are building infrastructure and building within their team. There's a lot of quality, and I think when you're scouting also outside the country, that helps bridge the gap also. We've got Premier League players in our ranks now who can compete at the top level.
On De Sabra's team selection, I think it's really interesting because you've said in your column in the Guardian that you think that there are holes in England. Thomas Tuchel has looked at that setup and that change in formation for DR Congo and said, we think this is about sitting in a very deep, low block. This is about, stopping England. But do you see it also as a way of exploiting what you see as the holes in the England side?
Yeah, I think it's mind games at this stage. He's got to...
And you're playing them as well.
Exactly. He's got to say a few things to maybe show our hand to him. We're not showing our hand. We're playing a 4-5-1 to some people. Sounds defensive, but probably more of a 4-3-3 in possession. So we have players flying forward. We've shown our defensive capabilities, but we've also shown our attacking capabilities against Uzbekistan. So we know England have holes. The right back situation is not, is not certain because of a few injuries. Jess Spencer's coming in a little bit from the cold. So I think personally there are holes there. They've not looked completely solid, and we look very good on a counter-attack. So I think it will be a game which you expect England to have possession, as they should, players on paper. But I think if we get our game plan correct, we can frustrate them just like Ghana did.
And do you think there is expectation for DR Congo, or is this one that they will be expected to compete, but that people will not necessarily expect them to win?
I think it's a free hit for DR Congo. I think it's a game we can actually go and enjoy ourselves, enjoy the occasion, and hopefully that lets us lose the shackles and go out and express ourselves, and that could be enough to win the game. But I think England are firm favourites, as they should. But I think it will be a lot harder than people think, because football's not played on paper,
Mm-hmm. Well, exactly. And do you think it's revealing that Sebastian de Sabra has said that DR Congo have practiced penalties and talked about their good record in penalty shootouts?
Yeah, I think he's letting England know that this could go all the way. I think it could go all the way, and we have a very good record in penalty shootouts. So I think, yes, he's probably shown that we can go the full way, and we're prepared to win at whatever cost. And we have practiced penalties because you've got to be prepared at any eventuality, and the chances of penalties could be there because you could go extra time then penalties. And if it does come, we know we've left no stone unturned.
Gab, I'm just wondering, how do you think that the players will react after all of the talk of DR Congo achieving all of their objectives already at this World Cup? To play Portugal, get the draw, so they got their first point, they got their first goal, they got their first win at the World Cup, qualified for the knockout stages for the first time at a World Cup. So do you think that there might be an element of, the nerves are going to be there, obviously, and the pressure is still there on DR Congo, but is there an element of maybe a bit of freeness for them?
Yes, you're right. There's an element of freeness, but as you mentioned, we've broken record after record after record. We want to break another one. Going into the last 16 is another record to break. So I think that freeness allows us to play with freedom, and I think any team playing with freedom is a dangerous team. If the team isn't as nervous as they would have been in the previous games to get out of the group, this is England. We're playing the world giants, so this is a game where we're the underdogs, and I think that freeness will help us better than if there was more pressure on this game.
How do you win it? Go on, tell me, how do you win it? What's the game plan? If you're going to play in the 4-5-1 and sit deep, how do you beat England?
How to beat England is to frustrate them. I think Ghana showed that blueprint to frustrate them in terms of be behind the ball, make it difficult for them to find holes, and then on a counter-attack, attack them quick. When they leave holes, Jed Spence does like to get forward. He'll leave holes in behind. I'm not too sure still about the back line. I'm not too sure. I think there's holes there. And I just think you can catch them on the counter-attack. I think Ghana should have had a penalty, potentially. So there are ways there to get at England. And I think in terms of an attacking sense, we are more adventurous than Ghana. So if we don't nick one to get the win, then we'll have to say what Sebastian de Saab said. We've been practicing penalties and we'll win it in penalties.
Gabriella, coming through London today, there's lots of cars with England flags waving out the window, lots of pubs getting ready for this by hanging England flags outside. But you found somewhere even better to watch it.
Yeah, I found a Congolese community in North London, which is all Congolese, just Congolese flags on the whole street. So yeah, I'm going to enjoy it there with the rest of the Congolese.
Gabrielle, listen, wish you a really good evening. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Good to talk to you as always, Gabrielle Zakwani, bringing us up to date with the Congolese perspective on this game that kicks off in about 25 minutes time. England and DR Congo playing for a place in the last 16 of the World Cup. All the action gets underway in Atlanta and we will bring you live commentary of that. Now England start their white ball series against India with a T20 in Durham tonight. Our cricket correspondent Stefan Schemmelt will be watching.
Yeah, 48 hours on from the end of Ben Stokes' international career, Kelly. England go again, first of 5 T20s against India, and they're led by the probable next Test captain, Harry Brook. Yesterday he said he would accept the Test job if it comes his way. This is a repeat of the World Cup semi-final from earlier this year. England won that game en route to lifting the trophy, but they have just lost 2 T20s in Ireland, and if there wasn't enough going on, we might have the international debut of 15-year-old Vaibhav Suryavanshi. And if you want to know, Kelly, how the BBC cricket team gets ready for a T20 international, linking it to the World Cup, I'm currently doing my sticker swaps with producer Jack.
You make sure that you have that completed before the end of the tournament, and in the traditional way, because I know you can go and buy your stickers now, and I'm not for that. I'm a sticker purist. So Stefan, make sure you stick to the rules.
I will stick to the rules. I'm not cheating.
Thank you very much to Stefan Schemmelt. That all gets underway at 5:30. There's full commentary on 5 Sports Extra. Now England captain Nat Sciver-Brunt has been passed fit for tomorrow's T20 World Cup semi-final against South Africa. She's been out since the second game of the tournament with a calf injury. Commentary from 6:30 tomorrow on 5 Sports Extra. Coverage continues from Wimbledon on Sports Extra 2. You can listen to Coco Gauff against Argentina's Solana Sierra. Also at Wimbledon, Serena Williams' hopes of playing alongside older sister Venus in the doubles looks in doubt after she injured her knee in her singles comeback. In football news, Chelsea have signed Italian right-back Marco Palestra from Atalanta. The deal's worth about £47 million. Hull City have avoided the threat of a points deduction in the Premier League. They've sold their goalkeeper Ivor Pandor and midfielder Aidan Shehu hours before the deadline. Now back to the World Cup, and the knockout stages always bring the goalkeepers into focus. We heard earlier that DR Congo can potentially switch their goalkeeper should there be a penalty shootout. Let's hear, though, from England's number one. Jordan Pickford has been speaking to John.
Here we go again then, knockout time.
That's good. It's the exciting part of it now. You know, the first group game's always exciting because you just want to get going and got to get the job done, and now it's the real time, the knockout stages.
Do you think that, you know, the big guys have really contributed, haven't they, Bellingham and Kane? Is this the point where, you know, it's time for everyone else to contribute as well and maybe take the load off?
No, I think everyone contributes in different ways and different manners. And look, you know, if we've got one of the best strikers in the world and one of the best number 10s in the world who contribute with a lot of goals, but you see with them too, a lot of hard work gets put in without the ball as well. So a lot of contributions is everybody's a team. That's what the manager picks a team for, and the togetherness. And for me, it's been great. And you know, you want other people to score, but if people are feeding the likes of Harry up top, then we know he gets a sniff of goal. It's an opportunity he's going to take.
You've had to make the changes in defence. There will be another change for this match. How does that affect you as the goalkeeper behind them?
That's fine. I kind of know everyone's straight in front of me. I'm quite, I think, very aware of like good football knowledge, and I think I know whoever gets put in front, the manager has the tactics, and everyone knows the job and everyone knows what to do. So for me, it's a normal service, really.
And tell us as well, it is possible, obviously, that penalties could be involved here. How do you approach that mentally? What sort of things are you doing in the build-up to these matches when you are thinking about the part of your mind that looks after penalties?
No, for me, it's as everyone in tournament football, you want to win the game in 90 minutes, but then also you've got to keep it in. If it doesn't come in 90 minutes, you've got to be prepared for the full 120, if not penalties. That's the nature of the knockout stages now. That's the enjoyable part, and for me, it's just fully prepared and do me work during the week, and it's the boxes are ticked and I'm just ready to go.
You always back yourself, don't you, in a penalty shootout?
Got a decent record, so yeah, I've always backed myself. I'm powerful, and I feel like I'm always there to step up when called upon.
Just a few numbers for you to finish, because I know you like a number or two. So 88th cap, 30th consecutive start at European Championship, World Cup, which is amazing. 16th World Cup appearance, so only Peter Shelton-Moore with one. When we talk about experience, that's right there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's, for me, it shows a lot of hard work put in, and keep improving myself and having the trust. The manager's putting trust in you, and for me, it just shows how the hard work I've put in over the years and the experience I gain and how I've kept improving. It just shows that the improvement side of it, and yeah, the numbers are really good and on a high level, and may that continue. And I bring experience, I bring leadership qualities, and I'm vocal and when called upon make big saves. But yeah, my all round game's in a very good place at the minute, and can't wait to get going.
And more generally for the team, how confident are you that England will turn it on in this match now we've reached the knockout stages?
Yeah, well, Congo's qualified on merit, and they're in knockout stages for a reason, and you see what's happened in the last couple of days. Germany getting beat, and that's what happens because people are very good sides. They're not here for no reason, and we've got to be very well prepared for them. If it's everyone wants to score in the first 5-10 minutes, but if not, we've got to be patient, play our game, and not get too frustrated, and just keep cracking on, and hopefully break them down and get them goals that we know we've got in our locker, and that's the standard we set ourselves.
That was Jordan Pickford talking about the game ahead, saying that they want to do it, obviously, in 90 minutes, but he backs himself should it go to a penalty shootout, and now that is very much in the equation. Paul, not to bring back unhappy memories, but it's 20 years to the day since you were involved in that World Cup quarter-final shootout against Portugal. The pressure on goalkeepers in this situation, do you feel that?
20 years to the day.
Yeah.
I don't know whether to thank you for the memory or to make me feel very, very old, in all honesty. But the goalkeepers thrive in that situation. I mean, that situation, taking myself back there, we had such a good performance against Portugal in that game, and we got to penalties, and I was absolutely sure that was my moment. I mean, I'd done my work, I'd done my research with my goalkeeping coach at the time, who was Ray Clements, who was excellent with me, and all the memories that flooded back to me from being a child, from watching England in fan parks back at home, in pubs with my parents, and watching England and thinking, everyone's watching you, this is your opportunity, this is your moment. And I'd done my research on the penalties with Ray, and we'd looked at who was going to take the penalty, and there's no point in watching a player take a penalty when their team is 3-0 up. You watch a player take a penalty when it's 0-0 or 1-0, and you have to find what's called the pressure penalty. So you watch numerous clips, a lot of footage, and you find a player taking a penalty in a pressure situation. So you find their safety penalty, and we had all that information, and we did so much research, and I was absolutely certain that after that game and that performance, that was going to be my moment. I knew who was coming up, what order they were coming up in, where they were going to go, etc. But the biggest problem that you've got now is everybody knows that the research is out there. Anyone that can want to watch the penalties, you can go and watch it. So it's now more of a mind game than ever. The striker or the defender, whoever it is, walking up towards you in the 18-yard box with the ball in his hand to take the penalty, he knows that you know, and you know that he knows. So you can do all the research, but it's the biggest mind game ever. Yeah, it's almost gone back full circle, hasn't it? Where you're just trying to work out whether somebody's going to be trying to trick you into it. This one of the things that Gareth Southgate improved at England was the record, Steph, in penalty shootouts. Before him, they only won one of 7 penalty shootouts, but they won 3 of 4 under Southgate. And interestingly, Micah Richards has been talking on BBC television about the team more widely, and saying that he sees a lot of Gareth Southgate in this team, which is fine at the moment. But the reason that they moved to Thomas Tuchel was for these type of games. He said he wants to see more against teams that set up in a low block. He wants to see those England players being a bit more creative, maybe a bit more inventive. Yeah, and hopefully not get to the penalty shootout scenario that we've been practiced over the last few tournaments. But yeah, I think Gareth Southgate was a fantastic manager for England in terms of what he did with the team. In terms of the mindset as well, he definitely changed the mentality of the team wanting to go and win and to be a bit braver. But yeah, of course, you've brought Tuchel in to win these games more than comfortably enough to do that, and I think it is that little bit of detail that we definitely needed going forward to turn them final appearances into hopefully getting to a trophy. And especially in these games, Kelly, we all know that it's so difficult to break down
these sorts of teams. But I think the guys have said it previously, if we can play with a real high intensity, we can get players being really forward thinking, we can get runs in the box, and we can get our best players, the likes of Bellingham and Kane, really having an influence on this game. We have far more than enough of quality to be able to break this side down. And yeah, we're progressing through the tournament. We don't need to be peaking yet, but ultimately this game is just about, we just need to find a way to win, and this is what this team's done a lot over the last few tournaments.
Elliot Anderson has been talking about that as well before the game. He says we've worked on it through the week. Hopefully we can break them down. Declan Rice being back is a big help. He said it gives a lot of control in there. And he says we'll be working to gain an edge in midfield. DR Congo can counteract fast. We need to be very defensively organised. And I just wonder, Phil, if a manager can very quickly get tagged with being defensive or with not being as brave as fans would like to see, when really a lot of that is just down to the way that the opposition sets up against them.
Yeah, I mean, the tag, the criticism, I would say, of Gareth Southgate has been totally wrong. I mean, he got us to finals and semi-finals consistently. He's been the start of this incredible run of consistent form in major tournaments. I think you look at the Ghana game and then you look at the Panama game. There was a definite change in mindset in terms of there was a lot more runs forward in the Panama game. We were less static. There was more fluidity. There was more movement. There was definitely more crosses into the box and a little bit more direct play from us. I think we will need that in the game today against Congo. You say Congo are going to sit back in their 4-5-1 shape. They're going to counter attack. So we're going to have to be adaptable in the way that we play. And the big players, the wide players and the two up front in Bellingham and Kane are going to have to show up and produce magic, moments of magic.
Phil, I want to ask you about the conditions, which are a perennial topic throughout this tournament, and certainly will be should England get to Mexico City, when it's not just about the weather, it's going to be about the altitude at the Azteca as well, if they get past DR Congo. But this one, England's first match in the Atlanta Stadium, this one is air conditioned. Now, in theory, that should make it easier to play in, but just give us an insight into these US stadium and how they can feel, and the variety of conditions that the players are going to be able to face and how that affects them.
Yeah, well, I was at the Spain-Saudi game in this tournament. I've obviously coached in this stadium. This stadium's beautiful. Indoor, it's quite cool. There's no problems with the humidity or anything. It's obviously very hot in Atlanta at this moment in time. There's been a lot made about if we get through this round, going to obviously to play in altitude. I think the way to play in altitude is to go in as late as possible. Don't fret about it. Don't get dramatized about it. You're gonna feel a little bit different. You're gonna feel out of breath in the first 20 minutes. You're gonna play in different conditions. I think they're prepared for it. There's a lot of science in this England camp. I know that a lot of the sports scientists came out to America. I met up with a few of them. They're well prepared for these little bits of. But I think the biggest thing with playing in America is not to overthink the conditions too much. It's going to be hot. You're going to have altitude. You're going to have your legs burnt. You're going to play in indoor. You're going to play in different types of scenarios, and you've just got to get on with it and suck it up, and not really worry too much about it.
Steph, we've talked a lot about how England can and maybe should approach this last 32 game today against DR Congo. How do you think they will do in this game? Like, do you have confidence in the forward players to be able to break down that low defensive block?
Without a doubt, Kelly. I think you're speaking about one of the best strikers in the world in Harry Kane. Unbelievable season for Bayern Munich and also for England. You've got Jude Bellingham, who's really peaking at the right time. He's been our best player over these last 3 games. And when you've got the likes of Rashford and Madueke, Rashford can create something out of nothing just because of his pace, his ability to drive at players, and Madueke just gives us that little bit different. And I think over the last 3 games, this team will have learnt a lot about each other in terms of the opposition that you're facing. But I just like us to go and have no fear, just be really energetic, really take the game to Congo. And I think, Kelly, if we get a really early goal, I think the game would be one that we really wanted to have, because Congo have to come out there and there's going to be spaces for our better players to have. So I'm fully confident with this team. I think we need to have that confidence because of the players that we have, and I think that's something that we have over DR Congo.
And Paul, we heard them a little bit earlier on, but there are thousands, tens of thousands of England fans inside that stadium as the light show gets underway at Atlanta, despite the fact that it's midday. They're putting a light show on. But anyway, to just tell me a little bit about that atmosphere, about the support there is for the England players inside that stadium.
Do you know what? It's special. I mean, this arena is something else on its own. But I think with the England contingency at World Cups, obviously the ticketing system, you don't necessarily always get sat together. But away to our left is the single-tiered stand, almost like the wall at Dortmund, the yellow wall that they call. And there's 2 balconies above it, and it's absolutely packed full of red and white shirts. England flags everywhere, and all of a sudden the England contingency, for the first real time, all seems to be in one area of the stadium. Yes, they are spread out all over, but already, I know it's very, very early on here in the afternoon, but the atmosphere really is building, and it's been a really good occasion this morning.
Phil, what are you expecting from this one?
You know what? This is a game where I'm worried about this type of game for England. I saw it against Ghana. I saw it against Panama in the first 60 minutes. This game is the one that worries me the most. I'm not sure that we are the best equipped. This roster or this squad's the best equipped to play against this type of team. I think it'll be tight. In any World Cup, you've got to win a game on. To win a World Cup, you've got to win a game on penalty shootouts. The games have been tight so far in the knockout stages. Like I say, I think we will win, but I do think it will be really tight.
So England fans might need to be prepared for a battle in this one to get past DR Congo and reach the last 16 of the World Cup. Phil, thank you very much for now. Steph, you're going to be staying with us throughout the evening. Just give us your final thoughts as we head towards kick-off.
Yeah, I'm confident, Kelly. I think, of course, it's going to be a tough game, like what Phil said. I think the round of 32, you couldn't really call most of the games, especially yesterday's against... with Norway, I thought it was a fantastic game. Both teams really going at it. But from England's point of view, I think it's what we can control, and ultimately that's us with the ball and stopping transitions. So I feel as though we'll have learned from the last 2 games, and hopefully we can get that early goal.
We're at the knockout stages of the World Cup. This is a last 32 game between England and DR Congo for a place in the last 16 against Mexico at the Azteca. And taking you through all the action this evening in Atlanta is Paul Robinson and John Murray.
Yes, thank you very much, Kelly. I wonder how everyone back in England is feeling about this match. Huge cheer just now because on this incredible wraparound screen, which is high above the pitch, it's 360 degrees, a series of video screens. It is an extraordinary piece of engineering. The face of Harry Kane came up there, and a huge cheer again inside the stadium from the England fans, but I also think underlining what a world star he is now. And the teams now walk out way down below us onto the pitch surface through that arch, and also the children to the right and to the left holding the flags of DR Congo, the blue with the red and white stripe diagonally across the middle, and the England flag, the crosses of St George to the left, and the England players walking out in their white tracksuit tops, and the DR Congo players are already ready for action. Such a colourful scene, and it is very hot outside. If you've just switched on, it truly is hot Atlanta today. 35 degrees outside, but inside under the closed roof with the air conditioning, it'll be something like 20 degrees. So excellent conditions inside. And the players have lined up now around the centre circle for the usual pre-match routine. The anthem's coming up and the flags down there on the pitch, these massive flags, and all around the stadium as well. Paul Robinson mentioned the England supporters to the left, England flags there all around the stadium, but all around the whole arena. So everyone rising now, and here come the anthems. and the anthem being sung from all quarters of the stadium. But in contrast, DR Congo with just a tiny section of supporters.
Fans, please remain standing, very able, for the playing of the national anthem of the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
And when I say it, a tiny contingent of DR Congo fans, I can see blue shirts dotted around the stadium, but in terms of their group together, that is in the middle tier of the stadium here, behind the goal to my right, and there are lots of empty seats in there as well. There was probably together maybe 150 of them. But DR Congo have been one of these stories really at this World Cup, with what they've done on the field, all of those firsts that they've achieved, but also, you know, this country set in Central Africa, population of 110 million, which is the fourth largest in Africa, and it's the second largest country by land mass in Africa. You know, do not forget, war is going on in the east of that country, and they are still coping with the Ebola outbreak, and only this week a ban was imposed on mass gatherings in DR Congo. And I know that the president there has suggested that what this football team has done has actually helped in terms of unity really in that country. So they have put the smiles on a lot of people's faces, and they're a very decent team, and England might find this difficult. We will see. The England players have taken off their tracksuit tops and they're coming over to have their team photograph taken. And the team is Pickford in goal, Spence, Konza, Gay and O'Reilly. So Spence at right back with Reece James and Jarell Quansah injured. Then in midfield, Elliot Anderson with Declan Rice and Jude Bellingham either side. So Rodgers on the bench, Saka on the bench as well. Noni Madueke, his Arsenal teammate, preferred for this one. Marcus Rashford keeps his place on the left, and Harry Kane is up front after his 3 goals in the tournament so far. And DR Congo, and Passy is their goalkeeper, but lots of familiar names that you will know from your football watching and football listening. Aaron Wan-Bissaka of West Ham, Axel Tuanzebe of Burnley, Chancel Mbemba, the captain, former Newcastle, Artur Masuaku at left back, Sunderland player, although he was at Lens this season. And then in midfield, Samuel Mutusami and Galayel Mukau, and Sunderland's excellent midfielder Noah Siddiqui. And then in the wide areas, Nathaniel Mbuku, Brian Sipenga and Johan Wisser of Newcastle up front. The players are just gathering for the start of the match. So if you've just joined us, good morning to you. It is still morning time in Georgia, just before midday, but 5 o'clock at home, I know that is a very good time compared to some of the kickoff times that you've been experiencing. If you are on your way home, this match is on BBC One, so you can listen to Guy Mowbray and Alan Shearer on BBC One. And remember, you do have that option. You can listen to the 5 live commentary with the BBC pictures and you'll find how to do that on the red button or the iPlayer. And as the DR Congo players go into their huddle, the England players, they've actually turned around after the coin toss. So the DR Congo players in the first half will be attacking towards the end where their supporters are. And we do have a choice of listening right now. The T20, the England-India T20, you can listen to that on Sports Extra. Wimbledon commentary continues on Sports Extra too. But the referee is just calling the players into place. He is a Jordanian, Adam Makadme, shaven-headed figure way down below us. England in the all-white kit. England are going to kick off. So Declan Rice is just wandering around, and he's actually taking it all in, Declan Rice. He's done a full 360 there, looking all around the stadium at all of the England flags and shirts. And Declan Rice kicks off this match. England, it's knockout now in the round of 32, this new round of 32. Back to Pickford, long pass up to Kane. Kane challenged on the edge of the box. The ball bounces out to the right-hand side, and DR Congo can't keep it in. So what are you feeling, Paul Robinson? What are you feeling about this?
I think it's really important that England start quickly. We've seen them struggle to break 2 low blocks down in the last 2 games. But I think the message from Thomas Tuchel will be start sharp and get an early goal.
And it is England already on the attack, but that pass forward, Rice cuts it back, but I think it might have been over the dead ball line. It was, and so it is a goal kick. A goal kick. The Jet Spence already pushing well forward there, and it was Spence's overhead pass that Rice just couldn't get to in time.
It's definitely going to be a 4-1-4-1 formation. Declan Rice will be the one. Him and Elliot Anderson obviously will normally sit in front of that back four, as they will out of possession. But immediately there we saw Declan Rice was the one that was allowed to rove a lot further forward and was causing a problem right near the byline.
So DR Congo, who were the best of the third place qualifiers for the knockout rounds, finished top of that table of third place teams and have achieved a string of notable firsts at this World Cup. Their first for 52 years, when previously, when they were Zaire back in 1974, they lost all of their matches and failed to score a goal. So their first time, DR Congo, in the knockout stages of a World Cup.
And I think there was a 9-0 defeat to Yugoslavia in there somewhere, in former Yugoslavia.
That's right, 2-0 to Scotland, 9-0 against Yugoslavia and 3-0 against Brazil. And it is DR Congo in the pale blue kit, long pass forward for Wissa, 3-goal Wissa at this World Cup, gets his head to it. I can see the floodlights shining on the top of his head, and the offside flag is up against the Newcastle man, so it's a free kick to Newcastle near the edge of their own penalty area. So after this, after today, these events of the next few hours, either England will be bound for Mexico in the round of 16, Mexico City, to play the co-host, or, we have to say it, they will have suffered what will be seen as an ignominious defeat. If England lose, if England go out today, that is a failure under Thomas Tuchel for England at this World Cup. That's how it will be viewed. DR Congo bringing the ball out from the back with Masuaku, who played the second half of the season with Lens, and then the challenge comes in on him from Madueke, and it's out for a throw into DR Congo. It's 0-0, very early stages.
Yeah, they've got Premier League recognised players. They're a quality side. I think they're an improving side. Finished 4th in AFCON in 2023, and I think from where they were a long time ago, very close there from Jude Bellingham.
Very nearly charged down that clearance from goalkeeper and passing. He slid in. I mean, that was the last possible second that the man in maroon was able to put his right foot through that ball before Bellingham slid in. That could easily have ended up in the back of the net.
And we see that from Jude Bellingham. In this formation, he's given licence to roam freely in and around Harry Kane. He's got defensive responsibilities as well. But in this system, I really like the way that it affects Jude Bellingham, and you get the best out of him.
And Buku with a pass back to Axel Tuanzebe, relegated with Burnley this season, although he had an Achilles problem, and so actually played relatively few times. 15 starts and 1 substitute appearance. But Tuanzebe, who was brought up in Greater Manchester and actually went to the same school as Marcus Rashford. And I showed you, Paul, didn't I? A great photograph of the two of them at school together, Rashford and Tuanzebe. Now here, all these years later, playing against each other in the World Cup in Atlanta. It's given away. Kane now. Kane curling the ball forward for Madueke, who's speeding off down the right wing. Rashford arriving in the middle. Madueke takes a little while to get the ball under control. So DR Congo are back in position. Here's Elliot Anderson into the match for the first time. Then across to O'Reilly. Now towards the left to Rice. Rice then to Rashford. Rashford onto his right foot, curls it in, but too close to the goalkeeper, who actually pulls his gloves away from that because he knows it's curling wide of the far post and through for a goal kick. And it's 0-0 on 5 Live if you're on the move, also on BBC Sounds. And I notice as well, you'll be able to follow this on the BBC website, and I see our colleague Nick Masheter is reporting on there that Vitor Pereira is going to leave Nottingham Forest, and Oliver Glasner has been lined up as his replacement. So it's not confirmed yet, but it appears that is what's happening. Oliver Glasner, having left Crystal Palace, going to Nottingham Forest, Paul.
The revolving door that is the City ground keeps moving.
Yep. And there we are. And Oliver Glasner stepping into not the most stable environment, but after doing those great things with Crystal Palace over the course of the last couple of seasons. England 0, DR Congo 0. That's next season. And if you like what you've been hearing with us on 5 Live, maybe haven't listened to football before, well, next season, as ever, we will bring you more Premier League commentaries than you will get anywhere else. So 5 Live, the place for all of that next season, which will be here all too soon. Here's Mutasami for DR Congo. Ball up towards the halfway line. And then played back by Mukau. Again, Mukau infield. Mutasami, this is nice. Wissa, this is good confidence inside the England half. And then across comes Rashford against Mukau. And it's deflected out of play for a throw-in. Nathaniel Ngalayo Mukau has been one of the stars in this DR Congo side. He plays for Lille alongside Mbemba, who finished third in Ligue 1 last season, Ligue 1 if you prefer, so will be in the Champions League next season. But he's an important part of this team. A 4-5-1 for them today, so 5-3-2 in the first match, 4-4-2 in the third match, and now 4-5-1 in the second match, as the ball is played up towards the edge of the penalty area. In fact, it's gone all the way over there, and Cepello with a shot! It's in! He's beaten Pickford in his near post from the angle, and DR Congo have a shock lead in the 7th minute. Just what England feared. Incredible scenes in that tiny pocket of DR Congo fans. They've achieved first after first after first at this World Cup, and now it's still very early, but they are looking at the possible knocking out of England. England 0, DR Congo 1.
That's a big moment. DR Congo are celebrating, and rightly so. It's such a simple ball across the back of the England back four. The right back Jed Spence gets tucked in with a runner, and he leaves Sempenga completely free at the far post. There's not an England man in sight. It's a lovely first touch. Jordan Pickford may have anticipated that he's going to cross him. He closes his foot and he hammers it in at the near post past the England goalkeeper. It's the pace that beats Jordan Pickford, and that's the worst possible start for England.
And Sempenga had the freedom of the left flank. He was all on his own there, as you say, Paul. Jed Spence had come across, and he had time there, once he controlled the ball, to set himself, and Jordan Pickford diving down to his right, the power of the shot flashed past him.
There was no cover for Jed Spence. Jed Spence was completely on his own. He had to go tracking the runner into the middle of the 18-yard box. He had to take on the clear and present danger. He went with the runner, and there was no Madueke, there was no doubling up, there was no cover for him, and that's why England got exposed.
So for the first time at this World Cup, England are behind. Remember the Euros 2 years ago? Throughout the course of the knockout stages, England fell behind in every match, yet still reached the final. And it's happened again here. But we've got a stoppage because there's been a collision. The goalkeeper, Mpasi, came out to receive a high ball, catch it, and he's landed on the top of his left back, Masuaku. And they went down together. I think the goalkeeper's going to be okay, although he stayed down. But I think this might be a chance for DR Congo. I've got a feeling that they are both going to be okay.
I think you might be right, John. I think this is perfect timing, just after the goal, just to settle things down a bit. But actually it might be good timing for Thomas Tuchel as well, because all the England players to a man have all gathered down beneath us in and around Thomas Tuchel, like we see on the hydration breaks. That's not the start that England would have wanted in this game. I don't think the game plan will have changed, but it's a difficult start. But I do actually think it might play into England's hands, because now they're playing a team that wants to come and play against them.
Well, it's a change of fortune at this World Cup for DR Congo, because they conceded early goals against Portugal and Uzbekistan, yet recovered to draw against Portugal, recovered to win against Uzbekistan. Colombia as well in that match. If you followed that, Colombia had lots of early chances, could easily have taken the lead. But in this one, it is DR Congo. And the point to make as well, for those who don't know, that they have an extremely effective defensive unit. They kept 8 clean sheets in their 13 World Cup qualifiers, and they're under this manager, Sébastien de Sabre, who's been in charge for almost 4 years. This is his 52nd match in charge. They've lost only once by more than 1 goal. And England have now got to find a way through, with DR Congo winning 1-0.
And he knows African football very well, doesn't he? This is his 11th coaching role in Africa. I mean, the semi-final of AFCON with DR Congo, he had success with Uganda as well. They're a team that are very well coached, very well organised. And if England were under any false impression that they thought this was going to be easy, we've had an early sign to show that it's not going to be easy at all.
So 1-0 to DR Congo. What about Jordan Pickford being beaten by the shot, Paul?
He'll be disappointed. Yeah, he will be disappointed. But I think it was the pace that caught him out. And when you're in that situation as a goalkeeper and the shot's coming in from an angle as it was, you're expecting, you're kind of half reading. You try not to, but you think the ball's going to go across you. You always think that the striker's going to aim for the far post, with that curler inside the far post. But actually what he's done, just as he's hit it, Simpenga, he's closed his foot and he's hit it hard and low at the near post, and it has caught him out.
And also as well, Paul, you mentioned the fact that he was all on his own, Simpenga. Are you saying? I mean, where was Noni Madueke?
That's the issue for England. That's the defensive responsibility. Thomas Tuchel wants his wide players to get high and wide. We talk about the old chalk on the boots, and that's what he wants, to make the pitch big and Harry Kane drop in and utilise them in the same way that they did in the Croatia game. But actually, they've both got defensive responsibilities, and in that situation, Madueke neglected his.
So the major shock is on. 11 minutes played. It's England 0, DR Congo 1. Wimbledon commentary continues on Sports Extra 2, and the cricket is on Sports Extra. But England with the ball, looking to make a fast start. It's the opponents who've done exactly that. DR Congo ranked 41 in the world, and that ball from, I think it might have been Wan-Bissaka who brought it forward over the halfway line. It's a long crossfield pass. Jed Spence challenged for it with Wissa on the edge of the box, but it went all the way to Simpenga, who has scored his first international goal, incidentally, on his 10th appearance. What a way to get your first international goal in the round of 32 against England at the World Cup.
Took it really well. His first touch was excellent, but as you say, he was in absolute acres of space inside the England 18-yard box. Jordan Pickford, actually, he was very, very frustrated with his defence, and I think he told a few of them exactly that. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm told it was Mbemba who hit that long crossfield pass to the edge of the area that ended up with Simpenga striking it into the back of the England net. England 0, DR Congo 1. So it's a shock, but there is a long way to go. And here's Madueke, Bellingham. England need to settle themselves. Spence chosen again to start in the absence of the 2 injured right backs, and it was in that area of the field that Simpenga scored. And we know that there has been criticism of Thomas Tuchel's selections. Here is Rashford in field. He didn't need the bad luck of 2 injuries to the right backs though. And now Konsa gives it to the right hand side. Madueke attacking across the edge of the box, cuts it back on his right foot. The cross towards the edge of the area. O'Reilly pulls it down for England on the edge of the DR Congo penalty area. Now Rice drives it in, and it comes off the shins of Mutusami straight behind. Corner to England there first.
It's interesting, John, isn't it? I mean, we spoke to the DR Congo expert, our expert before the game, and I asked him what was the game plan, how do you beat England? And he said Jed Spence will push on forward, there'll be space in behind the right back, and within 10 minutes they've exploited that.
Yep, that's exactly what happened. Corner to England. Declan Rice preparing to take it. Right-footed in swinger. England could do with a quick response all the way to the back post, but it's beyond the run there of Bellingham. Tried to reach it, couldn't do so, and it is a goal kick. First corner comes to nothing.
It's a good delivery from Declan Rice, and it's an area that England have used previously. That far post, they've looked for Harry Kane individually. As we get a glimpse of Thomas Tuchel on our screens, putting a frustrated figure down beneath us at the moment.
The goal kick is taken out to Mbemba, and then a long pass to Anzabi, long pass forward from him. And then, oh my goodness, Spence had to be in on the channel there in centre field. No free kick given, he got the ball in the opinion of the referee. I think he did just, but he did dive in for it. And now Madueke looking for the ball across. This three-man central midfield of DR Congo. Bellingham's got it on the right. Pass for the outside of his boot, just too much on that with Kane trying to arrive. Madueke was there as well. Just tried with the outside of his boot from the left to play it across, but it was just beyond the two England players arriving, and it's a goal kick, and it's still 1-0 to DR Congo.
It's a lovely technique from Jude Bellingham, popping up in some decent areas outside of his right boot there, 25 yards on the angle, tries to curl it into the 18-yard box to the outside of his right foot. Really good technique from Jude Bellingham, just a little bit too much on the cross.
England have never lost to an African team at the World Cup, and already faced Ghana, who, as you know, they found it very difficult against that opposition in the group, and this is the 10th match that England have played at World Cups against African opponents. Here's Spence on the overlap down the right, his cross headed away. Mutu Sami on the edge of the penalty area. Samuel Mutu Sami, the number 8, who plays in Greece for Atromitos. Now Spence. All of these England players, big stars from some of the biggest clubs in Europe. Still England with it on the right, and it's played back to Ezri Konsa. We'll just give it to Bellingham, who comes across. Bellingham, his movement already has been a feature. Declan Rice now returning to the England team. His pass forward to O'Reilly. Lots of blue DR Congo shirts back in position. Rashford with a cross. The goalkeeper comes and gets a good punch on that. Mpassi, very positive goalkeeping. Came well out of his 6-yard box, and then there's a foul on Brian Sipanga, the goal scorer, and it's a free kick to DR Congo in their left back area.
He's not afraid to come off his line. Mpassi, we've seen the DR Congo goalkeeper makes decisive decisions. 31 years of age now, playing his football in Le Havre in Ligue 1 or 1 as we say, but he spent a lot of his career as a number 2. He was at PSG for a long time as a reserve goalkeeper, but he's come to the fore in the latter stages of his career, and he's made a good start to this game.
Yeah, confident. You know, he's played most of his football in the lower divisions. He came up with a club called Rodez from the 4th tier to the 2nd tier in France, and now, as Paul says, playing for Le Havre, and he's made a confident start. And England 1-0 down. Here's Harry Kane playing it back to Elliot Anderson. And that's a misplaced pass from Anderson. Little mistakes like that. There's definitely tension in this England performance.
There absolutely is. Yeah, you can see it's not the start that England wanted. I mean, the tentativeness, in the nerves, you can see it's understandable getting into the knockout phases of the World Cup. But it's exactly the same game that we're watching now that's panning out, the same as the Ghana game, the same as the Panama game. There's a blueprint of how to play against England, and obviously with that 1-goal lead now, DR Congo, they've got something to hold on to, so it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, and Mpassi, who we're talking about, the goalkeeper, has not had a save to make yet as DR Congo come forward. Second goal for DR Congo would make it interesting. There's Masuaku playing it forward, and the goal scorer Sipanga cuts in field, and then a little square pass to the edge of the box. Wissa hit the shot, defenders were there, then it bounces to O'Reilly on the edge of the box. England struggling to get it away. Spence now is in danger of losing it to Sipanga, and the ball runs away in the end, and Spence just keeps it in. And panic stations for England on the edge of their own box. They still haven't been able to clear the danger. It's played back to Pickford. Pickford gets it away, and then Elliot Anderson on the stretch with a touch, but DR Congo are all over England. They can't get out of the defensive third, and it is now passed forward to Bellingham, and England now will come forward. Bellingham passing it behind Rice, but he won't get there. DR Congo will counter-attack, I'm sure. Oh, and then Bellingham in on the challenge. He's taken both ball and man, and the yellow card is out. The DR Congo player writhing on the ground, and Jude Bellingham is booked in the 19th minute. Another danger sign.
Yeah, that's a mess from England's point of view. That's a real mess. Jude Bellingham goes flying into the challenge, and it's a clear booking. There's no arguments about that. But the mess at the central defence of England there, it was more than apparent. I think DR Congo are pressing high, they're trying to win the ball, they're putting the pressure on England, and the nerves were so clear to see there. Nobody wanted to...
Mukau with it, pass into the penalty area. Wissa was in between Konsa and Gay. He went to ground in between them, but he knew the ball was beyond him and through beyond the far post for a goal kick. Well, Paul Robinson with us here, England World Cup goalkeeper. Played at the World Cup in the quarter-final 20 years ago today. The alarm bells, we can hear them.
It's just frustrating from my point of view watching England there. We all know that the game's changed, and we all know there is a way of playing out from the goalkeeper and having the build-up. But at times you need to put your foot through it. You know, if it's not working, the risk far outweighs the reward. You know, clear your lines and then move up the field. And England, for me, there took far too many chances.
England 0, DR Congo 1. Pickford, long pass, that's above Bellingham, beyond Bellingham, and out of play for the throw-in. And England are rattled, there's no question about it. Really rattled.
This wasn't in the script, was it?
It was not. I remember famous matches against African teams at the World Cup in the knockout stages, and this got a little bit of a feel of the Cameroon match from Italia 90 about it, which England in the end scraped through 3-2 to reach the semi-final. That's well played by Rashford, tackling back, but it's a foul actually, and that too was Mbuku who was ended up being fouled, and it's a free kick near the halfway line.
Doing extremely well, DR Congo, the way that they're playing, the way that they're closing England down, winning the ball back in good areas. And England at the moment are extremely frustrated. That's a challenge. Marcus Rashford running back towards his own goal. He almost tries to backheel it in the challenge on Wan-Bissaka.
Yeah, free kick then. And DR Congo 1-0 up, scoring in the 7th minute, and they are the better team. They look well drilled, they look organised, and they are. We did speak, didn't we, with Gabriel Zakuani before the match about them playing with freedom, and they're doing just that. Although there's a misplaced pass. Bellingham, he's overhit that from centre field, and he shows his frustration by just sort of flapping his hand into the air that he overhit that pass out for a throw.
I'm not enjoying the body language of the England players at the moment, and just saw a close-up of Jude Bellingham's face there after that terrible misplaced pass, which is very unlike him. And then we saw a shot of Marcus Rashford as well. The body language of England and their manager at the moment is not where we would like it.
This has got to improve big time. England are in a hole here, and the way they're playing, it's entirely possible that this could get worse for them. Already 1-0 down. We're almost at the mid-half break, and I think Thomas Tuchel desperately needs that, to have a regroup and a team talk. I know we've widely criticised, and it seems like no one likes it, the water breaks, the hydration breaks, but I think they're going to do England a favour here. Oh, and then Rashford miscontrols the ball, and it's out of play, and that is the water break. Listen to this reaction. The boos for the water break, but they could easily be boos for England's performance so far. Paul Robinson.
Been a very difficult start to the game for England. This is exactly what they wouldn't have wanted. The words from Thomas Tuchel will be, start on the front foot, let's go, we try and get an early goal, let's not them sit deep, play like Panama, play like Ghana, let's take the game to DR Congo, get a goal up, and then we go and win the game. But actually it's gone completely the opposite for Thomas Tuchel, and already England are looking for answers.
5 Live from the BBC, we're on BBC Sounds, the match is on BBC One. Just looking down from way up here, Thomas Tuchel, you know, there's no panic. His body language here is saying calmness. He's let the players gather, and now there are messages for the individual players, and you know, he's gone straight to Jude Bellingham. Bellingham is the first man that he spoke to there, and he's slapping his hand into, I think he's got a notepad in one hand, and he's gone across as well to speak to Marcus Rashford. Here's Harry Kane now, he's next on the list, and he continues to move around the England players there. So England 0, DR Congo 1. That is the shock scoreline if you've just switched on. Our Wimbledon coverage continues on Sports Extra 2. Yannick Sinner already through today, as you may have heard earlier. Russell Fuller is there with the latest.
And Coco Gauff has survived, John, and is into the third round. Solana Sierra of Argentina served for the match in the third set and led the 10-point tiebreak 7-4, but Gauff has just won the last 6 points of the match. Mira Andreeva, the French Open champion, has just taken the first set here on centre court against Barbora Krejcikova, the champion of 2 years ago, by 6 games to 4. And 19-year-old João Fonseca, the Roland Garros quarter-finalist, is one of those to join Yannick Sinner in the third round with a straight sets victory.
Thank you very much, Russell. Coverage continues, as I say, on Sports Extra, BBC Television. If this gets any worse for England, you might need something else to distract you during the course of the evening back home. Let's hear from Steph Houghton, former England captain, who's watching back in the UK in the 5 Live studio. Steph, bit of a horror show so far for England.
Yeah, it's been really disappointing, I think, from every player in terms of, from especially the goal. I think, can we do better in terms of closing the ball down as a back four? Can Jed Spence get round? Can Ezri Konsa not be so narrow? And I think from that moment on, we've just not had a grip with this game. And I think from England's perspective, going into this next part of the game, it's about just doing the simple things really, really well and really respecting Congo. And they've been really kind of positive in terms of when they've got the ball, they're starting to look forward, they're looking for the likes of Visser in the box, and we just haven't looked at the races, to be honest, John. And I think something has to definitely change. Hopefully this hydration break and that word from the Tuchel to the players is hopefully going to make a bit of a difference.
Thank you very much, Steph. We'll have more from Steph at half-time. The slightly incongruous in the stadium here under the closed roof during the water break. I presume they are the Atlanta Falcons cheerleaders who've been performing, but it feels like big stakes, real pressure, so important down on the pitch, and then you have a break and the cheerleaders are performing. Here's Konsa, long pass forward. Madueke gets it down inside the box. Oh, and then he's challenged, but I don't think that'll be a penalty. There might have been slight hands-on from Masuaku. Madueke went down, and the referee has immediately waved it away, and I doubt that will be brought back.
He's got to be strong in that situation, Madueke. It's a wonderful ball over the top from Konsa, and it's an excellent first touch from Madueke. He gets himself in a really good position, and he goes to the ground far, far too easily. He's got to be stronger. Masuaku, it wasn't a foul.
England 0, DR Congo 1. So let's see whether Thomas Tuchel's brief words there will have any effect as the ball is played out of play off Madueke for a throw-in to England, halfway inside their own half.
The referees are already on to the DR Congo players about the time. You see with the goal kick that they had prior to the hydration break and these throw-ins now, the referee's over there, he's got his hand up, he's counting from 5 down. He's really putting the pressure on them to keep the ball moving.
Do you remember 2 years ago in the first match of the knockout round, when England were 1-0 down deep in added time and Jude Bellingham came up with the overhead kick equaliser? That's good play from Spence. Oh, and then he's hacked down. He's hacked down. That could be a yellow card as well, as I suspect it will be. Yep, the yellow card is already in his hand. And Noah Siddiqui, the Sunderland midfielder, who does like a tackle, we know that from this season, the brilliant season that he has. So that is 1 yellow card apiece now.
Yeah, excellent from Jed Spence. That's what he did in the Croatia game when he came on as a substitute, and that's where he's best off employed going forward. Thomas Tuchel's obviously already said he's the quickest man in the team, and that's exactly what he is there. Gets past Noah Siddiqui, makes a lunge for the ball, but Spencer's already gone. Free kick in a good position for England.
Yeah, went crashing to the turf. But Jed Spence, who is again wearing that sort of face mask, that chin mask after he had his jaw fractured in that challenge from Liam Delap near the end of the season. Right, free kick for England. Rice on the right. In it comes, it's gone a long way, it's deflected, oh, just wide. Konsa may have got the touch, there were defenders in there too. Yeah, it's given as a goal kick, it must have come off Ezri Konsa, that was not far away.
It's a good delivery, we know about Declan Rice's delivery. Konsa, I don't think he was expecting it, I think he just catches him by surprise. Gets in around the back of Tuanzebe. No real attempt to even play the ball, it just kind of hits him and goes behind.
It hit him, came at him in a flash, and it was almost like watching a batsman get caught LBW. Here's Madueke now on the right, low ball into the penalty area, but the cross comes to Tuanzebe to clear it out of play. Slightly better from England. throw-in taken. It's got to be much, much better. The goal coming in the 7th minute. Brian Supanga with a flashing shot from an angle left side of the penalty area. Probably 12-13 yards out when he struck it. Jordan Pickford down to his right couldn't stop it. It was past him and in the net. First goal that England have conceded since the Croatia match. Here's Konza, now out to the right hand side. Spence drifts infield, still going in possession. He passes it back. Declan Rice behind him. Rice's ball curled in. Then the header from Bellingham. Good save from Mpassi. Good header from Bellingham. Got himself into position, headed it back across the goalkeeper, but he was able to dive to his left and get a good hand to it.
That's more like it from England, much more like it. Declan Rice gets himself in a really good position, and when you think there's going to be a little bit of intricacy, a little bit of passing, he looks up and he sees Jude Bellingham in the box, whips it into the box, and Mpassi makes a really good save. Good strong header from Bellingham, excellent ball from Rice.
And Paul Robinson, England have improved since the timeout that Thomas Tuchel had.
The wake-up call that was probably given to them.
Declan Rice now for England, out to the left-hand side, and they are stepping it up. Rashford, it's a packed penalty area that England are trying to find a way through. That's been an issue at this World Cup. 2 goals came in the second half against Panama, eventually from Bellingham and Kane, but that was a struggle against Ghana, and now 1-0 down here in the knockout rounds. Oh, Anderson, what a pass that is. Rashford brings it down. Oh, he couldn't control it and it ran away from him and through for a goal kick. Clever pass from Anderson.
That's what England need. They need decisive balls like that over the top, in behind the defence. I mean, it's almost like play and repeat, isn't it? What we're talking about, the last 2 games about England, they need to move the defence out of shape. They need to move the ball quickly. They need to get in behind. They've got all the possession. They've got the territorial advantage, but they have to pull this defence out of shape.
England 0, DR Congo 1. DR Congo, who had to come through the playoffs in Africa, as Harry Kane is blocked by Mbemba, but the ball was flying away over the top of their heads and all the way through to the goalkeeper, and referee's not interested in that.
No, he knew what he was doing there, Harry Kane. I think he realised that the ball was completely out of his reach and he ran straight into the central defender trying to win the free kick.
Yes, DR Congo coming through the African playoffs, and they won a penalty shootout there, incidentally, against Nigeria. Also won a penalty shootout in the last but one Africa Cup of Nations against Egypt to knock them out.
And do you know who scored the winner?
In
the goalkeeper in the AFCON.
Yes,
he
that's
took
right.
the last penalty
2 years ago. Absolutely right. In an 8-7 penalty shootout. So beware penalty shootouts against DR Congo. Although 1-0 down in this match, the way it's gone, England might take that. It comes back to the halfway line from Mukab, then out to the left to Sipanga, the goal scorer in his green boots, running against Spence into the penalty area now. Madueke's he's beaten them, and the cross deep to the back post doesn't reach Wissa, just came off an England head. I thought for a moment that it was going to drop to Wissa, who was in space, and England again stretched and struggling. Brilliant play from Sipanga. He scored the goal. Here he is again with his hair bobbing, shoots across goal, and that is mishit by him, and it flies away to Jordan Pickford's left, and it's a goal kick, and still only 1-0.
England's defensive frailties are far too much on show. I mean, this DR Congo side, we know that they're going to sit in, we know they're going to be resilient, but actually when they do go forward, they can cause England a problem. The warning signs are there for England.
And it feels like the hands of the clock are absolutely spinning around here. Goal scored in the 7th minute, we're already in the 33rd, and half-time approaching.
Can you stop being so pessimistic, please? I'd like to go to Mexico.
Can't help it, Paul. As Roy Walker said, say what you see.
Absolutely.
The ball is out of play for a throw-in on the left-hand side, taken by England. Back to Rice. Rice with a little touch to Elliot Anderson. And the way that Mexico played last night, well, if they play like that, whoever their opponents are at the weekend, then they'll be tough opponents in the Aztec Stadium. But England are a long way from that right now. 1-0 down here. 4 years ago, first knockout round was against Senegal, and England won that well. This, nothing like that. Madueke on the right. Madueke with a cross, but that's headed away by Tuanzebe. Anderson nods it back towards the edge of the area. That was a foul by O'Reilly, just as the ball was falling to Rice. And it is a free kick for the foul on Mbuku, and a free kick to DR Congo, halfway inside their own half. Those DR Congo fans, and it's right, Paul, isn't it? The group together I mean, I'm not sure if there are 100 of them.
Well, I think you could get on a bus, in all honesty. There's not that many of them at all, is there? It's very much England in here.
And of course we know that there are travel difficulties. That's why there are so few here, because of the situation in their home country. So therefore it's very likely that those DR Congo fans are US based, US residents. DR Congo taking the ball, the free kick out from the back, but it's come off Madueke, and it's a throw-in level with the edge of their own penalty area that Masuaku is going to take. Masuaku with a throw. Anderson jumping for it, and then out it goes on the halfway line again for what is a throw-in to England. Just over 10 minutes to play in this amazing location. We're right in the heart of Atlanta, the capital of Georgia, the Peach State. Well, things not peachy for England right now. We're close actually to the Centennial Olympic Park, which is a fan festival, the Olympic Park from 1996. So England come again. Rashford with a cross. Ball to the edge of the area. Kane gets it down. Kane with a chance, but a super tackle from Tuanzebe just as he was winding himself up, the England captain. Madueke beats a defender. Still Madueke. Across it comes. There's the shot from Rashford. It's blocked on the line and scrambled away. Rashford from the angle, but there were two defenders on the line. And that's the closest England have come. There they opened up DR Congo.
That's a wonderful block on the line from Wan-Bissaka, it really is. Good play from England, attempt at the far post, defending for all that they were. That's what we need to see from England. Good opportunity there, but an excellent block on the line from Wan-Bissaka. Good play from England, quick, decisive build-up, which we want to see more of.
Yep, and this too, Madueke drifts round his man, gives it to Spence. Spence's cross comes off the defender, loops into the area, and Passy comes for it, punches it away, and he's punched it to Madueke. Madueke trying to find a position, but shoots straight into Mutu Sami, who's in front of him, and the ball ricochets all the way towards the halfway line, where Pickford, with no one there in a blue shirt, is able to come forward and pass it forward, and England go down the right again, and then it's played forward to Bellingham, who's in the box, but Tuanzebe, excellent from him. Just steps across, takes the ball away from Bellingham, and coolly plays it away to the halfway line where England can start again.
It's almost got the feel of added time, and a team that are really pressing to try and win the game. You know, England are dominating possession, they've got the freedom, you know, in the opposition's half, and they're really controlling the game, looking for that goal to get back in the game.
O'Reilly down the left, and that's a foul as Rashford arrives onto it. Just a little foul by O'Reilly as he lost possession. And it's a free kick to DR Congo.
Just getting a replay on our screens of that tackle from Tuanzebe in front of Harry Kane. It's almost a goal-saving challenge, and Wan-Bissaka on the line as well. Marcus Rashford, he makes decent contact with it with his right foot on the half volley. Kind of bounces into Wan-Bissaka, closes his knees together and bounces it away off the line. A good goal-saving block.
That the voice of Paul Robinson, 5 Live from the BBC. Commentary on all of the remaining matches at this World Cup. You'll find it with us. You can listen to our commentaries on the BBC Sounds app, look for 5 Live there, or you can ask your smart speaker if you've got one, play 5 Live, and search Football Daily every day for all of the reaction. DR Congo coming forward. Here is the man who scored the shock goal, Sipanga, with his hair tied up in a knot at the back of his head, and he is I mean, what a half he has had. Every time the ball has come to him. He plays in the second division in Spain for Almeria. And here he is now. A wow at the World Cup. Wissa, who is offside. And it's a free kick, and England take it quickly and get the ball moving. Rashford speeding up the left wing. Kane's in the middle, Bellingham's there as well. Still Rashford going. And then as he plays it, the contact came in, and a free kick is given. After Wan-Bissaka, I think he would have been away. His former clubmate at Manchester United just caught him, down Rashford went. Free kick in a good position on the left wing this time.
Decisive from Marcus Rashford this time, running at the defence, trying to get around the fullback, and in a good position. He realised that there was no one in and around him in an England shirt, so he thought he would have to change things himself, and he did, and he went directly past the fullback and wins England a free kick.
Free kick on the left. I thought that could easily have been a yellow card, you know, couldn't it?
He was in the situation he was, yeah, he was one-on-one.
He actually pulled his arm back. So it's a free kick. Free kick, Declan Rice in position, just have to get to my feet to see. There's a cameraman just in the wrong place down there. Rice with the free kick. In it comes out, a poor one. Oh, but it's only half cleared. And then O'Reilly jumps for it. And then it is scrambled away. And England back with it. The referee's got his whistle in his mouth.
They want a penalty. They're adamant it's a penalty. Thomas Tuchel down on the touchline beneath us as well.
Harry Kane is talking to the referee, and I can see him speaking to the video assistant referee. Bellingham plays it out to the right-hand side. That's controlled by Madueke. Madueke into the box, shot, that's blocked, and it runs away, and DR Congo will bring it away. They've had a look at it. It would appear as a ball is played for Wissa to chase. Out towards the left flank. White shirts getting back for England. Wissa then with the cross. O'Reilly stretches, heads it away. Now Wan-Bissaka arrives onto it. Wan-Bissaka. Mbuku now on the right wing. Mbuku's cross. Oh, that's headed up and away by Konza. That wasn't convincing either. Gay and Konza going for the same ball. Back to Mbuku once more. Mbuku, little trick from him. Then the cross comes off O'Reilly, bounces behind for a goal kick. And now the England players are looking to the referee again and are saying, what about what happened at the other end? Could that have been a penalty?
He's waved it away very quickly, the referee. That's the first stoppage in play that we've had. And immediately he gestures, crossing his arms, saying that there's nothing doing. Nico O'Reilly just gets up in front of the defender. He does catch the outside of his arm. I think if it's against you, you'd be very frustrated if that was given.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question of intent there. But it hit an arm. Here's the corner for DR Congo. They're first. Headed away for England to the edge of the area. Madueke gets it further away. 5 minutes of the first time half left. That's all. England 0. DR Congo 1. Now across from Sipanga from the right-hand side after he took the corner. That's headed away for England. And the ball just rolling up towards the halfway line where DR Congo are back in possession. Well, this will be creating waves around the World Cup. England 1-0 down, and now Mbuku again. He loves the trick. They are extremely sprightly, those two, the wide players. Rice playing it back to Pickford. Pickford gets underneath this left-footed clearance. Bellingham chests it down, but Mutasami is in on the challenge. Then Bellingham's hauled over. Bellingham's got to be careful here, conscious of the fact that he's on a yellow card. And Mukau concedes a free kick, and England take it quickly. Half-time approaching. England after a terrible first quarter of the match. Here's a ball for Spence to chase. Spence tried to cut it back, came off the defender, and then back onto Spence before it rolled over the white line. So it's a goal kick to DR Congo.
The understanding between Spence and Madueke is growing in this game. That's something that England need to use. The wide areas, they look so much better when they're getting in these wide areas. Jed Spence overlapping Madueke in and around, and I think Rashford on this left-hand side. When they make the pitch big, as we like to say, that's when they look at their best. England
0, DR Congo 1. If you've just switched on, you've just finished work back home, England are losing this knockout tie, and we're almost at half-time, and DR Congo have continued to cause problems. Now Wan-Bissaka with his ball. Wissa! Oh, he's hit the post! Arriving in the middle with Konza, less than 6 yards out, and his shot flicked the outside of the post and wide, and England were that close from going 2-0 down.
That would have been a disaster. That really would have been a disaster for England, and how he's missed that, Wissa, only he will know. It's a super run down the right-hand side from Wan-Bissaka. Excellent ball to the near post. He gets goal side of Ezri Konza. Wissa takes it on the inside of his right foot, bounces it into the floor and hits Jordan Pickford's near post. They need to liven up England, and quickly.
Long one for Kane. Kane to chase. Oh, goalkeeper comes out. Down goes Kane, and the referee says no penalty.
Surely.
Well, from up here, that looked like a nailed-on penalty.
Surely they've got to look at that.
Goalkeeper and passer came out. Kane got away from the defender, and as the goalkeeper slid out, the referee's adamant here, although VAR will talk to him, and actually DR Congo players are saying that should be a yellow card for Kane for diving. And you're just seeing it again, Paul. That was a poor angle we've just been shown. Kane gets a touch, and the goalkeeper
It's a penalty.
It's a penalty.
It's got to be a penalty. It's Harry Kane. He's very clever. He's very experienced. What he does is he puts his 2 feet together and he goes into the goalkeeper. And as a goalkeeper, when you've committed to that length, there's nothing you can do. And when a striker does that and goes into you, the contact. Harry Kane initiates the contact, but he cannot not give a penalty. That is a penalty for England. Harry Kane buys it, he initiates the contact, but they can't deny there's contact there.
I'm not sure if the VAR check... No. Here we go.
It has to be.
VAR now are saying to the referee they are checking. So that is on the screens. The referee is saying, check over.
Wow.
No penalty.
They've got that wrong. They've got that so wrong.
England 0, DR Congo 1.
And that's not just me being patriotic, by the way. That's a penalty. Harry Kane does initiate the contact. He's very, very clever. He knows exactly what the goalkeeper's done. He puts his ankles together and goes over. But the contact is there. They cannot not give a penalty.
Well, England, Harry Kane, he's walking past the referee now. I'm sure they're talking to one another. There's now a sense of injustice. Spence with the ball on the halfway line. That, a huge talking point from the first half. And again, I mentioned that Cameroon match. Memories of Lineker against Cameroon. Rice into the box now on the left-hand side. Then plays it back to Rashford. Rashford trying to find a position. Defenders in front of him. And then it just runs away from him. Excellently defended, actually. And then the clearance back to Ezri Konsa for England. First 45 minutes are almost up. Just see what the fourth official's doing. Madueke, though, still going down the right, but his ball back is easily cleared away and then deflected out of play by Anderson for a throw-in to DR Congo, level with the edge of their own penalty area. 6 minutes of added time to be played, and we're just seeing another replay of that challenge. And I think it was Chancel Mbemba who was brandishing the imaginary yellow card, claiming that Kane dived.
But if they've not given the penalty, then book him for diving. But it wasn't. They can't book him for diving because it wasn't a dive. He initiated it, he was very clever, he created it, but the contact was there.
England 0, DR Congo 1. And the referee feeling that Kane dived. Simulation made more of the goalkeeper's challenge on him than it warranted. And the video assistant referee has backed up that decision, and DR Congo's 1-0 lead remains.
I think the video referee has backed out of that decision, John. I think he's kept himself well out of it.
Rashford for O'Reilly. This is on the England left flank. The Manchester City youngster crosses it into the first defender, and it bounces away and out of play for a throw-in off Sadiki. Declan Rice, Arsenal's player of the year after their title-winning season. Konsa now, out to the right-hand side. In comes the cross, and the head, oh, that's a good save! Bellingham arriving on the edge of the 6-yard box, a flying header. Goalkeeper kept it out, then the cross from the left-hand side by Rashford, too close to the goalkeeper. What a save from Mpassi that was, from the Bellingham header.
It's a brilliant save. It's an absolutely superb save, it really is. There's nothing more that Jude Bellingham could do. It's a glancing header across the goalkeeper, down to his right-hand side. Pure reaction, reflexes. You train every day as a goalkeeper, making those type of saves. All the shots that you face, you very rarely get to pull those off in a game. That was pure instinct.
DR Congo come again. England have got to be sharp, but Spence was. He used that pace that Thomas Tuchel's talked about, and that was a brilliant recovery to put in the challenge and snuff out that particular danger. I'm not sure there's been many better saves at this World Cup than the one that we've just seen from Mpassi. From the Bellingham header, he was 6 yards out. It was almost point-blank range. Diving header. Bellingham now plays it forward to Rashford. I mean, whatever we think about this match and England's performance, this has turned into a thrilling match. This is going back to the Croatia game. Bellingham loses out on the edge of the penalty area, and DR Congo bring it forward. And now it is Mukau, plays it across to Wissa, and the Newcastle United man, missed so much of this season through the knee injury, gives it to Sipanga. Sipanga again into the box. It bounced off Spence, but Konsa was there to clear it away. 6 minutes of added time, by the way, at the end of this first half. The England fans buying into this now, after the penalty that wasn't and the Bellingham header that was saved. England need something. If they can get it before half-time, then all the better. Kane to Madueke, then back to Harry Kane. 70-goal Harry Kane this season for club and country. Challenge comes in on him. from Siddiqui. Now Madueke again with the ball stationary, but he plays it around one side of the defender, and that was easily defended, the two of them together. And DR Congo playing triangles down in their left back position. It's out of play, that is given as a throw-in to DR Congo, and we've had almost 4 minutes of the 6 of added time at the end of this first period that has been certainly eventful.
In that space there, that's where Madueke needs the understanding of Jed Spence. He's far too far away from him. He's got two defenders in and around him. He's got no way out. There's no obvious pass on him. That's where he needs his fullback to join in the attack.
So DR Congo continue to play the ball out from the back. And there's no question it's improved from England, but let's not forget they could easily have been 2-0 down with the shot from Wissa that hit the post. DR Congo come again. Ball being carried towards the edge of the box by Siddiqui. Sipanga with a cross. Jed Spence was able to block that, and actually the offside flag was up against Sipanga, and it's a free kick to England with just over a minute of the first 45 to play. Paul Robinson.
Certainly an avenue that they're looking to exploit. DR Congo down England's right hand side with Jed Spence. Spoke about him there not joining in with Madueke higher up the field, but when he does step back, there's too much of a gap between him and Madueke, and there's no doubling up on opponents.
Yes, if you just switched on the goal, the Sipanga goal, that came from England's right back area. Here's Bellingham tracking the ball across the field, passes it slightly astray of O'Reilly, but Rashford, then back to Rice, now to Bellingham again. Bellingham, DR Congo players all around him. Bellingham's able to curl a pass high out towards Madueke, who gets it down, then crosses it towards the back post. That is half-headed away by Wan-Bissaka. And now Bellingham is there again. Bellingham, oh, that's a heavy touch. It's taken it all the way behind. In fact, off the defender, it's a corner. It's come off Mbuku, and it's a corner, and Jude Bellingham says to the England fans behind that goal, that's where they are most tightly packed in terms of the white shirts and the flags. Come on, make some noise. And a corner in added time at the end of the first period. And if England are able to find a goal here from a set piece again at this World Cup and get in level, well, they'd absolutely take that after a traumatic first half. Rice waiting to take this. Still waiting. Here it comes. Over towards the back. Kane with a shot! He's kept it out again, the goalkeeper! Saved it with his legs. The shot bang on target. How Kane had space like that at the far post, goodness only knows. But the goalkeeper perfectly positioned, and he's caught it, well, he's actually caught it in between his legs. So you know what that means. He said, I need a breather here. And in fact, the half-time whistle goes, and another super save. Well, he's kept it out with all parts of his body. And Passy in the first half, some super saves. That final one there to keep out Kane. And that means DR Congo are winning against England at half-time in this round of 32 match. And they are facing an inglorious exit here in Atlanta. And the players, Harry Kane and Mark Gay, have gone across to the referee and are asking, surely, the question about why that penalty was not awarded to England for the goalkeeper's challenge on the England captain, Paul Robinson.
And if England are to lose this game, that will be a question that's asked for a long time, because for me it was an absolute stonewall penalty. Said at the time, Harry Kane initiated the contact, but the contact is there. He's very clever, he's very experienced, and he goes into the goalkeeper, and the contact is there. The goalkeeper's committed, and Passey's been excellent there. In that last corner incident there, it was a lovely ball from Declan Rice. Harry Kane finds himself completely free at the far post. I think he initially was going to go and head it, but then he realised the time and the space that he had, took it on the volley. Unfortunately for him, it was straight at Mpassy. They've had a number of chances, England, in this first half. They just need to try and break the deadlock in the second. Frustration is a word, but they can't allow that to kick in for a long period of time. They've been good in spells, but defensively, they've also looked very susceptible.
Yeah, 1-0 at half-time, an awful first quarter of the match for England. They were rattled, really rattled by the Sipanga goal in the 7th minute. Eventually settled, could though have gone 2-0 down, the Wissa shot that hit the post, but then a string of saves from the DR Congo goalkeeper Lionel Mpassy means at half-time the big shock is on here in Atlanta. It's England 0, DR Congo 1.
John Murray and Paul Robinson bringing you commentary from Atlanta. We're also joined by former England captain Steph Houghton. So Paul Robinson definitely thinks it's a penalty. Alan Shearer on BBC television, definite penalty. Steph, what do you think?
Yeah, definite penalty, Kelly. I think even though Kane's initiated the contact, where else is he supposed to go when Mpassi's coming out that quick? So I'm so shocked that the VAR didn't overturn the referee's decision, if I'm being honest.
The only thing I would say, and John Murray is here as well. John, I know that over the course of the games that you've been watching, we haven't seen this necessarily in a penalty situation or in anything that's as high jeopardy as this situation. But a lot of these type of fouls outfield have not been given across this World Cup. The players, when they are initiating the contact, have not been getting the fouls. Does it feel like it's a directive for this World Cup?
Yeah, it does. I would agree with that. And also, similarly, I think they are loath to go to the VAR decision to overturn unless it's absolutely necessary. And they've stuck with how the referees called that on the pitch, but it's certainly a controversial one.
It is a controversial decision. England could have had a penalty. Equally, they could have been 2-0 down because Johan Wissa hit the post at the other end in that game. But Steph, the change from the ad/hydration break in that game, from England's performance to the performance after that hydration break, all their shots and touches in the opponent's box have come since that break. It felt as though the pause in play really disturbed Congo's momentum and allowed England to put their game plan into play.
Yeah, there's been so much talk about this hydration break, and I think if it was the other way around and England were on top and now Congo getting momentum, we'd be having something to say about the hydration break. But Kelly, I just think it took us a while to work out Congo's formation in that first 22-minute period, and since coming together, speaking to the manager, England look so much more on the front foot, and that's what we really expected from this team in the first 20 minutes. And I think we looked nervous. I think we looked a little bit indecisive in that first 20 minutes. And give credit to Congo where it's due in terms of what they did, how they created that goal was... Yeah, I think from England there's so much we can work on from a defensive point of view, but Congo really made England work hard, and England just couldn't deal with the wide threats, and that's been the story of the whole first 25 minutes especially.
Absolutely, Paul. Look, there have been huge improvements for England since the break, since Thomas Tuchel got to regroup his players and put that message to him, and we'll hear from his assistant Anthony Barry shortly as well on what exactly the message will be at half-time to those England players at 1-0 down. But defensively, every time Congo go forward, England look vulnerable.
Yeah, and no disrespect to our opponents that were playing today, and also Panama and Ghana as well. There was times where England got pressed and they did look vulnerable at the back, specifically in the right-back area, where with Jed Spence pushing on at times and leaving holes. The understanding, the communication doesn't seem to be there. Jordan Pickford's extremely frustrated, coming out and remonstrating on numerous times, both with Declan Rice and with his back four. The organisation just doesn't seem to be there. And if we were playing against a higher calibre of opponent, I mean, you saw the way that France played yesterday. If we were playing France today, we would be in trouble.
England are looking vulnerable, as Stefan, and you said that as well, as much as they look all right going forward and have looked much improved going forward, there's nothing really defensively that seems to be going England's way. But having said that, is there enough going forward to feel that this game is still within their hands in the second half?
Yeah, but we have to be careful, Kelly. I think that's what happens in these games when you're 1-0 down. You've got to take a risk, and I feel as though we've took a risk, especially in the last 15-20 minutes, in terms of getting more bodies forward, put a lot more crosses in the box. Yeah, the keeper's having an absolute worldie, but one of them shots will go in. But I think ultimately this has been England's problem a little bit over this tournament, is that when we lose balls in crucial areas, we aren't able to cope with the counter-attack, and we know that this team has quality players up front. I think Wissa hit the post just because of our lack of poor defending, and that's something that we need to really improve on. But like we said, we have to take confidence in the fact that Kane's got a few more shots, he's had a few chances, Bellingham's had 2 headers which have been really well saved, and our wingers are starting to get into the game, so we've got a lot more positives to kind of go at from this last 15-20 minutes.
Yeah, as much as Congo could be 2-0 up with Johan Wissa hitting the post for them at 1-0 up. England have had chances, as you say, through Harry Kane. England could, and you guys believe should, have had a penalty in that first half, and there have been opportunities. Mpassy in the Congo goal has put in a really good performance. We'll maybe get a chance to talk to Paul Robinson a little bit about that before we head to the second half. Commentary of that coming up with Paul Robinson and John Murray. Steph Houghton is staying with us throughout the evening. Elsewhere, Vitor Pereira is poised to leave Nottingham Forest, and the club are ready to appoint former Crystal Palace boss Oliver Glasner as his successor. Chelsea have signed Italian right-back Marco Palestra from Atalanta. It's a deal worth around £47 million. And Brighton have agreed a club record £46 million deal with Tottenham Hotspur for Croatia defender Luka Vuskovic. And on Sports Extra right now, you can listen to England against India in the first T20. Stefan Schemmelt can update us.
Yeah, we're in the sixth over of India's innings. They're 55 for 2. No 15-year-old Vaibhav Suryavanshi opening the batting. India are a tough team to get into. And Abhishek Sharma, he's 44 off 16 deliveries. England took 2 wickets in the second over. Sanju Samson brilliantly caught by Tom Banton off Saqib Mahmood. And around about the same time Harry Kane was or wasn't diving, Ishan Kishan was diving to make his ground and didn't make it. He was run out. India 55 for 2 in the sixth over.
And on Sports Extra 2, you can listen to our coverage of Wimbledon. On centre court for us, Russell Fuller.
And the 2024 champion Barbora Krejcikova, who's threatening to take the French Open champion Mira Andreeva to a deciding set, leading the second set 5-3. Fourth seed Jessica Pegula has won the first set on a tiebreak against Sara Sorribes Tormo. And the Grand Slam champions winning today, Yannick Sinner, Daniel Medvedev, Naomi Osaka and Arina Sabalenka, as well as Coco Gauff, although Solana Sierra served for the match and had a healthy lead in the third set tiebreak they played. And Dan Evans' career has come to an end. He and Henry Searle were beaten in the first round of the doubles. Evans wasn't given a singles wildcard and has said in his final news conference that he still hasn't been given a decent reason why.
Russell, thank you very much for that. We'll bring you updates with all the live sport that's happening this evening. And of course, second half commentary coming up of England against DR Congo in the last 32 of the World Cup, with England trailing by 1-0 at half time. We'll hear from the assistant coach Anthony Barry after the BBC News with Alison Hughes.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The voice of the UK and the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Thanks, Kelly. 2 Hampshire police officers are being investigated for potential gross misconduct over the arrest and handcuffing of Henry Novak, the student who was fatally stabbed in Southampton last year. While on the ground, he told officers he'd been stabbed and couldn't breathe, but his pleas were dismissed. His killer, Vikram Digwa, was later jailed for life with a minimum term of 21 years. Here's our special correspondent, Lucy Manning.
It relates to their failure to recognise that Henry needed urgent medical attention, not immediately acting when he said he couldn't breathe and had been stabbed, and the decision to arrest and handcuff him rather than provide immediate medical care. They're also looking at whether one of the officers may have breached the standards relating to respect and courtesy.
The Met Office says last month was the warmest June on record in England and the second warmest for the UK as a whole. The provisional figures show an average temperature of 17.1 Celsius, nearly 3 degrees above the long-term average. The Met Office says it brings home the implications of climate change. Dr. Chloe Brimacombe is a climate scientist at the University of Oxford.
Solutions need to look at health and well-being and other impacts as well, like water consumption, energy consumption. So what people are calling for now is heat protection policy in the workplace. This should be developed like the health and safety policy was developed, with employers, with employees and with UK government, and extend that legislation.
The government says teachers in England will get a 3.5% pay rise from September, with a 3% extra increase in 2027. Ministers say there'll be £1.8 billion in additional funding, but schools will have to fund the first 1% of the increase. Around 150 TG Jones stores, formerly WH Smith, are facing closure after the High Court approved a plan to restructure the business. It puts hundreds of jobs at risk. And Donald Trump has rejected claims that he's profiting from the presidency after mandatory financial disclosures showed he made more than $1 billion from cryptocurrency last year. He claimed everyone was making more money thanks to his policies. Orna has the travel now.
Thank you, Alison. So we'll start with Greater Manchester, the M60, and there are long delays clockwise. It's heading towards the Swinton interchange with the queues start from around junction 7 at Stretford. It's all because of an obstruction which is near junction 15, joining the M61. And North Yorkshire queues on the A19. It's blocked. It's blocked south of Thirsk near Low Lane. The A1M in Cambridgeshire, junction 15 at Sawtry, has 2 lanes closed to deal with an accident northbound. And in Northamptonshire, the Nan Valley Way, the A45, there was an accident. It's been moved off the road, but heading away from the A428 at Barnes Meadow interchange, you'll find queues there. The M4 at Neath Talbot and westbound at 38 Margam, repairs and 1 lane closed. The M4 at junction 89 Maidenhead at the roundabout of the A404. Westbound, there was an overturned vehicle. The queues are still there, backing up to 7 at Slough West. A13 queues eastbound, and that's heading towards London. Lodge Avenue flyover, it's taking about half an hour. And on the West Coast Main Line, a vehicle hit a bridge. Delays of 45 minutes between Carlisle and Lockerbie. There's no service. Orna Merchant, 5 Live Travel.
Throughout the World Cup, 5 Live Breakfast is coming to you live from the USA.
Obviously, we are going to win the World Cup.
That's exactly the attitude I'm looking for. That is obvious.
Mexico is the best team in the world.
The atmosphere is really building. From the downtown area, you can see the fan zone and the stadium.
Everything is now condensed into 90, 120 or into the penalty shootout.
I think we all feel that there's far more to come from this England team.
5 Live Breakfast.
Ask your smart speaker.
Play BBC Radio 5 Live.
This is 5 Live Sport.
At the FIFA World Cup 2026.
With Kelly Cates.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Sapega with a shot! It's in!
Mbemba les Anglais! Et l'ouverture du score pour la République démocratique du Congo! Brian Tipenga qui était là!
Just what England feared!
Incroyable!
That was goal commentary from our own John Murray and from RFI Afrique, which is a French language African football station that you can listen to. So that is the goal that separates DR Congo and England at half time. It's England 0, DR Congo 1. Second half commentary coming up. But what is the message to the England players at half time? The England assistant Anthony Barry's with Kelly Summers.
Well, Anthony, as it stands, England are heading out of the World Cup. How do you turn this around?
We still have 45 minutes to play. Obviously, to concede an early goal to a team that plays in this style of football, it's never a good thing. It can normally carry you into a state of shock. But actually, I think it's something that's released our guys. It's took the handbrake off. From there, we've played a high-level game. We've created many, many, many chances. Maybe the goalkeeper, the man of the match so far. And of course, for us now, it's absolutely not a time to panic. We have 45 minutes left to play. We've had a lot of chances in the first half, and it's just about continuing to play in our way, in our rhythm. Not a time to play gun-go football, just to continue to attack, keep the back door shut, and we'll come back into the game.
Anthony Barry still confident in those England players to turn this result around. England have never won from a losing position at half-time in the World Cup. There was a penalty shout in the first half that you will have heard about. England thought they should have had a penalty. Wayne Rooney says that yes, there's contact, but he thinks it's probably the right decision not to award it because he thinks that Kane stubs his toe into the ground and looks like he dives into them. Darren Cann, former Premier League assistant referee, says in live play it looks a penalty. There's a small touch on the keeper. Had the ref given it, the VAR would not have intervened. And Joe Hart on that first half England performance says you can feel the tension building. We've all been there at a tournament. England not playing well, people a little bit out position, playing within themselves. And yet, Steph Houghton, there's a lot to give England confidence, particularly in their forward play in this match.
Yeah, and I think, Kelly, if we get that right, we'll give ourselves a chance of getting into this next round. I think defensively there's so much we can improve on, but in terms of quality in the final third, we have that in abundance. And of course, Tuchel spoke a lot about the squad that we have. We've got options to come off the bench as well, and that's what's been used well over this tournament so far. So fingers crossed, if we start at the intensity we finished that first half with, we'll have a lot more chances that we've seen towards the end of that first half.
Jude Bellingham currently having a long and relatively calm conversation with the referee ahead of the second half in this game. Steph Houghton is with us throughout the evening, but taking you through the second half with the scoreline at England 0, DR Congo 1. It's Paul Robinson and John Murray.
Yes, welcome back inside the stadium here in Atlanta. And that conversation between Bellingham and the referee ended with them both patting one another on the back. Second half about to begin. The goal scorer Sipenga is going to kick off. The teams are Pickford in goal, Spence, Konza, Gay and O'Reilly, the England back four. So Spence out right back, Anderson with Bellingham and Rice, Madueke, Rashford and Kane. There is the countdown. DR Congo kicking off the second period, leading by 1-0. And the DR Congo team, as the ball's taken down by Gay on the edge of his own penalty area and cleared by O'Reilly. Mpasi, the goalkeeper, who had an amazing first half, the latter part of it, with the saves that he made. A back four of Wan-Bissaka, a block off the line from him. Tuanzebe, who's been excellent, the Burnley defender, former Ipswich and Manchester United man. Chancellor Mbemba, the captain. Masuaku at left back. Then Mutusami, Sadiki and Mukau in midfield. And Buko on the right, goal scorer Sipenga on the left. And Yohan Wissa, who hit the post with a chance that would have made it 2-0 during the course of the first period. So, play back underway. And here comes Wan-Bissaka, gives it to Mbuko on the right. DR Congo again looking for that second goal. Wan-Bissaka angles it back, but couldn't find anyone in a blue shirt. For DR Congo in England are able to win it away, and Kane goes down rather easily under a challenge from Mutusami. But he wins the free kick this time, gets the free kick for that one. Didn't get the penalty in the first half when he went down then. Paul Robinson.
He's had some big half-time team talks, Thomas Tuchel, in this World Cup, and none more so bigger than today. I think the message will be exactly the same as what we did towards the end of the first half, but just a little bit quicker, a little bit more precise, and carrying attacking threat in that final third. As we say, they've tested the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper's been excellent towards the end of that first half. Frustration can't come into this, but they need a goal quickly.
Here's Madueke getting the ball down for England, but the challenge comes in on him from Masuaku and it's out of play. If you're listening on 5 Live at half-time, you might have heard the trail when Chris Sutton during it says there's far more to come from this England team. Well, it's got to come now, otherwise they're going to be out of the World Cup. Rice playing it out to the left, just curls it to Rashford. Then back in field towards Mark Gay. England in the all-white kit, playing from left to right as we look from high up here on Thomas Tuchel's side of the ground. Madueke with a cross. That one's headed away by Tuanzebe. Comes out, Sipenga controlling it, but it's back into the DR Congo penalty area, and then taken down by Masuaku. Anderson's all over him. England have won it back. Anderson into the box. Bellingham trying to get there, but it's shepherded behind by Tuanzebe, and it is a goal kick. And that's what England need to do. Be all over DR Congo.
This isn't the game that they wanted. It really isn't. I mean, we've seen them against Ghana and Panama struggling to break down a team. And for a team like DR Congo to go up so early, 1-0 up early in this game, the game plan will be exactly that, to sit in, to frustrate, to make it hard for England, to break the game up, to take their time, and just make it genuinely difficult for England.
England 0, DR Congo 1. Time already ticking away in the second period. The winners of this to go to Mexico City to play the co-hosts, Mexico, in their stronghold. England win it back after the goal kick. Declan Rice now. Rice is able to find O'Reilly. If you're in your car, this match is on BBC One. So just down from us, Guy Mowbray and Alan Shearer with the commentary. But you can choose to listen to our commentary with the BBC pictures via the red button and the iPlayer, should you wish to do that. Here's O'Reilly for England as they attack down the left. And out it goes off Mukau for a corner to England, this time from the left-hand side, their first of the second half.
I think the fullbacks have got to be more prominent in this second half for England. They've got to overload. They've not got too much defensive responsibility. DR Congo aren't posing much of a threat when they go forward, but for O'Reilly and Spence, they've got to get around Madueke and Rashford and create that extra body in an attacking sense.
Rice waits to take this, but referee just talking to O'Reilly. I don't know if there's a little bit of blood on his face, perhaps. Anyway, he's wiped it off. We're ready for the England corner. 3-4 England players grouped near the penalty spot. 2 more in the 6-yard area. Rice curls it in now to the back post, where it is headed behind. Arriving there for England. Coming in at the back post, Bellingham, but defender just got his head to it. Masuaku to steer it behind, so it's another corner, this one from the right-hand side.
It's a corner routine that they use very, very often, and we've seen it a number of times in the games that they've played. It's to that far post area, but it's actually the personnel that changes, whether it's Kane that pops up there, whether it's Bellingham that pops up there. That's where Kane's opportunities came at the end of the first half.
That's Paul Robinson, former England goalkeeper, former England World Cup goalkeeper. Rice with this corner, their players have gone down in the box and the whistle's already gone, even before the ball arrived in the box. The defender down, Harry Kane is asking questions of the referee again, and the referee is sending away, well, it's the two captains, Mbemba, the former Newcastle man, and he's saying the corner's going to be taken again, Paul.
Yeah, it was coming together in the middle of the 6-yard box, and I think the referee's taken the opportunity to say that he blew the whistle before the ball was kicked.
Not sure about that.
No, neither am I. It looked like a clear push from Harry Kane.
1-0 DR Congo. Rice waits again. If ever England needed the delivery. Oh no, to the near post where it was easily cleared away by Siddiqui. And now DR Congo look to clear counter-attack, but Rice has won it back. He intercepted the pass that was directed to Mutu Sami. Owen Spence now sliding into the challenge. He might have been caught. The referee's playing the advantage. Rice then comes back. He puts a challenge in on Mbuka, and then the ball from centre field was way beyond anyone in a blue shirt. Pickford passes it forward. Jed Spence is still down. England supporters urging their team on. Rashford into the box, beats his man. Rashford, side netting. Outside of the goal. Even though you heard the cheer, I think some people in the stadium thought that was in the net. It was the outside netting, and it's a goal kick. A goal kick to DR Congo.
Excellent from Marcus Rashford. That's exactly why he's been brought into the team on that left-hand side. Uses his pace and his power, gets around the outside of the defender. Very direct play from England this time. And as you say, there's a number of people sat on the same side of the stadium that we are. They thought that was Russell in the back of the net instead of the side netting that it did. But good from Marcus Rashford.
I watched Thomas Tuchel as soon as he left the tunnel and walked along the side of the pitch back to his dugout at the start of the second period. Very much a man on his own. Thomas Tuchel, the man who was employed to win England the World Cup here in the United States. Brilliant cup record. He's won more cups than he has leagues by a distance. But now the pressure is absolutely on. Just as we knew it might be in this game because of the way that DR Congo have played. Going further than they've ever been before at a World Cup, and now winning against England. It was their Independence Day yesterday, DR Congo. They won their independence in 1960. They might call another public holiday today if they hang on to this. Bellingham inside the box. Bellingham drifting out towards the left-hand side, then turns and sets off. Shimmy from Bellingham. Then it's a cross, and the goalkeeper has flapped it up in the air, and it's cleared away. Defender came across and was able to get it away. He just got a hand to it, knocked it up in the air, and his teammate was able to come across and clear it out of the box.
Without seeing a replay, that looks a really good save at first glance. Good reactions.
Now Madueke, but that's gone all the way through, curled beyond the run out to the far side of Bellingham, and it is a goal kick. And that ball in from Bellingham, that was going in from Bellingham.
I think it was deflected, just deflected at the near post. Goalkeeper makes a really, really good one-handed save. Then Mbemba just comes in and clears the lines. It's a good reaction from the goalkeeper, a good strong hand again. Deflected at the near post. He looks like he was going to make the reclaim quite easily, but actually his defender helps him out, clears it off the line. Good from Bellingham.
Another save from Mpassi. And I must thank everyone who sent me messages at half-time, and there were many of them who referenced the name of Jan Tomaszewski, the former Polish goalkeeper who made save after save against England when they were trying to qualify for the 1974 World Cup. Madueke on that. Here's the cross, but arriving to head it Rashford above the defender Wan-Bissaka. He got up well, but he couldn't direct it on target, and he's ended up down on the ground clutching his left leg.
Times that quite well, Marcus Rashford. Good ball into the box. Madueke, he doesn't really look up, he just swings his right boot at it. Rashford arrives just at the right time, and it's a great leap, gets above Wan-Bissaka, hurts himself on the way down.
Yes, Tomaszewski, Paul, you will know the name. I know it's probably before your time, it's almost before my time, but one of the most famous goalkeeping performances against England when Sir Alf Ramsey's side failed to qualify for the 1974 finals. Well, and Mpassi, some of the saves, Paul, you will appreciate that he made in the first half were outstanding.
No, he's been excellent, and that one there was very good as well. I mean, it was just a reaction save in that position as a goalkeeper where Jude Bellingham is. He's looking to put the ball across the 18-yard box to try and find one of his fellow strikers. Takes that wicked deflection, he rearranges his feet extremely well and makes a good right-handed save.
There will be a 606, by the way, on tonight. Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton after this match. Should it go against England, stay like this or get worse, then you will want to vent your spleen with Chris and Robbie. I'm not sure if the lines are open now, but it will be 08085 909 693 to book your call. If it stays like this, it's going to be very, very busy. Still 1-0. Brian Sipenga is the name. He'll be added to the list of the names of England's tormentors at World Cups and European Championship tournaments if it stays like this and he turns out to be the man. England coming forward. The ball from Gay, right-footed, controlled by the left foot of Madueke. 3 defenders in front of him, Spence behind him. I can see the top of his mask gleaming. Jed Spence, who gets it back on the right-hand side. Spence holding it off the defender, who does really well. It's Sipenga, actually, who was back in there defending like an out-and-out left back. And now the attempt to clear it out of play has resulted in a goal kick. It came off Jed Spence, and it is behind. Masuaku did well there, and it is a goal kick to DR Congo, and Jude Bellingham actually goes and gets a ball and puts it on the corner quadrant.
We're getting to that stage of the game already. I mean, England are chasing this, and they're trying to hurry DR Congo to take the goal kicks, to take the throw-ins and make it happen quickly.
And confirmation lines are open for 6:06. Yes, Bellingham came, put that ball on the corner of the 6-yard box, encouraging DR Congo to get on with this. But it's a classic scenario here, a classic scenario. I think you can hear Thomas Tuchel shouting, and I'm consciously speaking over him just in case he says something that shouldn't be heard. What time is it? It's before 6 o'clock at home, isn't it? So that was the voice of Thomas Tuchel. So vocal Tuchel. Spence now to Madueke. Madueke against Masuaku. Bukayo Saka on the substitutes bench. We'll surely see him. Thomas Tuchel will already be thinking about the changes, with already 56, almost 57 minutes played, and England heading for a famous defeat, an infamous defeat. Here's Konza in the centre circle. Konza back to Gay. Declan Rice pulls away, turns. He's able to find the pass to Rashford. Now back to Declan Rice, very tight in there. This DR Congo team, they have such energy, which of course is easier here in the stadium. The temperature. Here's Madueke's ball in from the right-hand side, but that is cleared away on the edge of the box by Tuanzebe. England again with Rashford. Rashford now his ball, but he's put too much on that, and it drifts away over the top of the crossbar and behind. And you can hear this booing there, boos of frustration. And England need all the support they can get. That probably doesn't help Marcus Rashford.
Well, there's been a big lull in the stadium in the second half. There's definitely been a noticeable change in the atmosphere here with the England fans, and they're booing Marcus Rashford. That was a poor attempted cross from Marcus Rashford on the left-hand side. They look better in the wide areas, England, when they don't go into traffic. They're in trouble when they go into traffic in the middle of the park. They're playing straight into DR Congo's hands. That's what they want. They'll fill the middle of the pitch with bodies and frustrate England.
And Thomas Tuchel warned us yesterday that they are extremely effective on the counter-attack. So you could easily imagine that scenario whereby England continuing to ramp up the pressure here. You know, there will be occasions, I'm certain, when DR Congo will get away on the counter-attack, and then England have got to keep them out. It remains 1-0. Wimbledon continues on BBC television, and the commentary, the radio commentary on Sports Extra 2. The cricket, the World T20 England-India is on Sports Extra right now. As England, give it away. Anderson's given it away, and this might be the counter-attack. Sipenga's still in possession, but England have got white shirts back. And that challenge by Anderson. He actually did well to get out of the way of that, Siddiqui, and therefore it wasn't a foul. Kane's able to take it in his stride, and his pass forward hits Tuanzebe and just dribbles into the penalty area, where goalkeeper Mpasi will pick it up now. In the T20, India batting first, 99 for 3 in the 11th over. That is on Sports Extra. England 0, DR Congo 1. And actually worth marking your card that we will have commentary on England tomorrow as well, the women in the T20 World Cup semi-final against South Africa. Here's Sipenga into the box, tries to cross it, comes back to Sipenga. Fortunate break of the ball, turns again. He is so bright, Sipenga. And then gives it back. Masuaku with a cross, stretched clearance away by Anderson. That only gives it back to Mutu Sami. Again, I can hear Thomas Tuchel's voice bellowing out from our microphones down on the side of the pitch. Mbuku Is England now having a period where they defend? Just over half an hour to play. Mutu Sami with the crossfield pass, but that's over the head of Sipanga. He can't keep that in. He's done wonders so far in this match, Sipanga, but that's out for a throw-in to England.
He's the threat, isn't he? Sipanga, the goal scorer on the break, on the counter-attack.
Couple of changes, Paul, and Thomas Tuchel making his move, and he's bringing on the wide men. Rashford off, and I presume Madueke off as well, and Saka's on the right, and Anthony Gordon is on the left. Huge moments these in England's World Cup. Half an hour to play. England need to find a hero.
And he's looking for an answer. And we spoke about it before the game, about Thomas Tuchel not being sure on his fullbacks or the wide players. We've seen Saka start games, Madueke start games, Rashford, Gordon. I'm still not sure that he's certain of his strongest 11, but he's opted to change both of them.
Yes, with half an hour to play. O'Reilly down the left. O'Reilly's cross, that's cleared up in the air by Mutu Sami. Then across the box again. That's headed away on the edge of the 6-yard area. And Buku is going to take it away, but he's in no great hurry there, actually. This is certainly not a flash and counter-attack, and Gordon actually blocks it out for a throw.
And it's as you expected. Bukayo Saka on this near side on the right-hand side. Left-footed winger on the right-hand side, and Gordon right-footed on the left-hand side. Straight change, like for like, just fresh legs, fresh personnel. System and shape doesn't change, and probably won't change now for England.
Who else are you thinking? Have a look at the list of substitutes, Paul, who you might see there, who you think could be the ones to make a difference.
Well, the obvious ones.
Here's Sipanga on the left-hand side, running at Spence. Still going. Spence just got back and put the tackle in. Comes into centre field. Mutu Sami is going to take this on. Mutu Sami back to Sipanga, who's having the match of his life. Sipanga gets it back. He wants the ball all of the time. He shoots from the ankle. Shoots from probably 25 yards plus, with Anderson standing right in front of him. That's the level of his confidence. Masuaku goes back to the captain, Mbemba. And Mbemba, who had a terrible season, then plays the ball to the right-hand side. Mbuka, his cross, and O'Reilly has to dive in and block that, and the ball loops away behind the goal, lands beyond the advertising hoardings and takes a hop into that. I think it's a hospitality area, that, right behind the goal. It's a corner to DR Congo.
Rather expensive hospitality suites, those, John, at field level, as they would say here in America for the American football. Rather plush seats.
Yeah. They will cost a pretty penny. Well, every single seat in here costs a pretty penny. You probably will know that. Corner taken short, Sipanga. And now the cross from the angle, and Mbuku's got a shot, it's deflected, it takes it up and over the top of the crossbar from Mbuku, who took the corner. And that, for a moment there, I thought that deflection could take it past Pickford. Came off the head of Anderson. Corner from the other side.
And he was flying away to his right-hand side there, Jordan Pickford. He knew that was on target. Mukau was the one that received the short corner. That was heading to Jordan Pickford's top right-hand corner. A deflection that helps England.
The score still, England 0, DR Congo 1. England are 25 minutes, well, probably half an hour away from going out of the World Cup in the round of 32. Sipanga with the corner. This is deep to the back post. It's deflected away by Rice, and then Bukayo Saka tries to take it away, but it bounces back to DR Congo, and it's out for a throw-in for England. Went out of play off Mbemba in the end.
So back to your original question, looking at my list of substitutes, the obvious is Ollie Watkins and Ivan Toney, and I think he's got to be brave, Thomas Tuchel, I really do. We saw him be extremely brave in the Croatia game. You know, he didn't defend what we had. He made changes for England to be able to go on and win the game. And actually now England need to make changes to go on and win the game. Whether it's a slight formation change, you put somebody up alongside Harry Kane, you play the wide players a lot higher forward. But I think we're getting to the area of the game now where he's going to have to take risks, he's going to have to take chances and bring these attacking players off the bench.
So the next change is Meshak Elia coming on, who plays in Turkey. 28-year-old forward, and he takes the place of Mbuku, who was playing on the right. So the number 13 has come on, and he is playing out towards that side of the field. So a straight swap there. That's the first change made by Sebastian de Sabre, who has been in this job for 4 years and has taken DR Congo to great heights. The ball out towards the right for England. Still 1-0 down. Spence with a cross. Kane's looking for it. Defender went down inside the penalty area. I thought the referee was going to give a free kick. He didn't. Elia is carrying the ball away. Elia, who's got pace. He's up against O'Reilly, who tries to get back there. In the end, they end up going down in a heap together. and the free kick goes England's way. Cheers from the cheers from the England supporters for O'Reilly's recovery there.
Yeah, that's what it was, his recovery run. He got caught out of position. The substitute there, Elliott, tried to run in for pace, but O'Reilly showed his quality, his positional awareness, and got back goal side.
Anthony Gordon now being criticised for his performances so far at this World Cup. Now on the field, Gordon's left-footed cross, that's headed away on the edge of the box, comes out to Anderson. Anderson controls it, but that's bounced back to O'Reilly, and then Gordon, little touch from O'Reilly. And this match, well, it is a cup tie, and it feels like it. But England, so far in the second half, only that Bellingham cross really has troubled and passing. Now Saka is ball straight into the back of Siddiqui. Saka again jumps for it. Spence turns his man. Spence into the area. Spence works it across, and it's hammered away by Mukau near the penalty spot. And Sipanga takes the ball away, and the referee has actually spotted a foul there and given a free kick to DR Congo on I think it was Wissa who was looking to break away and was fouled. The near side touchline is quite difficult to see here, so whenever the action takes place there, I've got to be up on my feet and back down again.
You mean quite difficult? You mean we can't see it?
No, see it.
That's why you're like a jack in a box.
Yes.
You can make me nervous every time you jump up and down.
Yeah, sorry about that. It's not on my nature. England 0, DR Congo 1. And we are staring here, we are witnessing what would be, and you have to put this into context. This DR Congo side are certainly to be respected. And, but it will be seen as a monumental shock.
It would be a catastrophe if England were to go out at this stage. It really would. I mean, you look at the FIFA World Rankings, the difference between the two sides, the quality between the two sides, without being disrespectful. England have proved once again that they find it very, very hard to break down an organised, hard-working team.
Yeah, in footballing terms, it would. England 0, DR Congo 1. Here is Konza in the centre circle. Rice swings a high pass out towards the right. Oh, Saka miscontrols it. The Arsenal combination there, Saka controlling the ball, and it bounced off his left instep, straight out of play for a throw. And we are in the middle of the second half. We're going to have John Denver.
I don't want to be taken home. I don't want to be taken home. We need a change, John. We need something to happen.
Well, if it stays like this, England are going to be on the country road. They're going to be out of here, and they're going to be heading home. And this timeout, Thomas Tuchel, this will be the last chance he gets to speak to his team. The next time, it could be consoling them in the dressing room at the end of this match.
He's got to be brave. He's got to sacrifice a defender, whether it's Konza, Gueye or Spence. He's got to go to a back three, either Anderson or Rice. He can afford to sacrifice one of those two. The defensive players are not needed.
I think Eza's coming on. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's been excellent when he's popped up in that number 10 role this season, and I think that's the type of player that they need. But I'd like to see a formation shift. The four at the back, they're very, very comfortable. They're picking up one player on the counter-attack. We don't need Elliot Anderson and Declan Rice sitting in front of the back four when they're out of possession. They're going to have to be brave. This is knockout football. Take the risks. Take them now.
Right. The timeout's still taking place. Let's get the latest from the T20 at Chesterley Street. I think it's Stefan Schemmelt. Is it, Stefan?
It is, John. 12 overs gone. India 111 for 3. England have done OK with the ball and in the field, considering it's been raining steadily most of the evening. The spinners doing a lot of the work. Abhishek Sharma made 59 off 24 deliveries. He was LBW to Sam Curran's second ball at the minute. Shreyas Iyer 39, Tilak Varma 11. We've just started the 13th over. India are 111 for 3.
Commentary on that right now on Sports Extra. Tomorrow afternoon, the England-South Africa World T20 semi-final is live on Sports Extra and BBC Sounds. Right now, Wimbledon on the radio on Sports Extra 2. Russell Fuller.
And some of the spectators inside centre court are multitasking at the moment, John, with their football in their ears or on their phone, although most are watching this year's French Open champion Mira Andreeva playing the 2024 Wimbledon champion Barbora Krejcikova, and it's tight. 1 game all deciding set.
Thank you, Russell. And BBC TV as well throughout the evening once this is finished. Thomas Tuchel has, I can't take my eyes off him. He's been imploring his team. The messages all too clear. Let's get a quick word before we resume again from Steph Horton, who's back in the 5 Live studio.
Yeah, I think we've showed signs of potential promise, but I do like the changes of Gordon and Saka. I think in them wide areas, that's where we're going to hurt Congo, especially with them crosses in the box, and especially if Eze is going to come into that number 10 position. I think it's a well worth substitution.
Thanks, Steph. And yes, confirmation it's Jed Spence who's coming off, Paul. That's what you called for.
Yeah, that's what we need. We need the attacking players on the pitch, the defensive players that we have there. There's 4 defenders there marking 1 attacker on the counter-attack. Elliot Anderson now, he'll be the one that has to drop in if there is a back 4 needed. Declan Rice, you would like to hope he's going to be further up the field, and Eberechi Eze will have to find some space in and alongside Jude Bellingham. It's a very attacking England, but it's what's needed.
So Eberechi Eze coming on for his 20th cap for England, and already now, even though this is the first knockout match for England in this round of 32, defender right back comes off. So now, after all the talk about right backs, England are going to play without one, Paul.
Playing without one, yeah. Ezri Konsa, Mark Gay and Nico O'Reilly will be a 3 employed with Elliot Anderson. Adding to that if needed. Declan Rice will sit at the top of that, looking to be a playmaker, and England needs something, they need it quickly.
They do, and it feels already in this first knockout round match, it's all harem-scarum already for England. If they're going to get out of this, it's going to be an escape act. Rice on the right, Rice ball across. Kane controls it at the near post. Kane is forced wide. He's actually forced to take it out into the full-back position. He gives it to Bukayo Saka. Saka with a curling cross to the back post, looking for Gordon. It's come off the head of Wan-Bissaka. It's a corner to England from the left.
Well, this is the pattern that we're going to expect now between now and the final whistle. Much better from Bukayo Saka that time. We know he's always going to cut in on his left foot. Chooses the delivery early. Anthony Gordon at the back post just gets muscled out of it.
Declan Rice trots across, winning his 76th cap, just like Marcus Rashford did today. Level with one of the greats, Sir Tom Finney, in terms of number of England appearances. Declan Rice, big moments, all of those big moments this season for Arsenal, delivered from set pieces. England need one here, and it comes from Rice, and Konsa chasing for it, but brilliantly headed away actually, the defender who was there with him. And then a foul on Eze by Sipanga, and it's a free kick to England, 15 yards inside the DR Congo half here on the right hand side.
They do still have time, England. What are we in now? 17 and a half minutes plus whatever's bolted on at the end, and we normally get 5 or 6. It's not panic stations as yet. They've got to be patient, they've got to keep doing what they do, create the chances and take the opportunities when they come. Rice
to take this. DR Congo hold the line just outside the box. Rice curls it in, headed away, double deflection, nodded further away by Elia, the substitute. Anderson is then able to get it down. Gordon, he's got Bellingham in front of him. Bellingham now, Bellingham's ball across, took a deflection, that drifts right across and out of play. In fact, it didn't take a deflection, it's straight out of play for a throw-in. I thought that did deflect. In fact, Harry Kane is saying surely that's a throw-in. If you weren't listening in the first half, that was a big moment when Harry Kane, it looked for all the world that he would win a penalty. The referee said no, and VAR backed him up. DR Congo going to make another couple of changes. Coming on, Edo Kayembe, the Watford midfielder, is going to come on. And also Teo Bongonda of Spartak Moscow, who is a winger. 1-0, and we're in the 74th minute. Time beginning to run out for Thomas Tuchel and England, and what this would mean about Thomas Tuchel's future, well, I just don't know. Here's Eze, back to Declan Rice. Rice looking to cross it towards the back post. Gordon is peeled away, chests it down, left side of the penalty area, crosses it. Kane with a header! It's there! It's Harry Kane! Who else? And look at the relief that we can see in the stadium here. Frenzied celebrations. The captain to the rescue. And it's England 1, DR Congo 1. You might have thought it was never coming, but it's arrived and they're all square.
He's done it once again. Who's the man that you need in your hour of need? The captain, the talisman, the leader. Harry Kane. It's a really simple header in the end. It's decent build-up play by England. It's the substitute Anthony Gordon. He stands the ball up into the middle of the 6-yard box, and it's Harry Kane's movement that gets the goal. He creates space for himself, he creates time for himself, and he arrives, as always, just at the right time, and he heads it into the bottom right-hand corner. Beautiful header, and England are not going home.
Not yet. It is all square, so it is still all to play for, and the DR Congo players are complaining about something, and I think we are going to see these changes now, and it is rather surprisingly Supenga is being substituted, and so is Mukau. So, as I say, Edo Kayembe coming on, the number 25, who started the first 2 matches. The crowd, yeah, so Mukau and Supenga coming off. Slightly surprised Supenga's coming off.
He's been excellent for them today. I mean, he scored the goal early on, but that won't concern the England fans now. They've got what they need at England now. The atmosphere's very, very quickly changed inside this stadium to one of belief.
So, Harry Kane with the header from 6 yards out extends his New England record that he has. That his 12th goal at a World Cup for England, and it's his 4th in World Cup knockout matches, incidentally, which brings him alongside Jeff Hurst. So only Gary Lineker with 6 has more World Cup knockout goals for England. And in total, that goal number 83 in his 118th appearance. And I'm not sure if Harry Kane has celebrated one more wildly than that.
We rely on him so heavily. You know, we did a big build-up to the tournament. We spoke about Jude Bellingham, spoke about Harry Kane, saying that Harry Kane was irreplaceable, and he is absolutely irreplaceable for England.
As Bellingham will feed it to Gordon. Gordon now into the area, but the challenge comes in on him, and DR Congo will bring it away. Remember that counter-attack danger. Ball played over the top for Wissa. Pickford's well out of his 6-yard box, but with his left foot, he's able to hike it away downfield. And I'm not sure Saka was able to keep that in. No, he wasn't. It's out of play for a throw-in to DR Congo. So we are now in the... it's a full house. That's what's on the board. 68,239. So it's another full house, even though there are lots of gaps in the DR Congo section, but apparently it's a full house.
Well, that's twice I've been in this stadium, John, and they announced a full house both times, but the figures were different.
Yeah, work that one out. England 1, DR Congo 1. And now, frankly, I was looking for the time. 78th minute, that's where we are. Ball played up to the halfway line. Flick from Wan-Bissaka. O'Reilly wins it back. O'Reilly is able to turn, play the ball back towards the edge of the penalty area. And remember how 2 years ago at the Euros, many of these players were involved in that team that time and again came from behind in the knockout stages. Here's Saka now on the right. Saka, white shirts arriving, left-footed cross. Gordon at the back post. Wan-Bissaka was able to fall and head that away though. Gordon gets it down, the man who set up the goal for Kane. Gives it to Kane now inside the box. Pokes it back out to Anderson. Anderson's curling shot, just over the bar. Clips the top of the netting.
It's amazing what a goal can do for your confidence. They look so much better, England. They look so much sharper. Anthony Gordon certainly made a difference since he's come on the left-hand side. Got his assist for the Kane goal. That time he was involved in the build-up play. Elliot Anderson, I think it was closer than people think. Just dropped onto the top of the net, but much better from England in this spell.
So Harry Kane's 83rd goal for England. Wissa through the middle for DR Congo. Now the ball to the left-hand side. Elia takes on Rice, but Rice is able to recover and pass the ball calmly. And it'll be run away up towards the halfway line by Bukayo Saka. 2 men on him. He's challenged, he's beaten. And now the ball in centre field with Edo Kayembe of Watford. And eventually the ball out of play for a throw-in to DR Congo. So Harry Kane with that 83rd goal for England, but as I say, that is 12 World Cup goals for England. as DR Congo look to take this throw. And that is now as many goals as Pelé scored at the World Cup in the tournament finals. That's not bad company, Paul.
I think we can have him in that type of conversation, the way that he's heading at the moment, the figures that he's producing.
Now it's Gordon attacking, but the ball runs away from him, and this time rightly the referee says Gordon was trying to make far too much of that. That was not a free kick. The referee certainly got that one right. Foul on the halfway line on Konza as well. That's disputed by Elia. Free kick. England want to take it quickly, and the referee allows them to do that. 10 minutes of the 90 to go. It's 1-1. Here's Saka. Saka now back to Rice. Rice first time ball in. Bellingham was interested. He's headed away by Tuanzebe. And then Anthony Gordon is just going to allow it to roll over the white line. Middle of the DR Congo half, and takes the throw. What a thrilling match it's been, with incident, the early goal from Sipanga, and DR Congo with that lead for, well, how long was it that they led in the match? Be over an hour. Here's Bellingham on the left-hand side. Bellingham into the box. Oh, lovely control. Plays it across. Oh, it actually bounced away from O'Reilly. It was hacked away, scraped away by DR Congo. Anderson, then back to Gordon. Gordon's cross, and that is up and headed away towards the halfway line. And Pickford takes up possession again. Yeah, there were 68 minutes between the goals. So DR Congo led for 68 agonising minutes for the England supporters, for the England players, and for Thomas Tuchel. And this is still in the balance. Gordon, England dominating possession. And then there is a foul on Gordon by Wan-Bissaka. England take the free kick. Nowhere near where it should have been taken. But again, the referee allows it to flow. This referee from Jordan. And I like the way that he's done that. Saka. Then a ball in field towards Eza. And again, Saka, Eza and Rice, the Arsenal men, all together. Saka with the cross towards the penalty spot. O'Reilly jumps, headed it down, but that was cleared away. Volleyed away to Wissa, but Wissa couldn't get it under control. And Konza was able to say thank you very much and head it all the way back to Pickford. So 9 minutes to play. Harry Kane with a pass, but that's long and all the way through to goalkeeper and passing. What are you thinking, Paul Robinson?
That's twice now. Nico O'Reilly's popped up inside the 18-yard box, had a really good opportunity. Jude Bellingham had some really good play down the left-hand side, put the ball into the box, and O'Reilly was caught on his heels. Once again there, he got the opportunity of a header. He could be key for England entering this last piece of the match.
Lines open for 606. Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton taking your calls. 08 085 909 693. Hashtag BBC 606, text 85058 once this match finishes. And of course there is the possibility that it might be going all the way after the dramatic penalty shootouts that we've already seen at this World Cup. Here in Atlanta, DR Congo on the attack. Ball down the left for Elia. Elia looking for support from behind him. Masuaku is there. Then it comes back to Masuaku. Infield from him. Tuanzebe is there. Tuanzebe. And then Mbemba deflected towards the edge of the England box. Rice is able to step forward. And Rice, seeing not too many options ahead of him, actually turns and plays it back towards the halfway line. Now Saka. Saka gets it down. He's away down the right flank. Saka beats one man, beats Masuaku. And then Masuaku is able to tackle back. They've got three men around them. The energy in this DR Congo side is something to behold. Anderson, though, England still with it. Gay, he works it out to the left-hand side. Gordon is there. And now Gordon up against Wan-Bissaka. Infield, Bellingham controls that. And then turns, plays it back behind him to Anderson. Gay again, and then Gordon. Bellingham makes the run, defender slips over. Bellingham might have the chance to curl it into the box, looking for O'Reilly, who is there near the penalty spot. That's cleared away by the diving Mbemba, and then this will have to be dealt with by England, which it is, just about, by Anderson.
Yeah, that's the counter-attack that England have got to be wary of now.
Ball up to Harry Kane, but Kane is dealt with by Tuanzebe, and then the ball is cleared, but only to Anderson. And then Anderson's ball in. Gordon got his head, but could only nod it straight up in the air. And Mpassi is able to catch. Paul, what have you spotted? You've just pointed to Declan Rice's number on the team sheet.
He's dropping into the right-back position. We've seen now, the changes that he made, Thomas Tuchel, in an attacking sense to go with that back three, but actually now out possession. Declan Rice is tucking in and he's acting as that right-back. but he doesn't look all comfortable to me. He looks like he may be carrying a slight knock, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a change in the fullback area again.
Okay, well, we know his fitness has been an issue, Declan Rice. DR Congo, it's level at 1-1. Sadiki, now to Elia. Elia with the cross. Mark Gay is able to deal with that, but he heads it back to Elia, who's going to shoot goalwards, and Pickford's able to just put his hands behind that and stun it as he leans forward. And the England goalkeeper winning his 88th cap tonight, or this afternoon as it is. It's quite dark in this arena. It does make you think that it is later than it is. A midday kickoff here, but what drama and incident we've had in this match. And we've got more World Cup commentary coming right up. Belgium-Senegal is your next one in the round of 32. That's 9 o'clock tonight. Ball passed forward by Anderson into the penalty area for Bellingham. Bellingham shoots, but it's saved from the angle. Goalkeeper did well, just stood up. Anthony Gordon now. Gordon works it to Kane in the D. Kane finds a position. Oh, brilliant! Harry Kane rifles it into the top corner of the DR Congo net. What a finish! That was ruthless from the great man who has saved England in the second half. England lead DR Congo by 2-1, and England have turned it around and are heading with this scoreline to Mexico City.
What a goal! What a finish by Harry Kane. He just took the responsibility all on his own. Jude Bellingham initially was one-on-one with the goalkeeper. It was a great ball to him from Elliot Anderson. Goalkeeper stands up and he makes the block. It comes back out to Anthony Gordon. He can't quite make the space. Harry Kane says, get out the way. I'm having it. I'm taking control. I'm the captain. I'm going to score the goal. And he does just that with his back to goal. His first touch is superb. He turns and he absolutely rifles it into the top left-hand corner. And once again, Harry Kane has rescued England.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Take a breath, everyone.
Wow. Oh.
The goal came, and this is what you need to know, the goal came in the 86th minute. And England are in front. And the gasps are because on these massive screens, this 360-degree wraparound video that is high above the pitch, everyone's watching. Listen, they're going to gasp again now. They do as it hits the back of the net. And Harry Kane makes it 84 goals for England. And that means that Kane is now on 5 goals at this World Cup. So only Messi and Mbappe are ahead of him with 6. And that Golden Boot is quite a competition.
Golden Boot, and if he doesn't win the Ballon d'Or this year, I'll be very, very surprised. He has been absolutely superb, and once again, like I said then, he just took the responsibility. The ball was bobbling around the edge of the 18-yard box. He went, I'm having that, and I'm going to put the finishing touches on. And it was a super finish. He started it almost outside the left-hand post.
But let's not count out DR Congo. They have got some spirit. So now it's DR Congo whose World Cup will be ending here with this scoreline as Eza battles for the ball. I mean, that was some finish from Harry Kane as Gordon plays it over the top, but I don't think Bellingham will reach that. When it came to him on the edge of the box in the D, he worked the position, which he had to, moving to his right as DR Congo make another couple of changes. Mutu Sami's coming off from the midfield, and also Arthur Masuaku. And coming on, Joris Kayambe, so we've got both Kayambes on the field now. And also the number 19, Fiston Mayele, who actually scored the second goal for DR Congo in the win against Uzbekistan. England 2, DR Congo 1. If you're heading home after work, it is on BBC One just to see the last knockings of this. 6:06 on 5 Live will follow in due course once we've wrapped things up. And you'll hear all of the reaction as well. We'll be down in the dressing room area. Do not miss that. But England with Bellingham. Football Daily in the morning as well. We'll wrap everything up for you. That's on BBC Sounds, free on the BBC Sounds app, or for the cost of your licence fee. O'Reilly. And England now, knowing that we're in the 90th minute, still finely poised. DR Congo, England have to be careful. But Kane is going to try a shot from 35 yards, which flies away over the top of the crossbar, and Declan Rice has sat down. And you're right, Paul, Declan Rice has got a problem, and this could be a problem for England. If this scoreline stays as it is, Declan Rice's fitness could easily be a problem for that match in Mexico City.
And entering the last knock-ins of this game, as you say, the last thing that we need is now Declan Rice to be exposed one-on-one in this right fullback area. 6 minutes of added time. England are 6 minutes away from a place in the round of 16. And with this extended World Cup, that's how it is. I mean, what a match that we've witnessed here today. That's a blatant challenge and a foul by Anthony Gordon. And he'll be a little fortunate to escape the yellow card for that one as well. Just hacked down Bongonda. Free kick, so England facing a set piece, Paul. Yeah, I think the substitution's going to be made. Declan Rice rolling his socks down.
John Stones coming on to replace him. So John Stones, who's sat out the last couple of matches, Stones will come on. And I have wondered about Stones' fitness, having not been involved. But Thomas Tuchel, after the Panama match, said to me, no, he's absolutely fit. He's fine. He's been training. So now John Stones runs onto the pitch to win his 91st cap. And if ever England needed his composure and his defending, it is now. 2-1 up, and in the second minute of added time. But facing this free kick, which is played into the area, half cleared away, bounces out, and then Bellingham got some part of his body on that to deflect it further away. DR Congo, England do not want a backs to the wall scenario, and Bemba's going to play this ball in, but he's overhit that, and Pickford jumps high, stretches his arms up. The cheers of relief you can hear from the England fans will tell you that it's gone all the way beyond the goal to the right and behind for a goal kick, and now it's England, the referee are telling to get on with the goal kick.
Well, it's not been pretty, has it? And it's been far from convincing, but if England are to get over the line, it's job done, and it's progression through the tournament. Looking again at Harry Kane's finish, I mean, it was a great finish. It's actually hit the middle of the goal and the top of the net. He's put that much bend and swerve on the ball.
DR Congo attacking, Konza chasing the ball. The cross comes into the England penalty area. Gay got there first. Gay on the follow-up, he was fouled. It's a free kick to England, and that is another danger snuffed out. So England now, what are we in? The 3rd minute of the 6 of added time, and Joris Kayembe, after putting in that challenge, he's come out of it worst, and he's trying to haul himself to his feet, which he has, but England with the free kick.
Yeah, they've changed the back four as well. Konza's gone out to right back. Spoke about his flexibility before the tournament. John Stones has gone in alongside Mark Gay as we Konza out to this right back, and it's now all about concentration for England. Hold it on and just listen to that final whistle. There's no pictures on the scorecard, just get the result.
As Harry Kane is fouled by Tuanzebe, and it's a free kick to England in the middle of the half. I presume he's all right. He has stayed down. He's feeling his left knee. Harry Kane with the 2 goals against Croatia, and then the clincher against Panama, and now 2 goals here in the 75th and the 86th minutes. So 2 goals in the last 15 minutes of the 90 to save England from a World Cup exit.
I don't know the answer to this question, but what do we do without him? If he wasn't there, we'd be bang in trouble, wouldn't we?
I think that's what all of these England fans, whether inside the stadium here or wherever, will be saying exactly the same thing. And that's what England will need if they're going to travel further, much further into this tournament. The others have got to stand up and also deliver. Ball's out of play for a throw-in to DR Congo. We're in the 4th minute of added time. That clock, Paul, that was whizzing around,
it's going slow now.
Mysteriously seems to have slowed right down for all England supporters. Ball is coming back towards the edge of the area. DR Congo, their adventure may be coming to an end, but what an adventure it's been, with all manner of firsts that they've achieved. And again, just to restate, the war going on in the east of the country, back home in Central Africa, and the Ebola outbreak as well, which is restricting life there. And their team has done this. Long ball forward though, for them into the penalty area. Konza comes across, deals with that, and then Bukayo Saka is able to shield it and actually win a throw-in down in the England right back area. Well, the England players, Thomas Tuchel, they're only human. Even though Harry Kane's done what he's done, I mean, they'll feel that they've been absolutely through the ringer here in Atlanta. It's almost been a bigger drama than Gone with the Wind. Anderson plays it to the halfway line. And DR Congo will start again. Might not be too many more chances. Ado Kayembe through the middle. Wissa, he's hardly seen him in the second half. Wissa then is fouled by Bellingham. He's nudged over. That's a free kick. That was a risk by Bellingham, who's on a yellow card since early in the match. And Wissa, who, let's not forget, in the first half came so close to making it 2-0. Free kick, DR Congo, middle of the goal, in what is now the last minute, the 6th minute of added time, Paul.
That was clumsy by Jude Bellingham. It looked to me like John Stones was just about to make the intercept in front of Jude Bellingham. Leans into Wissa with his shoulder to shoulder contact. The referee deems it as a free kick, and this is it. This is England's World Cup right here. If they get nothing from this DR Congo, England have struggled through.
Wissa's lining it up. The man who's scored 3 goals at this World Cup. An absolute star, and he has looked much more like the Wissa of Brentford at this tournament after all of his struggles with the injury. England have lined up someone. It's Elliot Anderson lying down behind the wall. It's 2-1 to England. There are only seconds left, but DR Congo have this free kick. This will be 25 yards out. All of the responsibility is on Yohan Wissa. There's the referee's whistle. Wissa waits, but the referee again is not happy. I think he's indicated he's having to put the spray down to show Joris Kayembe that he cannot go closer than 2 yards to the England wall. Right, lining it up again. Here we go. The last chance for DR Congo. Yohan Wissa with his right foot with the free kick, strikes it over the wall and over the bar as well. And Jordan Pickford celebrates a double punch of the air. It's a goal kick. The match is not over yet. England players looking around, waiting for that whistle from the referee. We've played now almost 7 minutes of added time. Harry Kane scored 2 goals for England in the last 15 minutes, and that has won England the match. And England are through to the round of 16, and Harry Kane absolutely the centre of attention. No huge celebration here, just one clenched fist in the air from Harry Kane, who scored his 4th and 5th goals at this World Cup. And Jude Bellingham is the first man across to him. Now the rest of his teammates join him as well. And Harry Kane has dug England out of trouble here in Atlanta. And England have won it 2-1. And England will go to Mexico City at the weekend to play the co-hosts Mexico. Paul Robinson, what a match.
4. We don't do it easy, do we? I'm tired, John. That was a tough watch, and for about an hour of that game we didn't think we were going to progress through this tournament. England, once again, they've showed that they find it very difficult to play against the team that sit deep and try and break up the game and make it hard for them. But all the superlatives that you use for Harry Kane, you can't get tired of saying them. He's dug England out of a hole today because it was not a convincing performance, and they looked for a long, long time that they were heading home from the tournament. But all of a sudden, the changes that Thomas Tuchel made, you've got to give him credit, because he changed the wide players. Anthony Gordon came on, Saka came on, Eze came on in the hydration break, and that changed England, and it changed the way that they played. They played on the front foot, and they were a lot more direct. And then Harry Kane, he just pops up in the right places at the right time. He is England's leader, and we cannot be without him.
So much in this match to talk about. Brian Sapenga with that early goal that caught out Jordan Pickford at his near post. Wissa should have scored. How he didn't, I don't know. He hit the post. The goalkeeper with the saves that he made, and passing. Harry Kane adamant he should have had a penalty. DR Congo leading for 68 minutes of this match before Harry Kane headed in the first in the 75th minute. And then what a goal. You need to see that on BBC TV later to make it 2-1. And Harry Kane, who is continuing to be surrounded by his teammates. He's an absolute football history man now, with his 84 goals for England. Kane with his 13 goals for England at a World Cup. He's now scored more goals at a World Cup than Pelé, and he's scored as many international goals as Ferenc Puskas. That's where he is. But that's it. England through the round of 32 against super opponents, DR Congo, who absolutely, as we say, will go out with their heads held very high. Last 16 next. I'm not sure I can do that again. England 2, DR Congo 1.
John Murray, Paul Robinson, thank you very much. John is going to go off and get all the reaction from the England manager and from the England players to that narrow victory over DR Congo. Paul Robinson is going to stay with us. We also have former England captain Steph Houghton with us. And Steph, for a country that have ambitions of winning this tournament, Harry Kane has made sure that England are through by the skin of their teeth in a round that hasn't existed in previous World Cups.
Yeah, I mean, God, we've got a lot to thank him for, Kelly, especially in that second half. I think if there's anyone that was going to lead England to victory, it was always going to be Harry Kane. Of course, in the game, he's not really in the game as much as we probably would like to, but when that moment comes, there's only one person that can do it, and especially that second goal. He made that all himself, and I think second half was more of an England performance that we expected.
Steffi's right in the middle of a huddle of England players at the moment, giving them a pep talk after that victory. He's scored as many World Cup goals as Pelé, as we've been hearing. Since the 2018 World Cup, only Mbappe scored more doubles at the World Cup than Harry Kane. Mbappe's got 6 and Kane's got 3, but still, it's impressive from Harry Kane, and it's always crucial goals, more or less, that he manages to get for England. You cannot overstate his importance to this England side, who overall, over the 90-odd minutes, were toiling against DR Congo.
Yeah, I think we were all sitting in here worried about what would potentially happen, but I think, Kelly, all the stats that you've just read out about Harry Kane, I think there was a question to Tuchel about over-reliance on certain players, but when you have someone like Harry Kane, why not rely on him? Because in their moments he produces, and I think if we can give him more of the ball, we can find him in spaces where he can really hurt defences. We have a great chance, but there's still a lot work to do.
Paul, just reflecting on that performance by England, there is the huge relief for England supporters that they are through to the last 16 of this tournament, having trailed for so long in the game and been rescued by Harry Kane. But there will still be a lot of questions that remain.
Absolutely, there'll be a lot of questions that remain. But just let me paint a quick picture for you here. The England players, to a man with all the staff, they stood arm in arm inside the 18-yard box, staring at this wall of England supporters away to my left-hand side that I described like the yellow wall at Borussia Dortmund. And the England players have done this after every game, and they've stood there and they've been in front of the supporters. But now they're all arm in arm, singing jointly to Oasis, Wonderwall. It's a really good scene here. Relief from the England supporters, but also celebration. But as you say, there's still a huge amount of questions. The relationship that we spoke about the fullbacks, the wide players. So many more questions have come out of this game than answers, but they've got the result and they progress in the tournament.
Steph, do you think England, I mean, I know the first game against Croatia feels like a bit of an outlier now, but do you feel that England are improving?
In some parts of the game, yes, Kelly, but I feel as though, I don't know what Paul thinks, but in terms of defensively, I haven't seen that much improvement over the last few games. I think Croatia, yeah, in terms of a team that wanted to come out and attack, I think that really suits us, but against Mexico, this probably could be the same formation that we play against, and we can't afford to go 1-0 down again. So from an attacking perspective, we're creating a lot more chances than we did in the first 3 games. But from a defensive point of view, I think we've still got things to iron out.
Yeah, because after that Croatia game, Paul, there was lots of talk about how this was a brand new era for England, that Thomas Tuchel was bringing this brave new world to English football. It hasn't been the case in the game since then, but do you feel like, Steph, that there has been improvement?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think we've got our best ever goal scorer scoring, which is fantastic. I think Saka and Gordon made a real big difference today. I think there's always been talk about who starts, Rashford or Gordon, but I think Rashford is a bit more of an impact player. And I thought Eze was brilliant when he came on. I think he really settled the team down. I think at times, I think we looked a bit anxious, we looked a bit rushed, and to bring someone on of his quality to just sit in the middle of that midfield and really connect the play, I think it really kind of settled us as a team. We stopped running around a bit and we just started to stick to our positions. So from an improvement point of view, I think our attacking play has definitely improved.
And this is just par for England, Paul. This is where they would expect to be at this stage of the tournament. But are the performances improving? Are the players clicking? You know, even while there are still areas for improvement.
If the Croatia game was the game prior to this game, I'd say we were growing into the tournament. But after the Croatia game, when we all got excited thinking that England were going to win the World Cup, then we had those two, for want of a better phrase, clunky performances against Panama and Ghana. And then today, once again, we've proved that we find it very difficult to play against the team with the tactics that the previous three sides we've played have set up against. And without Harry Kane today, we may not have got through to the round of 16. But actually, from an England point of view now, you obviously can't control who your opponents are and how they play. You would hope that we get teams that want to come and play against us rather than sitting deep. That early goal for DR Congo today played perfectly into their hands, and it allowed them to play to their game plan, and it hurt England. But unlike other times, unlike the Ghana game, but in the Panama game and today, we found a way. It wasn't pretty, but we got the job done.
Yeah, but Paul, they'd be mad to come and try and play against England, wouldn't they? What the teams that are going to win, or the team that's going to win this tournament can do is presumably do both. You know, be able to sit in and make life difficult for England, but also have that attacking prowess to be able to take advantage of the many gaps that are exposed.
It's almost a blueprint now, isn't it?
Yeah.
How to play against England. The last two group stages, the last two group games showed that. And then again today. So in Mexico, they will look at those three games and say, OK, if we sit low defensively and solid, the manager may select a side that they have quick players on the counter-attack and play against that. But England, they're going to come up against it. And like we said, that game today, it wasn't a great... I mean, it was a great watch, but from an England point of view, it actually wasn't. It was a tough watch at times. And the answers that they're looking for, the creativity in the final third, it came in the end because of Harry Kane. And, you know, they are going to come up against that, and they have to keep finding those answers.
Rory Smith, football correspondent for The Observer, joins us now. Rory, what do you think? Is that the game you expected?
I think it's the approach from Congo I expected. I wasn't sure I expected them to score in the 9th minute. That came as a bit of a surprise, to be honest. I think, Congo, Gabriel Zakuani said, who's one of the assistant managers for Congo and a former Leyton Orient legend, Kelly, said that
no such thing as former in that sentence.
That's true, yeah, he's a Leyton Orient legend. But as Paul says, he said that they'd kind of seen how Ghana played, England in particular, and he felt that Congo were better going forward than Ghana, which I think they'd probably prove they are, to be honest. They'd created, obviously, the goal, the chance for Wiese, although I think that might have been offside, and a couple of other little moments. So it was how I expected the pattern of the game to be, but I've got to admit, I didn't think England would run it quite that fine.
Well, why do you think it was that close from England? What do you think they were lacking in that performance?
A bit of creativity, a bit of ingenuity, but to be honest, I think it was partly that Congo unsettled them by, I mean, the intensity that Congo played with was incredible. The enthusiasm for defying England was amazing. It was a really heroic performance from Congo. And the other thing is, the wingers, the England's fullbacks looked like they'd never seen anyone dribble at them. They looked really, really kind of nervy as soon as anybody picked up the ball and ran at them. And, you've got a player who scored, Stipendria, plays for Castellón in the Spanish second division. They're not... I think sometimes we think of these teams as being minnows as they might have been in 1974, and they're not. It's a Congo team with, 3 Premier League players, a load of players who play in Ligue 1. They are... I'm not pretending they're a giant of world football, but they're elite players by any real kind of broad definition of the word. And I think once they had that lead, they were well organised enough, they were disciplined enough, and they were kind of intense enough just to really knock England out of their rhythm. And I suppose the thing is that England did lack a bit of creativity and ingenuity. They stuck at it. I thought they didn't panic. There was a point where I thought they might panic, as they did against Iceland 10 years ago. But I suppose the other thing is that they did create a load of chances. The 3 saves from Mpassi in the first half were extraordinary, and there were another 2 in the second half. So they did create chances. They just had to keep grinding away. It was a grind. I liked Paul's word clunky. I think that was the right term.
I mean, the other thing I was talking to Paul and to Steph about, mainly at half-time, but I suppose you could apply it to the second half as well, was the importance of the hydration/ad breaks in this game for England, because it gave Thomas Tuchel an opportunity to go out and really, one, sort of rouse his players, but also to presumably give them pointers and to give them that encouragement to get forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Their 2 best spells of the game were directly after the end of the first inning and directly after the end of the third inning. That was I think, I'm going for innings rather than quarters. I think the joke's better. But the other thing is that the secret shame of this World Cup, Kelly, the secret shame is that everyone boos the hydration break, and then the music goes on and the cameras go on and people have a nice time. And they go out for a drink, and I don't like them. It does break up the rhythm of the game. I'm not sure it breaks it up quite as much as everyone's saying it does.
Well, they're an okay experience for fans who are inside the ground. I mean, and to be fair, fans inside the ground get very little in terms of the so-called improvements to the game. So fair play to them, but it doesn't really add to the viewing experience, and it certainly doesn't seem to be something that allows teams like, I think France particularly were concerned about this, the so-called bigger teams, and we'll maybe see it come into effect in the later stages of the competition, where the momentum is halted for teams that are sort of building up ahead of steam. But if England are the so-called bigger team in this game, it worked to their advantage.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can spin it both ways. I mean, I would say as well, Kelly, I agree completely about the fans watching at home. As a man in my 40s, I'm generally quite pro occasions where I can go to the toilet. That is a useful thing over the course of a 90-minute match. No, I think no one likes them, but they're not. I don't think they're quite the evil that's been presented, and they do have benefits in that they absolutely stop the momentum of the game, which tends to benefit one team and disadvantage the other. But it depends how you want to look at it, doesn't it? Like, someone is working for someone there, and England did 100% get the benefit today. It gave Tuchel the chance to change it. I think his substitutions were brave as well. I'm not sure what it would have looked like if it had gone to extra time. That would have been a weird team, but
I think you've got to give him so much credit. I really do. I think you've got to give Thomas Tuchel so much credit for his in-game management. I think so often as an England side, even go back to when I played, we're guilty of defending our weaknesses rather than playing to strengths. And actually in the Croatia game, when we're one goal up with that last hydration break that we had, he made changes that allowed England to go on and score that fourth goal and win the game, rather than trying to sit deep and defend. And actually the changes that he made today, he made a slight formation change to start with, but then in the last break he brought Eze on. He took off Jed Spence, the right back, almost went to 3 at the back. Declan Rice had to drop in there. The positivity of Thomas Tuchel is something that impresses me.
Yeah,
go on, sorry.
No, as I said, that's absolutely right. He rolled the dice, and I suppose you could say that's a measure of how extreme the situation was. You know, they were 15 minutes from going out to DR Congo, which would have been up there with Iceland, I think, as a kind of day of shame or whatever. But he went fully for it, and you could see after the equaliser, as Congo made substitutions, Tuchel was going absolutely mad at the fourth official to try and get the game rolling again. He wanted to build on that momentum.
Steph, thoughts on Thomas Tuchel's substitutions, and maybe that's the sort of attacking mentality that he was supposed to bring in. Maybe we're not able to see it so much on the pitch at the moment because of how teams have been setting up against England, but in terms of his substitutions, that's where we're seeing the intent from him.
Yeah, without a doubt, and I think I said just previously that Eze, Gordon, Saka, they brought a bit of a different dimension, a little bit more of an end product into what they were doing, and we just looked as though we got into our rhythm a little bit better with them three coming on. And I think Eze, especially when you're in the middle of the park, you look at the likes of Anderson, Rice, Bellingham, they love to run, they love to get around, and sometimes you need someone just to be able to stand still and just get really control of the game. And even putting Rice to right back, I think, of course, we've spoke so much about the right back situation, but he has the qualities to play there, and considering he's probably carrying a bit of a knock over this tournament, it was the right decision to take him out of the middle of the park and put a pair of fresh legs on, and he can provide a different point of attack with the likes of Saka and Eze on that right hand side. So I'm impressed, because I think the guys have said at some point you've got to kind of roll the dice and take a chance, but you're taking a chance with very, very good players that have played at the highest level.
And one of those players who played the full 90 minutes, who started for England, who is a record breaker for England, who got them out of trouble against DR Congo with the 2 goals that turned things around for England. Harry Kane is with Kelly Summers.
Well, Harry, you've had some big moments in an England shirt, but you've just kept them in the World Cup. How on earth does that feel?
Yeah, it feels amazing, to be honest. What a crazy game, obviously. First and foremost, playing against a tough team, well-organised team. Going behind, but kind of after that first hydration break, I thought we upped the level, we looked good. I mean, their keeper made some unbelievable saves in that first half. And it was just about pounding the rock, keep pounding the rock, and our moments will come. We spoke about people having hero moments. It can be anyone in the team. Whether it's me, a save from Pickers, a block from the defenders, whoever it is, we have hero moments, and for me it was the day.
Your first goal kept England alive, of course, but your second one, that celebration, was 80-odd minutes of frustration coming out?
Yeah, I think so. I think you have to stay patient in these games. The last couple games were very similar, and obviously when you get to knockout football, the pressure is higher, the risk is higher. But we spoke all week just about being ourselves. And from an attacking point of view, it was probably our best game of the tournament so far. Obviously still things to work on for sure, but ultimately these rounds are just about getting through. I think the boss spoke about it before the game. This one and the next one are two difficult games for different reasons. The next one obviously away in Mexico against Mexico, but you know, we're in the part of the tournament where you have to grind wins out, and that's what we've done today.
Special scenes at the end with the fans. They're still singing now, but we also saw you go into a huddle. What did you say to the rest of the squad?
Just told the boys to enjoy it. You know, sometimes as an England player, when you go through tough games like this and games that you're expected to win, you don't really celebrate how you should. You know, we're the same as every other nation. We're through, so enjoy it. You know, we're in a World Cup. We're fighting for every moment, every little margin. So I want the boys to enjoy it with the fans like we did, and then we go again in 4 days.
The way England finished that game then, that has to be something to kick on from, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure. We spoke even from the Croatia game, you know, the subs will make an impact. We got wingers who are fresh, who are coming into the game and keeping the level even higher, and you saw that again today with B and Ant. Just over 90 minutes, you know, we're tough to handle, so yeah, ultimately just pleased for everyone involved, and hopefully we can keep it going.
Well done, say Harry.
Thank you.
That was Harry Kane, and he knows, and Paul, you're inside the stadium in Atlanta, you can see and hear how those England fans are celebrating that victory, but Harry Kane knows, he said it in the interview, that this was a victory that they had to grind out, and there has been maybe not a criticism, but questions asked about whether or not England are over-reliant on him. But the other thing that he said, look, if it's not me, it's Jordan Pickford making saves at the other end. And I suppose it's a question that fits quite nicely with a goalkeeper, that if you've got someone who's playing that well, does it matter if you're reliant on them? If you have a world-class goalkeeper who pulls off saves that keeps you in a game, nobody really talks about it that much. But if you've got a striker who's scoring all the important goals for you, people go, well, what happens if he gets injured?
It is about him, regardless of what he says. It's all about him. He's dug his goalkeeper out of a hole as well today, because Jordan Pickford should have done better with a goal that he conceded down at his near post early on in the game. And Jordan Pickford is outstanding. I think he's by far and away England's number one, but he'll be disappointed with himself the way that the first goal went in. But
Paul,
Harry Kane,
I'm going to come back to you on that, because Declan Rice is waiting to talk to John Murray.
Yes, the England vice-captain, Declan Rice, who I must say, Declan, you're still red-faced. You look as though you've just gone through the mill.
That's what happens when you're playing 30-degree heat, I suppose. Yeah, tough game. Give it everything, and yeah, obviously the body's been through a lot in that match, so time to recover and go again.
How are you?
I'm fine, good as gold. Yeah, good.
What a match that was. I mean, talk about a dramatic World Cup match. That had a little bit of everything, didn't it?
Yeah, it's a knockout game. You know, they've got through the group in a tough group, and it's never going to be easy. You can never underestimate opposition. As a neutral, as a player, because they have quality and they can hurt you on any given moment, and that first 10 minutes they did. But other than that, I think we had so many chances. Their goalkeeper, credit to him, he had an absolute worldie, and Harry Kane inevitable scoring them goals. So look, in the end, I think it was a deserved win, but probably made a bit more hard work of it than we should have done. But the main thing is, knockouts, we win, and that's what we've done.
And can you say anything that we've not heard before about the worth of Harry Kane to this England team?
He's going to get chances, isn't he? If you give him a chance, well, yeah, if you give him a chance, it's a goal. I think personally, I've seen it too many times. It's just ridiculous, the goals he scores and the way he scores them, and yeah, his whole mentality around scoring is just. It's 72 for the season now. It's just ridiculous. So credit to him.
And you know, the question now is, you know, this is a little bit like 2 years ago, isn't it? This sort of experience, this sort of feeling that you had in Germany at the Euros. Simply again, can you build on this?
Yeah, I think as the games go on, even today, I think, again, we thought they was playing a back five, they changed to back four, it was more open, we had more attacks, more shots on goal. Yeah, for sure, as the games go on, we're going to keep getting better, so that's what we've got to keep doing.
Well done, Declan.
Thank you.
We'll see you in Mexico City, and off he goes. And I have to say, Kelly, he looks absolutely frazzled.
Well, you could hear that in his voice, John. And Paul, I'm interested in getting your thoughts on this, because one, you can kind of contrast it with the scenes that you've just seen with the England fans and their extreme celebrations inside the ground, but also Declan Rice talking about how much playing in that 30-degree heat took out of him. But this is an air-conditioned stadium, so it's worth picking up on that after we've heard from Elliot Anderson with John.
Yeah, Elliot Anderson, who I've just spoken to Declan Rice, Elliot, who looked as though he'd been dragged through a hedge backwards. you look as cool as can be, but what a match that must have been to be involved in.
Yeah, it was really good fun. It was stressful, but
fun.
Yeah, it was. We stuck together. I thought we played well. You know, obviously the result at half time wasn't where we wanted, but I thought we were doing well. We just struggled to just get that goal, but. No, look, we fully believed in each other and we stayed positive.
And what's it like being on the field when you watch Harry Kane do that? I said to him before the tournament, the numbers that he's produced this season are almost like superhuman.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's special to play with him, to be honest. You know, giving him the ball and just watching him go and do his stuff. When I hit the back of the net, the relief was huge.
I remember talking to you at the Euros last summer, the under-21 Euros, so you've experienced that tournament. But for you now to be involved in this at senior level, and you'll well remember the experiences that you've had watching England, this sort of thing, even 2 years ago in Germany, now to be a part of it?
Yeah, it's incredible. There's not much words for it, really. It's amazing, you know. It's what I've worked to for all my career, and to be here on this stage, on this platform is special.
And the feeling of now going to Mexico City to play Mexico, I mean, that's something that I know it's a daunting prospect, but again, that's the kind of fixture that, if I'd said to you growing up, that's what you're going to play in for England.
Yeah, it's probably be one of the best games of your career, I think. Mexico City, you know, it'll be good. It'll be a huge test for us, and we'll get to work and hopefully come through it.
And I'm sorry for asking this, but I have to ask you, where are we up to with moving to Manchester City?
I'm not too sure. You know, I've got one objective today, and that was to focus on the country and getting this country through the next round, and I've done it, so I can now settle.
Thanks for answering that question. Well done today, Elliot. Thank you.
Yeah, Elliot Anderson was. Yeah, very much straddling those two positions at the moment, turning up for England at the World Cup, and then obviously with his club career with big changes. John Murray with the interviews there. Paul, just to come back to that point on Declan Rice, talking about playing in 30-degree heat, and I know your position is up in the stands where you will be kind of exposed to the air conditioning at maybe a more forceful level, but the conditions may be different on the pitch. But odd to hear him describe it as playing in 30-degree heat in an air-conditioned stadium.
Surprising, yeah. I'm sat here in shorts and t-shirt, and it's actually quite chilly. And we did a couple of bits downstairs yesterday at pitch level, and obviously without the crowd and the temperature's very different, but we do get information, and they assure us that the temperature's regulated at 20 degrees, but when it actually fills up with people, it goes up to 22 or 23 degrees, but it's actually very controlled. And to hear him say that, he obviously felt the heat of the game, and he felt the heat of the battle, and I think that's obviously an instant reaction. John's got him right in the mix zone there straight after the game, which is an excellent thing to do, and I think he's obviously describing the game in a very, very different way to how we're obviously sat here watching it.
And the other thing that you get from that, Steph, is just how much it's taken out of, certainly, I mean, Elliot Anderson, a little bit younger than Declan Rice, but it certainly, as John described him, sounded a lot fresher after the end of that game. But some of those players, it looked like it had really wrung a lot out of them.
Yeah, and of course, Kelly, in terms of not only the game from a physical perspective, but mentally, I think when you're 1-0 down, you know how much it means to everybody back home, the fans in the stadium. The expectation of England is to go through to the next round. That sometimes can take a toll as a player, because you look at the likes of Declan Rice, Harry Kane, really experienced players, and they know how much it means to get through to the round of 16. And I think the season that Declan Rice has had, I think that's one of the first interviews I've heard where he sounds a little bit different and a bit downbeat.
Subdued,
in comparison to, I think, a very short answer when John asked him about his injury, which normally I think it would be a little bit longer, and I think it might just get to the point where you're just sick of answering them sorts of questions. You want to focus on the football, and he's probably not as happy as with his own performance than he has been in previous ones. So I think there's a lot of factors to take in when you're part of a World Cup. You've been away from home for a long time. The pressure's there. There's an expectation of England, rightly so, because of the players that we have. And I think we've just got to try and reset as quick as possible and look ahead towards Mexico and Mexico City, because Declan described that as 30 degrees. It's going to be a lot harder when we play them in their home country.
Yeah, exactly, and under those sort of intense conditions. And that's kind of the point, isn't it? You know, Rory, Declan Rice is talking there about playing in 30-degree heat in an air-conditioned stadium in Atlanta. They're off to the Azteca, which isn't just hot and humid and filled with hostile is probably the wrong word, but a vociferous, largely Mexican crowd. And they're going to be doing that at extreme altitude as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think hostile is probably the right word, Kelly, to be honest.
Okay, well, not hostile, because they're going to be supportive of Mexico, I think. It will feel hostile to England.
You know, I don't want to kind of calumny the Mexican people, but no, that'll be hostile, and it should be hostile. It's the Azteca, it's Mexico City, it's a home World Cup. I don't know if you've seen the videos of what happened outside the Ecuadorian team hotel the night before the game yesterday. It will be fully hostile, and they should take some earplugs. And I'm sure, to be honest, I'm sure they'll expect nothing less. But it is the Azteca. Mexico's record there is insane. They look really. I mean, this is such a silly thing to say, but they look so up for it. The team. They're built on that win in the first game, where I thought they looked a little bit nervy initially, and the crowd were booing before the second goal. They're under intense pressure. They've now broken the curse, the quinto partido, winning a knockout game, which they've not done for a long time. They wanted England. Mexico, friends of mine, Nick Ames from The Guardian is there watching it in Mexico City, and he said that they were chanting for England. They want to get England to the Azteca, and they want to beat them at the Azteca. That will be
rivalry, because of a rivalry, because they would take pleasure from beating England, or because they think they're the team that they would most like. Well, I suppose there were only two that they could have played, weren't there?
I think it's probably. I don't think it's a rivalry with England so much as I think there probably comes a point where you want to take on a big team. You want to face one of the. Not that Mexico aren't a big team, but you kind of want to face one of the giants. You want that kind of seminal occasion, and Mexico have no reason whatsoever to believe that they can't beat England. Not because of England's failings, but because of the way Mexico have played in this tournament. Flawless in the group. They haven't conceded a first half goal in the World Cup since 2010. They are a legitimately good team, Mexico, and I think that will be that's the sort of occasion that they'll have been dreaming about. England have the quality and the players to stand up to that challenge, and they have shown a lot of grit today. That's probably the big kind of takeaway, the big positive from the performance is the grit, the patience they showed to stick with it, to make that quality pay. But I think it's fairly obvious they'll have to step up a level to beat Mexico. Mexico are a different calibre of team.
What about that kind of pre-match preparation, Paul, for England? When you do see the scenes of the Mexican fans outside the Ecuadorian hotel where they turned up. When I say they turned up with drums, I don't mean they turned up with like a guy with a drum hung around his neck and two sticks to beat. I mean, a full little makeshift drum kit that he sat down at with hi-hats and everything. I mean, they're turning up prepared, and they're turning up to make a lot of noise. They're playing instruments, they're honking car horns, they're trying to disrupt the sleep of the Ecuador players. They go away, they take that win. Will England be prepared for that level of hostility?
There will certainly be a welcoming committee awaiting England, that is for sure. And Mexico in Mexico City is quite a daunting prospect. But obviously the England players will be prepared. As you know, whenever they travel,
I'm assuming the hotel's got double glazing as well.
Well, you would think so. And you know, lessons will have been learnt. You know, we live in a world now where things can be altered and changed very, very quickly, as we know from our flights yesterday, the day before yesterday here, that were cancelled. So I suspect the England organisers, if you like, will have seen that, and I think certain hotels will have been picked, and certain floors of the hotels will have been picked, and all that will have been taken into consideration. And then when actually, you know, you look at that, the hostility, yes, that is a factor as well. But Mexico, they've got an unbelievable record at home. Like Rory said, they've lost 2 of 88 competitive games at the Azteca. So it's definitely not going to be straightforward for England.
Paul, what was the most intense welcome you had to a game abroad?
Definitely in Turkey.
Yeah.
Whenever you go to like Galatasaray or Besiktas or England against Turkey, those stadiums are full 2 or 3 hours before, and it's like a nightclub. The whole place is bouncing, and beforehand and afterwards. I remember one of the games that we went to. Our police escort to the ground was 2 water cannons with like tanks. So that'll be a similar type thing. I think that's awaiting England in Mexico.
I was going to say that you go to different nightclubs to me. That's a man.
I don't. I'm too old now.
That's a man who's been to Oceania in Leeds. That's what that is.
Water cannons.
But did it make a difference? Does that sort of hostility make a difference to you?
I think it brings the best out of you. As a player, it gives you a buzz and it gives you a drive. And you pick the atmosphere up very quickly, and you're looking forward to the game. For me personally, it was an incentive rather than anything that oppressed it.
Well, England have Mexico lying in wait for them in the early hours of Sunday night into Monday morning, 1 a.m. kickoff at the Azteca. They've got that to look forward to thanks to 2 late Harry Kane goals that turned things around against DR Congo in their last 32 game. You'll be able to have your say on this, 08085 909 693. Chris Sutton will be there with Robbie Savage. Chris, there's loads to talk about from this game and also looking ahead to the game in Mexico.
I've been to Mexico for the opening game, and a bit of altitude. It'll be interesting to see how England cope with that.
Did it affect you? Because I know people have been out there covering games and saying actually you get really tired really quickly with it.
No, I mean I'm super fit, Kelly.
Well,
so
that is
really
the thing. You are an
me.
athlete still,
yeah.
so.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, won't it? It won't be easy, for England to acclimatise. But I think the bigger deal, I think Mexico's record in the Azteca is absolutely phenomenal, and it's going to be difficult. I actually thought, with regards to the game today, listening to Declan Rice, I thought he summed it up pretty well. You can never underestimate the opposition, and I saw DR Congo play against Portugal, where they drew 1-1. A lot of players from the Premier League play in their team, and they carry a bit of a threat. They're quite a well-balanced team. So for England to win, I think was a big deal. It's knockout football. It's about getting over the line. But I suppose the question which we want to sort of put out there tonight: where would England be without Harry Kane? And want to hear, did Thomas Tuchel get everything right, his substitutions right? I thought, Anthony Gordon, 2 assists, came on. So, that was a big deal. I think Thomas Tuchel was under severe pressure, but coped well. But clearly, I think we would all like to see the level of performance improve. But it's not how you start the tournament, is it? It's about how you finish. I think England are in a pretty good place.
Chris,
Kelly, can
I just ask Chris one question? Why are you asking where would England be without Harry Kane? Is there a suggestion that he's not going to be available for them?
Well, you never know what's going to happen further down the line. It's just, I mean, he was the difference, and listening to John and Paul in commentary, you need your big players to step up at the big tournaments. And the Golden Boot is fascinating, isn't it? At this World Cup, that's another sideshow. But Harry Kane's put himself in with a chance. But his second goal, his first goal was good. And you did wonder with it, and Passy, made some incredible saves. His second goal was just absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. But we sort of come to expect it, haven't we?
Kelly, I was just going to say on the altitude, and obviously nothing will stop Chris offering a stream of provocative opinions. So I'm not surprised the altitude didn't affect him. But it is a massive factor. Like that is a genuine thing, and a lot of European players don't ever play at altitude. Mexico City is really high up. The oxygen is thinner. Same as Quito, same as La Paz. The teams that have these amazing home records in South America in particular tend to play very high up. But I went to Atlanta United's training ground the other day, where Uzbekistan were staying, and I think one of the other teams might have trained there. And I suspect this is true of Premier League clubs, also have rooms where they can change the amount of oxygen in the atmosphere, so you can get used to it. Because it takes about a week to get used to proper altitude. England don't really have that from their base in Kansas City. But I wonder if they've got... they'll have facilities that will enable them to kind of mimic the conditions they'll be playing in, which will help that transition.
Well, I did a spot of light Googling, and there is a genetic advantage. You can, if you are genetically from a line of people who are exposed to high altitude, you become more able to deal with that. Even if you then, as somebody who doesn't have that kind of genetic advantage, even if you train for it, you just don't have that innate ability to deal with the altitude. But look, a lot of people are saying this, that we can talk about the conditions, but the players are going to have to play in whatever is ahead of them, and they're up against, as everybody keeps saying, a Mexico side that probably the most important thing is how fantastic their record is at the Azteca, and that's what's going to be difficult for England. And then the other question that Chris was going to put out there for 606 listeners on 08085 909 693 is the idea of the substitutions. Steph, I was going to come to you on that, and then we ended up in a run of player interviews. But Tuchel's substitutions and the way in which he brought not just brought players on who were involved in goals, but also the fact that he made the attacking substitutions, that he built on what England were good at rather than trying to protect what they were trying to do less of. Does that, if I've explained that properly, does that encourage you?
It does, because I think there's been so much talk about the squad and the quality of the squad, especially in them forward areas, and I think we were doing okay with Rashford and Madueke, but we didn't really create that many clear-cut chances. So to bring on fresh legs, to pose Congo's full-backs a bit of a different problem with two different wingers, and like Chris said, in terms of Anthony Gordon getting 2 assists, I think that will give him the boost of confidence that he probably needs over this World Cup to be able to come on and make an impact. And I think whenever you see that type of player come on the pitch as a teammate, you always get a boost anyway, because you know what they're going to do. And I think Tuchel got the timing really, really well in terms of when he did that. And I think as a team we really improved and we grew as that game went on with them players coming on the pitch.
Anthony Gordon, here's a little fact for you, has become the first England substitute since 1966 to provide 2 assists in a single World Cup match. Let's hear from him.
Yeah, I hate being a sub, to be honest. I'm a nervous wreck when I'm a sub. I head and kick every ball. I try not to. I try and tell myself to be calm, but I can't help it. So I was desperate to get on. The lads who started the game grounded them down, and I felt like when I come on they were tired, so I tried to make the most of it. Usually in that situation I'd probably try and shoot or do a bit of a skill, but I think with H he probably dictates my decision. I just thought, try and put it in there. I know he's in there somewhere. As soon as he hit it I knew it was going in. I was already celebrating, but I remember the celebration, and it's more the consistency that he surprises me with. Anyone can score a good goal, anyone at this level can put the ball in the top corner, but it's the consistency that he does it. Every day in training, every game, it's phenomenal. He plays at such a high level. It's amazing to be around him every day, because when you're around someone at the elite level, he's at the very, very top of football. He's having a season that's only ever been beat by Lionel Messi, the greatest footballer of all time. So that speaks to the level he's playing at. When you're around someone like that, you want to pick up as many habits and watch everything he does to see why he's at that level. And it's no accident. Like I said then, it's consistency every day, how hard he works, every finishing drills, he does it with passion, he does it with seriousness, he never ever messes about. So it's amazing to be around him, and he's definitely an inspiration to all of us.
And that was Anthony Gordon, and he finished off by talking about Harry Kane and how inspiring he is. Tuanzebe is with John Murray.
Yes, Axel Tuanzebe. This is the other side of the story. What a match to be involved in, and in the end, Harry Kane makes the difference, doesn't he?
Yeah, he made his impact in the game, but ultimately we're kicking ourselves more so, because we felt that we should have definitely held out the game. Probably should have finished it in the first half as well. But it was unfortunate, it wasn't meant to be for us today. But we'll definitely look on this and think how we can build for future tournaments.
You absolutely rattled England, didn't you, in that first quarter of the match?
For sure. Look, when you get into the knockout stages, the pressure multiplies tenfold, and you can see it in the first half. We was able to play and combine and have a real confidence in our game, and going up maybe hindered our performance a little bit, probably did actually, because we felt like, okay, we're winning the game and we want to hold the victory out. But I think we'll definitely learn from this and continue attacking the game, especially that early on, because having to defend wave of attack after attack after attack, eventually with this kind of calibre of players, they will prevail, and they did so today.
And I know clearly, you've got the disappointment now, the massive disappointment of the result, but just give us an overview of what this experience has been like, and a wider context as well, with everything that is going on back in DR Congo.
Yeah, if anything, it's a real mission for us to one, put Congo on the map, and two, really show or give our people something to be proud of, to be happy about, to talk about, to embrace in their culture, and be able to really talk about Congo in a positive way. Our country's had a lot of suffering, has been exploited a lot. So this, for the people, I'm sure they're very happy and very proud of what we've done. But for us as professionals, it's a stepping stone. We're not done yet. Mission continues, and we want to really have a massive impact on our nation.
Well said, Axel. Thanks for talking to us. Thank you. Axel Tuanzebe.
Thank you very much, John Murray, for that. And we really should talk about DR Congo, because that was, I mean, Rory, I know I started off by asking you about whether it was the game that you expected, and we knew what their approach would be, but the way that they executed it, I think was beyond expectations.
Yeah, they were outstanding. They really were, and it was really hard not to feel sorry for them at the end. The way, obviously it was an incredible finish for the second from Kane, but the effort that they put in, the organisation that they'd shown, the discipline, the intelligence, all of that stuff was an incredible performance for a team that, like I said before, they do have some Premier League quality. They've got lots of players playing in Ligue 1 and Ligue 2 and kind of the Spanish first and second divisions. They're not a team of amateurs who've turned up. They are proper footballers, but they don't have players of the calibre of England, and they were, certainly for 75 minutes, they were absolutely outstanding. And I think what you see with them, as you've seen with so many teams in the World Cup, and I'm going to be slightly cheesy now, Kelly, is how much it means to them to represent their country on this stage. And that is the thing that is, once you take your own personal loyalties of which team you actually want to win out of it, that's what is so special about this tournament. And it's special whether it's 32 teams or 48 teams. It's special regardless of which particular country is hoping to burnish their reputation in the world by hosting it. It's the reason that every 4 years the world does kind of grind to a halt for it, because it means so much. We've seen so many examples of that this week, whether it's individual players playing despite desperate tragedies in their own lives, or the kind of unity of teams that weren't expecting to get this far, the delight of Paraguay beating Germany. And Congo, given all that country continues to suffer, not just with Ebola, but with an ongoing sort of exploitative war, it's really uplifting. And I'm sure that the players will be disappointed. Paul and Steph are better qualified than me to think about how the players will respond. But in time, and it won't take a long time at all, they'll be incredibly proud of what they've done here, not just today, but throughout the tournament.
Just before we talk about that from a player's perspective, having worked on the Destination New Jersey programmes, which are available on BBC Sounds and give you an insight into lots of the teams that will be taking place at this World Cup, we've looked a lot at teams from Africa. And there are 6 still left in this tournament, and DR Congo have been part of that success story and about the sort of broader growth and improvement of and competitiveness of African football.
Yeah, and it's partly to do with their use of their diaspora population. So obviously there's a lot of players in Africa. This is something we talked about a lot on Destination New Jersey,
Congo,
wasn't it? Yeah, and Dabi Zakawani's been really integral to that. But a lot of there was a brilliant piece. There's been so many pieces that are so good recently. There was a brilliant piece that I can't remember where it was about the way that countries are setting up offices to try and tap into those populations in Europe, in North America, to persuade players to play for the lands of their parents or their grandparents rather than necessarily the place they were born. That's really improved them. But also the kind of expertise that's come in domestically within those countries in terms of youth development has really helped. It is a shame. I'm going to sound a little bit woke now, but it's a shame that Europe kind of takes the young players away from Senegal and from countries in West Africa in particular for such small amounts of money that means they can't quite kick on. But we've got
Rory,
6
listen,
still
it's
there.
an important point, and I'm sorry to interrupt it. And you're right, it's much better to be woke than to be asleep. But we do have to hear from Thomas Tuchel. He's with John Murray.
Yes, Thomas Tuchel joins us live on BBC Radio 5 Live. Thomas, the phrase that seems to be the one that is used is never in doubt.
Easy to say now, but I think it was no time for doubt. It was too intense to doubt. This team didn't accept the defeat. They didn't accept it, and that's the best of it. I felt no doubt from the players. I felt that they were just doing what is needed to do. I felt that they showed their teeth, and I felt they were fully committed again. It was difficult because we conceded first, and we didn't get the press right in the first 20 minutes. Commitment was always there, but in the last 3 quarters, I think we were excellent, and we were just fully. And I felt the belief from the players that's the best sign of it. And then we created a lot of chances, maybe penalty, maybe not, and then another save and another save, and still they didn't doubt. They just kept on doing what we were doing. And I feel like with the goal that we got, the equalizer, we got of course the momentum totally on our side, and even more belief than we had, and then turned it around. Well done.
But even you must have felt the nerves jangling.
Yeah, but if you feel your players fully, you're totally in the game. Of course, you know the time is running, clock is ticking, but you feel your players at halftime. You feel them in a hydration break, and you feel them pushing from the side. I felt a team that does not accept a defeat today. I felt a team that just fully aware where we are at this very moment. It is a moment in the tournament where, yeah, if you want to compare it, it's maybe January or February, and you go an away match in a FA Cup. And things can get complicated, and it's just so necessary that you keep the belief, you show your teeth, and you don't give in. You don't give in no matter what. And I think that's what the team deserves the praise for, because they did exactly this. We turned it around, and well deserved, by the way, but it took a long while.
And what would you say to people? Because people will say, well, England are not hitting the heights of France, Argentina.
I don't care what people say. I saw what they do, and then we will see. We will see when it comes to that. These 2 teams are, by the way, the favourites, and yeah, we're the underdogs, and we're happy where we are.
Are you going to be ready for Mexico and everything that entails, playing at altitude?
I'm not sure if we're ready, because we cannot. It's a huge disadvantage for us, of course, because Mexico they play there since the tournament starts, and they're adapted to the altitude. We don't have enough time to adapt. So big. It's a big disadvantage, and I'm not sure if we get a lot of. There will come another disadvantages. I'm not so sure if the traveling will be smooth. I'm not so sure if the sleep will be smooth. If it will be noise outside of the hotel. Okay, bring it on. It's a very, very beautiful and exciting fixture, and we are prepared. There will be a lot of obstacles, but this team is ready to overcome them, whatever it takes.
We will see you there. Thank you, Thomas. Well done, Thomas Tuchel.
Ready to have your say in the UK's biggest World Cup debate. Get ready. This is 606 with Robbie Savage and Chris Sutton on 5 Live.
Welcome to World Cup 606, taking your calls tonight up until live commentary of Belgium-Senegal at 9 as England scrape through to the last 16 of the World Cup.
And Cepello with a shot! It's in! Congo have a shock lead in the 7th minute.
Crosses it.
Kane with a header. It's there! The captain to the rescue, and it's England 1, DR Congo 1.
Kane finds a position.
Oh, brilliant! Harry Kane rifled it into the top corner.
Harry Kane scored 2 goals for England in the last 15 minutes,
and that has won England the match. And England are through to the round of 16. And Harry Kane, absolutely the centre of attention.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rate. Visit bbc.co.uk/5 Live terms for our terms of use and privacy notice.
Brilliant commentary there, Christopher, from John Murray. What were your thoughts on that England performance?
Well, could be better, but it's knockout football. England are through. Where would England be without Harry Kane? Would you rather have Harry Kane than Haaland? Would you rather have Harry Kane than Lionel Messi? Would you rather have Harry Kane than Mbappe? What do you think, Rob?
England and Congo fans, the number to call is 08085 909 693. Right then, Christopher, straight to the lines. Paul, how are you?
Hi, Robbie. Hi, Chris.
Hi, Paul. What did you make of that?
Scratchy, sketchy. I mean, where to start with that? I can't. I'm going back to the interview that actually Declan Rice gave with John Murray, and I don't think I've ever heard Declan Rice sound like that before. I know, after a game you're going to be tired and, but he's playing in an air-conditioned stadium and he's ended the game at right back. That's my biggest concern with that Thomas Tuchel still doesn't know his best team. Okay, I understand he had to take a risk at the end of that game. He had to take a risk in order to get through. But can we honestly say that we got through because of Thomas Tuchel's risks? Okay, Anthony Gordon got 2 assists, but Harry Kane was unbelievable.
Yeah, well, we have to praise Thomas Tuchel for the subs, don't we? I mean, you mentioned Anthony Gordon 2 assists, so, he got his substitutions spot on. And what would you do, Paul, if you were Thomas Tuchel with that right-back position? Is Jed Spence the answer? Would you play Declan Rice at right-back?
Well, I would... do we play Declan Rice full stop? Because he's absolutely shattered, Chris. Absolutely dead on his feet after a Premier League winning campaign with Arsenal.
No,
but
it's not.
You're not playing Declan Rice at right back, Chris, against Mexico.
Rob, I don't know whether I don't know what you did in your last 606. It was a question, Rob.
It was a silly question. Stupid
Rob, he's been
question.
trying to get his signings ready for next season for Forest Green.
Yeah, what a
That's where he's been,
stupid...
Robbie.
Play Declan Rice at right back. What a stupid question.
No, my
Who would you play, Rob?
condition is that...
Go on, Paul. Carry on, Paul.
Yeah, sorry, my concern is Declan Rice going to be ready in 4 days' time for a match against Mexico, a very heated atmosphere at altitude where already they have a huge advantage. I'm really, really concerned. I'm glad we got through, don't get me wrong. I'm not coming in here being a negative Nancy or anything like that, but, that interview with John Murray was stark. I'm really, really worried. And yes, it was an air-conditioned stadium. Right, air-conditioned stadium in which there was no justification for hydration breaks again, but those hydration breaks got us out of a hole tonight as well as Harry Kane because
Paul,
there was Thanks, Robbie.
Thanks, Paul. Thank you so much, Chris. I heard other pundits yesterday talking about Harry Kane. Do you remember against Ghana saying why didn't Harry Kane come off at 0-0? Absolute nonsense. And people saying ex-players saying should Harry Kane play in a 10? Like what are these pundits on about? Harry Kane, 72 goals this season. Well, I'm not going to mention names, but honestly, some of these pundits, ex-players, are clueless.
I don't know who you're talking about. Can you just say?
No, I'm just putting it out there. Why would you play Harry Kane as a 10? Come on. Just quick, Chris, you're over in America. Who would you play at right back?
Who would I play?
England international,
I think he's got. Yeah, you'd have loved to have been English, Rob, wouldn't you? I think he's got to stick with Jed Spence. I wouldn't like to see him move Konsa out there and play John Stones. I don't think John Stones is the answer in a centre back position.
Raju, how are you?
I'm all right, thanks. It is shocking. I'll tell you that for a fact.
Shocking.
First of all, why wasn't Morgan Rogers on? I want to make a few points. And Jed Spencer should have been took off straight away after the first half because he was terrible. And Harry Kane, I don't know what happened to the whole group. They were taking ages, and the ref should have been sacked. The ref should be sacked after that the penalty. I mean, I don't care how much of the
he got that call right. Harry Kane dived.
Oh, okay, yeah, controversial, but yeah, where was Morgan Rogers? Why wasn't he on the pitch? And
because Bellingham was playing.
Well, Bellingham nearly scored with 2 headers. So when would you have put Morgan Rogers on then, and who would you have put him on for?
Oh, it's like that. Okay. Oh, yeah. That technicality is not my Spencer, but I think Jed Spencer should have been.
Thomas Tuchel can't put 12 players on the pitch, so you've got to take someone off. Raju, who would you have hooked?
I don't know, but I don't know about that. That's a bit more technical. But Jed Spencer should have been took off straight away. I know that he was terrible.
So you'd have taken him off straight away, Raju.
Yes, wow.
Spencer should have been
That's
took
a
off
bit
straight
harsh.
away.
What, straight away? What, after a minute?
No, after the second, before the second half, he should have been took off because he couldn't save any of the balls.
There was a moment, I don't know whether you saw it, Raju and Rob, where Thomas Tuchel...
Like I said, I was going on what the commentator was saying because I'm fully blind, so I was listening to it on 5 Live. I can't see any...
Right.
So, Yeah,
so you would have taken Jed Spence off at half-time. It is a problem position, I think, that right-back area. And, England have been very unlucky, haven't they, with that.
Yeah,
but
sorry, I thought he was the goalie, sorry. But yeah, no mind. But, yeah.
Okay, Raju, thank you so much for the call. Elias, how are you?
Hello, I'm good, thanks. Yeah, I'd like to say, one of you commentators just said it anyway. Harry Kane basically has a blatant dive. What I want to know is, why didn't he get booked? It was a blatant drive.
Yeah.
I mean, dive. The referee can't not give the penalty and not book him at least. I
he
don't
should have
really
booked
know
him.
what's going on
He should
here.
have booked him. That simulation.
Are you an England fan, Elias?
Honest truth, no, I'm not. But that's I'm not really a football fan, to tell you the honest truth. I don't really care who wins. I'd rather Congo wins because of all the headache I get. But that's neither here or there. The rules of the football is Harry Kane blatantly dived, and why didn't he get booked?
Yeah, I agree with that. What do you mean you'd rather DR Congo win because of the headache you might get? What do you mean by that?
I'm just not an England supporter. That's all.
But who do you support, Elias?
Who do I support? I'd rather Congo win, if I'm honest with you. But that's neither here or there. I just like to see the game played
fairly
as it should have done, which means Kane obviously should have got booked.
Yeah, but I think I mean, what I've got on my screen is you think Harry Kane should have been sent off.
Well, yes, I would have sent him for the crime he did. Yes, of course. I thought the rules was if you blatantly dive, which he did, I thought that was a sending off. You're trying to cheat in the goal area, and you're trying to cheat football.
As a yellow card, would you have given him red, Rob? If you were a referee, Rob? No,
I wouldn't have. Elias, thank you so much for the call. Paul,
would you have
how
given
are you?
a yellow? Rob?
Yeah, I'm very well, thank you. I just really enjoyed the game. I thought England played great, and I think it's the best England team we've had for a long time. I think they've taken what Southgate started to build.
England
6 years
played
ago.
They kept kicking the ball out in the first half.
No, that's not right. You think how many shots they had at goal after the first break?
They should have gone 2-0 down. Worcester hitting the post. They should have been 2-0 down.
Of course, they could have gone 2-0
down. They didn't play
down.
great. England weren't great. Come on.
No, they were. Listen, this is the best England team we've had, and I'm not saying the team, the players, or whatever, but the way they play and the way in which they come back. And the way in which they say, OK, we're not getting through this way, we'll keep trying, and then they'll bring on the subs that also added to the game. They always improved. And I think that's something we haven't had for... Southgate did a wonderful job, I thought, but he's taken them one step further, that when the subs come on, something's going to change. And it keeps the same energy, it keeps everybody running. And the defenders, Panama, they stepped up after Ghana. They thought, right, we've got to step it up earlier than before, start pushing the players, and they're doing brilliantly, and they're doing it. I think they'll carry on doing it. I don't know how far they'll go. It's going to be tough against different teams, but they'll have more space as well. And we're better going forward than we are defending. We always have been. We're not very good at controlling the ball at the back. We never have been. Play to our strengths. And when they're going on about this right-back position, all the full-backs in England, Alexander-Trent, Arnold.
I thought you were going to say Terence Trent D'Arby there. Go on.
He's injury prone. You look at Shaw for United on the other wing. He's injury. The wing backs in this country have so much work to do. They're all got hamstring injuries. You look at Chilwell. Chilwell should still be playing football, but he's burnt out completely. So there's always, you have to just have a supply of people who just can take that position. Half a game, 3/4 of a game, whatever it is.
Paul, you said this is the best England team ever, didn't you?
Since 1970, I would say.
Since 1970.
And I can't think of a team that's... And I don't think anybody's played better all the way through. And, OK, you can say the Ghana game, they never scored.
You think England have played well? You think England have played well up until this point?
They deserve to win today, Rob.
They've won. They've not played well, they've won. They've played well second half against Croatia.
How many shots did they have against Croatia in that game?
Well, it doesn't matter.
How many shots did they have against Ghana?
Rob. Of course it matters.
Hang on, let me ask the question. Chris. Do you think, as Paul suggested, England have played really well or well?
No.
England thoroughly deserve to win
They
today.
played very well this competition. They've played a good half against Croatia.
They played a good game.
They struggled against Panama in the first half.
Croatia had 2 shots in the first half and they scored. And that's the problem with England.
Got both.
Is when you've got good teams against them, but they only had 2 chances and they scored them both. And
so England have played really well so far in this competition. They've won. They won the group.
I think it's the best
they've won the
played.
group and they've won today, which is
that's
what they're trying to do. But they haven't played well. Come on.
I disagree. I mean, I think people just go by the scores and say, "Oh, it's 1-0. They're losing 1-0. Or they haven't scored yet," and everybody gets anxious. But you look at the number of chances they're creating. It's more than any England team have ever managed. They said that they get against Ghana, they had more shots on goal than any England team since 1966. Now, they didn't score, and that's the name of the game. But when it came down to it against Panama, they decided,
and listen, let's be totally honest. They rolled their luck in that game because it should have been a penalty and send it off against them. Let's be totally honest.
It should have been, could have, would have. It doesn't matter.
Well, it should have been.
Should have been.
You're right. They've had shots, but it should have been a penalty.
Should have been a booking for Harry Kane today, but it wasn't. You just got to take those things. Those are the things that happen in a game. You just get on with it. You can't say this might have happened or that might. When everybody's going on at half time saying, "Oh, we should have had a penalty." No, you just get on with it. It's the referee makes the decision. It's bad for both of them. I think.
Thank you so much for the call, Chris.
Great
in the 4 games, Chris, have England played really well? Simple question.
Well, it's a matter of opinion, and Paul, as
Chris,
you know,
I'm asking
he
you,
made a
what's
strong
your opinion?
argument.
Obviously, you've not been at the big games.
I think no, just Brazil, Argentina,
right,
not the big ones. Okay, have England played well? They can play better. Yeah. But they've done enough. You can't deny what Paul said. Paul said, England deserved to win today, Rob.
Panama,
you can't deny that.
I was watching the game against Panama and I went to bed at half time because it was the most boring half of football I've seen.
Yeah, but you're not a real football fan. If that would have been in my back garden, I would have closed the curtains. It was horrific. Panama would beat Wales 8-0.
Harry, how are you?
I'm good. I'm happy that we've gone through. I'm concerned about the performance again, though, I must admit.
What concerns you,
Chris
Harry?
thinks England have been brilliant this tournament so far.
No, we've not. Let's call a spade a spade. Gareth Southgate could have done that performance today. Let's be real. England have got all the talent in the world. It is probably the most talented squad, and I think Kane in form for England is brilliant. He's probably the best player they've ever had. But the way they're playing, they're sleepwalking into losing out on another chance of winning a major tournament. And these chances don't come around. These players and squad that we've got at the minute will not come around as often as we've got them right now.
Most talented squad, you said. Most talented squad. England squad, the most talented. So would you rather take England squad over the French squad, for example?
Of course not. It's the England squad, not the French squad.
England
the French squad is a different level.
France. Sorry about
I'm not.
You just said that you just said the England squad was the most talented in the tournament.
The England squad,
in terms of the English squad, it is. I think we've got
it's not.
We've got 2 or 3 players who you could argue are the best in their position in the world. More needs to be done with them. This is the 4th tournament we've had now with this England squad.
Can you name the 2 or 3 players? Can you name the 2 or 3 players? Go on then.
Absolutely. Harry Kane could be argued that he is the best striker. It's not the best player in the world. Declan Rice could be argued for the best player in his position, and Jude Bellingham could be argued for the exact same thing.
Do you think that's
disagree,
fair,
Chris,
Rob?
or agree? I'm asking you, Chris. You're an ex-England international.
I asked you first. I mean, is there? I mean, you look at Mbappe,
Answer
you look
the
at
question,
Haaland.
Chris.
Who would you rather have? I mean, I put it out there at the start, Rob. I think it's an interesting debate. Harry Kane, 72 goals this season, has been phenomenal. But there are some other great players out there. I think squad-wise, you'd rather have the French squad.
Sleepwalking the way through the tournament, Chris. Harry says.
They're walking into another disaster. England fans are so hopeful at the minute because they recognise what's on offer. They recognise the Harry Kanes, the Declan Rices, the Bellingham. They recognise that there's something there to be won, and we're not doing it. Do you think Gareth Southgate would not have played that exact same way today?
Chris?
I think you're being very disrespectful to Gareth Southgate, who was a really successful England manager, and here you are giving him a bit of a kicking, Harry.
No, there's no disrespect. We got through, but that was the problem under Southgate, wasn't it? We got through, and it wasn't enjoyable. Tuchel was meant to come in and change all this. Did you feel it was any different to Southgate today, Chris?
I think tournament football, Harry, it's not how you start the tournament, it's how you finish. And I think England are just bubbling along nicely. I think that they go to Mexico, altitude, probably beat the Mexicans on the home patch, and then I think England may take off with the best squad in the tournament.
Okay. Harry, thank you so much for thank you so much for the call. Harry got loads of calls. So England, Chris, scraped past Panama, didn't score against Ghana, and scraped past DR Congo. But you're saying they're having a brilliant tournament, right? Let's go to Ankash. How are you?
Yeah, all good, thank you. Good, love the show. First time caller.
Do you agree with Chris? England have been brilliant in this tournament so far.
You know what? I never thought I would agree with Chris, but I think you've got to take every game as it comes, and I think I was really proud of the way that we played today. I think went a goal down. It was difficult, and we fought hard all the way through that first half and the second half. I was really proud of the way that we played. But the substitutions were good. Pushed the fullbacks up, and tried to make things happen. We put crosses in, we played balls through, and eventually we got a goal. And that goal from Kane was an absolute worldie. And the only thing I don't understand is when you've got one of the best strikers in the world, you're looking at Argentina, you're looking at France, you just got to feed Kane. Just give him the ball and just set up around him a bit more and just own the pitch.
I mean, where do you think, I asked that at the top of the show, where do you think Harry Kane ranks in terms of up against Haaland, up against Messi, up against
I'm a City fan,
Mbappe?
so I love Haaland. But when Kane nearly came to City, I was more than pleased for that to happen. So I think Kane's one of the best in the world. And when you've got the best striker in the world feeding the ball, then he's going to score. I mean, the goal that he scored today was incredible. I know that ball from Gordon was good, but what Kane did after that was just awesome. Just give him the ball and he's going to put it in the back of the net. He's done it all season.
And what about, Ankesh, the wingers today? Madueke and Rashford, the start of the game didn't really happen for them. Do you think that Thomas Tuchel is in quite a good position because he can bring the likes of Gordon on and Saka on?
Sometimes I feel we start too defensively. I'm like, if we're going to own it. Just get up there, get in their grill, fight hard, push. And when we put so many crosses into the box, their keeper made a few good saves. And I think the more we attack, the more we take control of the game, then we've got to own it. I think we can't set up so defensively. We've got two at the back in front of that defence. And if you know teams aren't going to push against you. And that was not a fluky goal. They played well at the beginning, but it was out of the blue. And then you've got to take control of the game. And I think the substitutions were really positive. It was good.
Ankesh, thank you so much for the call. Going back to what Harry said about the squad, Chris, it must be nice for Thomas Tuchel to bring on, take off Rashford and Madueke and bring on a Premier League winner and Gordon who just signed for Barcelona. It must be nice, that. So going back to Harry, the squad is so talented.
I just said that.
Yeah,
is it? But is it? Yeah, but I mean, the question is, you're sort of. I mean, you got your foot in a couple of camps here, Rob. I mean, where are you? I mean, I heard Paul Robinson speak earlier, and I do think there's an element of truth in what he said when he said that this England team, knockout football, they can beat anybody on their day. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, they can, and they can lose to anybody on their day. No question about that. Following us, Chris, it's Belgium against Senegal. Vicky Sparks has the team talk. The team talk? The team news.
I'd love to hear that.
I could do the team
Sorry,
talk,
Vic.
Robbie. I don't know how good I'd be at it, but yes, Dion Dublin and I here in Seattle. I've got to say, guys, we've just recovered pretty much just about from watching the end of that game in the media centre here. Thank goodness for Harry Kane. Anyway, Belgium against Senegal here in Seattle. Both of these sides coming into this one off the back of their biggest ever World Cup victories. So Belgium unchanged from the side that thumped New Zealand 5-1 as they finally showed up at this World Cup. So Nketiah Lara leads the line again with record goal scorer Romelu Lukaku on the bench. Everton's Iliman Ndiaye makes his first start of the tournament for Senegal. That's one of three changes from their 5-0 win over Iraq, which saw them squeak through as the worst of the best third-place teams, if that makes sense. Pap Gay, who bagged a brace from the bench in that game, also gets the nod. Pater Cease comes in too. Out go Camara, Sek, and their bright young talent Ibrahim Mbaye. And as we knew yesterday from the press conference, Edouard Mendy, their number one goalkeeper, is still injured. So Mori Diaw continues in goal. Record goal scorer Sadio Mane looking to do the damage down the left.
Thank you so much, Vicky. That game
Are you
follows
all right, Rob?
us here on 606.
You're a bit rusty,
I'm
aren't
fine.
you? You haven't done one for a
I'm
while.
a bit rusty, bit rusty, bit rusty.
Should we get you a little
bit rusty.
a session with someone just working on your broadcasting again? Get you up to speed.
Rob Northman. Where's Rob Northman when you need him?
Yeah.
Right then, Christopher. Let's go to Jensen. How are you, Jensen?
I'm good, mate. How are you, Chris?
Yeah, I'm good, Jensen. Enjoyed the England performance.
Sorry,
What did you think?
Honestly, I thought it was really, really bleak today. And I think if we get against Mexico, I think we're really, really going to struggle. Really do.
Why?
I just think we were really poor going forward. Madueke is really, really negative, passing it back, not getting forward as much as I thought he would. I thought Tuchel had picked Gordon and Madueke to go forward and put the balls in the box, and he's not doing enough of it. It's constant across the box. I think we're really poor. I think at the back, we're very strong at the back, but we need to get that ball up faster and faster.
You think England are strong at the back? And you mentioned Anthony Gordon. I don't know whether that was a criticism of him, but he came off the bench and 2 assists. Changed the game, didn't he? Do we not have to give Thomas Tuchel a bit of credit there?
Well, for me, he's been really poor the first couple of games, and maybe keeping Rashford on the pitch a bit longer would have been a little bit better for me. I know he got 2 assists, but I think Rashford was easing his way into the game.
So you would have kept Rashford on. Thomas Tuchel makes the sub, brings Rashford off, and puts Gordon on. And you're saying that you would have preferred him to leave Rashford on, even though Gordon got 2 assists. That doesn't make any sense, Jensen.
Well, I would have put Gordon off of Madueke. I'd have put him on the right wing because I thought Rashford was more positive going forward than Madueke earlier on into the game.
But don't you think that's a good situation to be in, though, for Thomas Tuchel, that he knows if the team aren't clicking in those wide areas, that he can say, go on you go, Saka, produce you a bit of magic.
Winner,
on you go,
Gordon,
on you
Barcelona.
go, Anthony Gordon.
Must be nice, that.
Yeah, don't you think?
But do you really think that Saka's a forward-playing footballer?
Chris? Do I think what? Saka's a forward?
I think we should have kept Rashford on the pitch. We should have kept... no, not Rashford on the pitch. Rashford on the pitch, sorry. I got mixed up with
Make your
Madueke.
mind up, Jensen.
We should have kept Rashford on the pitch, taken off Madueke. Oh, fuck.
What? Jensen?
Oh, he's
gone.
Jensen's gone. No. Jensen's
in
gone.
a spin there, Jensen, wasn't he?
Let's go to Mark in Dartford. How are you, Mark?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks, chaps. How are you?
Yeah, good.
Lovely.
Some positivity
Excellent.
from England fans here. Come on, some positivity, Mark. You're scraping through against these teams.
I can't understand the negativity. I can't understand
Agreed.
it. It's like listening to Jensen just there and a couple of your other callers. I mean, I'm wondering whether I'm watching the same thing, but surely the idea of tournament football, correct me if I'm wrong, is to win a game.
Yeah.
Is that what England did tonight? Absolutely.
Yeah.
And
Did they deserve it, Mark?
I thoroughly think they did. I think for the first 20 minutes, let's Americanise it, 'cause that's the way it's going. First quarter was Congo's, no doubt about that. But the remaining 3 quarters, England were just all over them. I honestly believe we were by far the better team. And it was just a matter of time. And it's like, say, with these
And to be
games,
fair, you should be the better team as well. Come on, let's be totally honest.
Absolutely.
The
Absolutely.
quality
But you've got to be fair, Robbie. You've got to be fair. It's World Cup football, and I know it's a cliche, but there are no easy games, is it? But I do think today that there was a great bit of adversity there from England. Like I said, how many times in the past have you seen England go a goal down and the edge drop, players start, and it just goes wrong. So I just think that was actually a bit of a statement from England to say, all right, we're going to keep plugging, we'll keep plugging, and lo and behold, it worked. I just think there's lots to be positive about. It's like, I know I'm not going to be confident and say, football's coming home and all that like I've done over the years, but I do feel that there's a bit of optimism and a little bit of a glint in Tuchel's eyes that just make me believe.
So, Mark and Chris, if the draw pans out how it looks like it could, so it could be Mexico in Mexico City, Brazil, Argentina, France. When are you going out?
It's a bit disrespectful.
No, I'm asking the question.
When
are England going out? When are England going out?
Thanks, Chris, because I actually agree with this point here.
When are you going out, though? When are you going out? When are you going out? Which round?
When's the final, Rob?
July the 17th.
When's the final? Right, so we'll be going out on July the 18th with a bang.
19th the final.
19th.
You are so rusty. You are so rusty today, Rob, aren't you?
Production telling me here, miles off it again. So when are you going out, do you think?
Honestly think
the final?
I think no. I think, what do I mean, no? Yeah, after the final, we'll be home with that trophy on the aeroplane. I just think, obviously, that can be a bit... I know there's going to be some listeners laughing and thinking, what on earth is he on about? But I do think we just need to be a bit more optimistic.
It'll be like Wimbledon winning the FA Cup. If England win the World Cup, it'll be like Wimbledon winning the FA Cup.
It happens. And it's like I say, I mean... You see it in football, you see teams, they go out to play their certain way. I do think if England get past Mexico and Mexico City, it's not going to be easy. I reckon
Brazil
it'll be a
Norway.
tough game and it'll be a tough watch.
Brazil
and then,
Norway.
yeah, you get the winner. Yeah, well, then you get the
Then
winners
possibly
of them.
Argentina. Then
exactly,
possibly France.
But do we think Argentina, Brazil, and possibly France, if hypothetically England get through, do we think they're going to set up to play like Ghana? Or do we think they're going to play how we know they're going to play?
Well, they'll attack more. They'll attack more.
Yeah, I just think there's reasons to be optimistic. I think England did exactly what they needed to do today, and I just think the route isn't impossible, and we're still yet to play our best football. I really do believe there's some. You look in Thomas Tuchel's eyes and tell him it's not coming home. I see different. It is.
Ooh. It's coming home, Mark. It's coming home.
Do you know what, Rob?
Do you agree? Do you agree?
Do you know what? I do hope so, because I was in a lift at my hotel, and there was like a conference on, and all these people got in the lift, and I had my accreditation on, and a lady, American lady, asked what I was doing here, and I said I was working for.
Did you say an engineer or sound engineer or something?
She said, "Who do you want to win?" She said, "Who do you want to win the tournament?" And I said, "England." And then she said, "Is it coming home?" Like sarcastically. And I thought, well,
that's a couple of minutes in the lift. She would never get back being in
the
the lift for you.
I was just thinking, do you know what? I would love it. I would love it if.
So
if
on a serious note, Chris, on a serious note, the way they've played so far, Mexico, possibly Brazil or Norway, possibly Argentina, possibly France.
Well, it has to be Brazil or Norway, not possibly.
Okay.
Yeah, it has to be.
When do you think England will? Where do you think England will get to?
Where do I think? I think England will beat Mexico.
Okay.
I think England will get to the semi-final.
I heard you earlier as well talking about the altitude. You saying that you would cope all right because you're really fit. Well, that would go against you. Listen, I'm no medical expert, but somebody who's
you're
nearly got. Somebody nearly got.
You're not a broadcasting expert tonight.
I nearly got to the top of Kilimanjaro because I was so fit, Chris, and my lungs needed more oxygen. Yeah, the fitter you are, I think the harder it is.
What do you mean you nearly got to the top?
I got altitude sickness. I didn't get it because I was that fit.
So you went out there to climb it, and you didn't get to the top.
I got 3/4 of the way up. I think it's 19,000 feet.
That's a bit like your footballing career. 3/4 of the way up.
Mark, how are you?
I'm not bad, and I couldn't agree more with the other Mark. And I think, Rob, you're not a fitness expert, and you're obviously not a World Cup expert because you've not had a lot of experience with Wales. But I think England have been playing very, very well.
What?
And all this talk about what will we do?
Have you been watching France?
Hang on a minute. All this talk about what will we do without Kane? What will Argentina do without Messi? And you just said to Chris and the other caller, we could possibly play Argentina. We could possibly play France. We could possibly play Brazil. Somebody could possibly play Netherlands, but they're not. Somebody was going to possibly play Germany, but they're not. We're still in it. He's got a game plan, and so far it's working. And that's it.
You're not playing brilliant, though.
Should all be enjoying it.
He doesn't even know the date of the World Cup final. He couldn't climb Kilimanjaro.
So in that first half against Panama, you really enjoyed that style of football against Panama?
I did. I enjoyed the way the team held it together.
Against Panama.
It's a game of strategy, Rob. Rob, it's knockout football. You've got to have a game plan. He's stuck with the game plan. The substitutes have worked well. And guess what? We're in the last 16. Ask Germany and Holland and Dutch fans how they feel, right?
Strategy,
Keep
Rob.
up the show. It's a great show.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you,
Mark.
Mark.
Thank you. Thanks, Mark.
But Mark, great points, Mark made. When teams are sitting deep, it's not always easy. But England are finding a way. It's great, Rob. England haven't got off to a fly, but they're doing okay, and they're just grinding teams down. And just you wait, Mexico. That's what I'd say.
Chris, how are you? Not Chris Sutton. Chris in Leicestershire. How are you, Christopher?
I am fine, my good man. Are you both okay?
We're both fine, thank you.
Very good.
Yeah.
Go on then. What do you think?
The point I make is we always have to have optimism if Harry Kane is our striker and captain, because quality always shows. And I'm glad to see that what he did today, he led by example. I also am glad with the substitutes, because obviously Flash Gordon put in both kind of crosses. But I think he deserves a little bit more credit for the second one, because he actually passed it with a side foot back heel and nobody's kind of mentioned the sweet touch he had when he went through back between his legs.
Side foot back heel. How do you do a side foot back heel?
When you take the ball, trap it, and then you pass it back past your leg. That's what Gordon did. You look at the replay.
Side foot back heel. It's either a side foot or a back heel, isn't it?
It's side of the foot through his own
back
leg.
Heel.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think
You couldn't even get the day of the World Cup
side
final
foot.
right, and Chris has come on and explained that well, and you're digging Chris out.
I got you in now,
Rob.
Chris, but I don't think you can have a side foot back heel. It's either back heel or side foot. But I know and now you explained it so well, Chris. I understand what you mean.
It's the movement.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. But my concern is England's defence, obviously. You've been saying to all the callers, have they played well this tournament? Very well. I think let's take a little dose of reality. They've played very well at times. Okay? They have played very well at times. I love the way that England come back, the resilience. You get that sense of they're all together as well. Looking at Harry Kane lead at the end after we won, and they were all in the middle. I think that will.
Do you
count
like
for
all
a
that
lot.
stuff, or do you like all that stuff, Chris? Do you think
I
what
like
I do that in the
that-
dressing
that
room,
bit.
Harry? Get in the dressing room when it's cooled down.
As he said, enjoy this moment with the fans. I think that is another thing that could spark us
Over
on.
celebrations at the end, do you think, Chris?
Yeah, I think they'll take that as a positive as well. They were there to, well, let's face it, they won. They did it the hard way. And let's face it, DR Congo's goalkeeper had a fabulous match. The game of his
Should have
life,
saved the header,
right?
though, shouldn't he? Should have saved the header.
Yeah, he was off for that. I thought so too. He could have been stronger with that. I think it was his right hand. He should have had a stronger right hand. But there's nothing no goalkeeper
What about
in the
Jordan
world could have
Pickford?
done
He should have saved. What about that? Jordan Pickford should have saved.
I agree. That was really poor. I was really poor from Pickford. And let's face it, England were really poor for the first 20 minutes. It was horrible. It was awful.
Okay, Chris. Thank you so much for the call. Over celebrating the end there, Chris. Do you think? Chris Sutton,
What do you mean
celebration, please, out?
over-celebrating?
Just beat.
What do you mean?
Just beat
No,
DR Congo.
explain. Yeah, but explain
Well,
what
celebrating.
you mean by that.
Well, it
Yeah,
was
but
like
give us, I don't
standing
know what
there
you mean. I
singing
didn't,
Wonderwall with their fans.
well, that wasn't over. That was just a,
Just
like,
got
a mark
into the
of
last
respect.
16.
Thanks for travelling out to support us. That's all that was. That wasn't an over
0808.
celebration. Go on.
What? 08285 909 693. It's time for the news on 5 Live, Christopher, with Alison Hughes.
Now, more 606 on 5 Live.
My concern is Declan Rice going to be ready in 4 days' time for a match against Mexico, a very heated atmosphere at altitude where already they have a huge advantage. I'm really, really concerned.
I think it's the best England team we've had for a long time. They've taken what Southgate started to build 6
England
years
played
ago.
great. They kept keeping the ball out in the first half.
No, that's not right. You think how many shots they had at goal after the first break?
They should have gone 2-0 down. This Whistle hitting the post. They should have been 2-0 down.
Of course they could have gone 2-0 down.
They didn't play
I mean,
great. England weren't great. Come on.
Surely the idea of tournament football, correct me if I'm wrong, is to win a game.
Yeah.
Is that what
Yeah.
England did tonight? Absolutely.
Did
And
they
I just
deserve
think
it, Mark?
I really think they did. I honestly believe we were by far the better team.
Call free 08085 909 693.
And that celebration was 80-odd minutes of frustration coming out.
Yeah, I think so. I think you have to stay patient in these games. The last couple games were very similar, and obviously when you get to knockout football, the pressure is higher, the risk is higher. But we spoke all week just about being ourselves.
England have got all the talent in the world. It is probably the most talented squad, and I think Kane in form for England is brilliant. He's probably the best player they've ever had. But the way they're playing, they're sleepwalking into losing out on another chance of winning a major tournament. And these chances don't come around. These players and squad that we've got at the minute will not come around as often as we've got them right now.
I was really proud of the way that we played today. Went a goal down, it was difficult, and we fought hard all the way through that. Tried to make things happen, we put crosses in, we played balls through, and eventually we got a goal. And that goal from Kane was that absolute worldie.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Call free 08085 909 693. Text 85058. Text will be charged at your standard message rate. Visit bbc.co.uk/5live terms for our terms of use and privacy notice.
Welcome back to 606. We're here until 8:50. Then we hand over to Vicky Sparks, who's got commentary of Belgium against Senegal. Chris, you got some texts?
Yes, I have. This one's from Paul in Leeds. Thought Jed Spence was good today for the goal he had to cover for a non-existent right-side midfielder and a non-existent right-sided centre-back. After that, his pace and power looked like an asset. Do you agree with Paul? Hi, Chris. Some England supporters are very odd indeed. We just beat a really good side who hadn't conceded 2 goals in a lot of matches. We weren't great, but showed real grit and commitment. And Gordon finally gave a short but very good performance. Harry Kane, wow! That's from Nick from Abingdon. And hi guys, great show. I think we are doing DR Congo a disservice in some ways. Some of their players are top level. Siddiqui for Sunderland has done great this season. Aaron Wan-Bissaka regularly stamps out crosses from the wing, and we know Wissa has got real quality. They scored early and made it tough. Fair play to them, and fair play to us for getting the job done. No name with that one. And finally from Nick, English defence useless at the start. France would have had 3 goals by half-time. Worried for the Mexico match, but we are improving. England have played okay thus far, but not well. That's the sort of point you're making, Rob, isn't it? Need a gear change, like in quarter 4 of today. Yes, hydration break helped us. That's from Nick.
08085 909 693. 15 minutes of the show to go. Let's check in with Ian Carter. Djokovic playing against Tsitsipas.
Yeah, it's a great match. It's a great performance so far from Novak Djokovic. Should say great matchup given the history that these two guys have got. Djokovic, though, is bossing it, taking the first set by 6-3. The second set is going with serve Robbie, and Tsitsipas is leading it by 2-1. But Djokovic with 3 points to level it up at 2 games apiece.
Thank you so much, Ian. Hassan, how are you?
Hi, good evening, gents. How are you both?
Good evening. Good,
yeah,
thank
very
you,
well,
Hassan.
thank you.
Hi, I mean, it was a really nervous watch, and England looked really nervous in possession initially. We can't keep starting off so slowly against the better teams. That's obvious, isn't it? There's also the issue, a long ongoing issue, about when the team get nervous, they start to pass it sideways and backwards when they're not quite sure what to do, and that's obviously been going on for a very long time. However, they showed great character in coming back from 1 goal behind. Harry Kane was just amazing, and when everybody, including me, were getting really nervous. I guess one point that's not quite been made is about Morgan Rogers, who probably needs to be used a bit more. Someone that can actually run directly at defenders rather than the style of play which was used, which it was effective today in terms of getting crosses in from each side. I think Morgan Rogers, someone with a bit of pace, especially as the tournament goes on and teams come more at England, that should leave some more space for the likes of Morgan to run more directly at defenders. I just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, we had an earlier caller on who said a similar thing. But who would you take off for him? Would you take Bellingham off, who does seem to have that sort of swagger, and you feel things are going to happen around Jude Bellingham? So who would you sacrifice for Morgan Rogers? I do get your point though, Hassan.
Yeah, I don't know whether I'd start with Morgan, but maybe at half time, maybe after about 55 or 60 minutes. because Jude has been amazing, obviously, and him and Harry have really carried the team over the first few games. I just think when there's a bit more space there for the counter-attack, it's worth having Morgan. I think the problem is when against Panama, when there's only Anderson playing, it left England vulnerable to counter-attacks. As you saw, Panama looked quite dangerous, and obviously Panama not as strong as Congo and not as strong as Mexico. So, yeah, I think we're just a bit relieved, but looking forward to Sunday night, Monday morning. Just looking forward to it. It's what the World Cup's all about, isn't it? You know, the whole 40 years on after Hand of God, Maradona, Save Stadium, and whatever the result is, hopefully England will get through. But you just want to experience that kind of atmosphere, even if it's from thousands of miles away. So fingers crossed for Sunday night, Monday morning. But lots of improvements to be made. But as someone said earlier, with Netherlands and Germany going out of the tournament, the only way you can win it or do well is to be in it. So we'll all breathe again after tonight and see how things go the next few days.
Thank you so much, Hassan. CJ, how are you?
I'm great, thanks. So, Robbie, I love you. I really do. Big fan. But I promise your tone, it's like, you know we're onto something. And that is why you're jealous. It's like, you know
jealous.
This is our time.
Jealous.
You know it. Yeah, listen, come on. We got the point.
CJ's got a point,
through,
Rob.
And we haven't played our best. Those lads are going back to their hotel. They've got to look at themselves. They've got a lot of footage. They've got a lot of gameplay to look at and rethink about. This was your team. You'd be saying, we got the 3 points, on we go, loads of work to do, but we've got it.
If this was Wales, CJ, we'd have put 3 or 4 past Panama. We'd have went through easily tonight. It would have been comfortable.
Maybe if you'd been on the pitch, babe. I get that. Sorry, that time is gone. I think we've got it. I think the psychology of this is massive. And I mean, I don't want to be sexist, but I think it's a bit of a female thing. Those lads are going back. They'll be thrilled with the win, but they know they've got work to do. So it's like the